dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. Our name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and I am here alongside my awesome co-host, Carmeline. Carmeline, it's day 2 of DreamHack Valencia. How are you feeling?
Estoy encantada de estar aquí para este segundo día aquí en la DreamHack de Valencia para ver las finales de la Snapdragon Pro Series. Solo que 4 equipos han llegado hasta aquí y veremos quién se acaba llevando el título.
Well, like we've already mentioned, we are coming to you live from DreamHack Valencia. Nothing like a smidge of additional pressure to perform here on the main stage in front of a live crowd this weekend.
Este es el primer evento en vivo para muchos de estos equipos con audiencia, así que os vamos a pedir que le mandéis todo vuestro apoyo porque ya sabemos que hay mucha presión y mucho en juego.
Yesterday we saw some outstanding performances from our Wild Rift Esports competitors, and we are expecting more of the same today from our challenge finalists. Just 4 teams remain in this competition. They've had a grueling season up to this point, countless best of 3s, and now it is time to decide who is going to be the winner of the $17,000 prize pool that's here today.
Como ya decíamos, ayer veíamos las finales de este torneo de Game Changers y hoy vamos a tener los de, que hemos ya comentado, la Snapdragon Pro Series. Como decíamos también, solo 4 equipos han llegado hasta esta fase y a pesar de haber tenido una temporada muy difícil, aquí es donde se decide todo.
Okay, so you have been introduced to the main stage. Now it is time to see some more familiar faces on your screen. It is, of course, your casters.
Nos vamos a ir ya con esos comentaristas que están preparados en este escenario, listos para comentar ahora mismo.
Thank you very much, everybody in Valencia. It would be fantastic to be there, but we are excited still to be here for the final day, possibly, of Wild Rift. Certainly for the Snapdragon Pro Series, it is the big finals. We've been obviously covering the whole league to get here in the first place. Obviously, I'm Lee Demon Smith. Joining me is It's Scoundrel and it's Stuart, who have been with us throughout the journey, and it has been a journey, Stuart.
It's been an incredible journey so far. The group stage, I think, was incredible to see so many teams compete, so many tough competitions, and now we're down to the final 4 teams. Only 1 team can go away with the trophy.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the format, how they all got here in the first place. These 2 guys started things off, obviously, in the open finals, where you guys had a very long day. It was a 10-hour broadcast, if I remember rightly. Obviously, to whittle it down to our 8 teams that took part in the challenge groups, that was all round robin, best of 3 action. Fantastic matches throughout, which got us our 4 teams here today. Yes, granted, Formulation obviously finished 5th. Yes, there was a change, obviously, but they are here today. And honestly, we were very surprised that they weren't here in the first place. So it's not a bad stand-in team to come into it overall. Let's look at the money that they are all playing for today. Of course, they had money throughout the group stage. I think it was $10,000 from the group stage. But that compounds and they get even more money. The first place, $8,000, $5,000 for second place, $3,000 for third, and $4,000 for that 4th place. And yes, we will be having a 3rd and 4th place playoff as well. I say playoff, a match. The match before the finals. It's actually quite good because it gives the finalists a little chance to prepare, a little chance to
they're going to need a breather,
especially the second semi-finalists, because otherwise they'll be going directly into the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fast-paced today. We're going to have series after series after series. We've got 4 best of 3s all the way through to the end. And yeah, it just gives them a bit of a breather to get ready into that headspace for the final. Yep.
So we're starting things off today. As you can see, it is Rick's GG, the #1 team from groups. They did have a single loss throughout the groups to Ice Cream, who didn't make it here today. They are up against Formulation, who are coming in instead of Team Queso, of course, who finished 4th in that epic sort of finish that happened with all the wins and losses, and Stu was losing his mind trying to calculate
tiebreakers
there with the tiebreakers. And then, of course, it is Viv Esports up against Parla, who finished 2nd with a great performance, and they beat Viv in the groups. And we should also point out, Rick's actually beat Formulation in the groups, but by God, that was down to 1 little play in like the 26th minute of the 3rd game. It was a very tight match.
I think the first series is definitely going to be one to look out for. I think going back into the group stage, you know, you talked about already, I think every single game in that series was 25 minutes. It was a very hard-fought 2-1 series, but now they're on the main stage in Valencia. There's a lot of pressure for these teams, you know, especially for Rick's as well, who, you know, cast a curse me, I'm going to say it, but they've never actually won a LAN tournament. They tried Origin Series, they tried a Horizon Cup, nothing there, so they're going to have to try and do it one last time.
Can they do one last dance?
Yeah.
We'll see, of course. We've had our predictions. You guys at home can also get your Qualcomm predictions in place as well in the Twitch chat. Get in there. Who do you think is going to take it? We'll go straight to the first game. Predictions are up in a second. I'm waiting for them to appear on the screen. I've got my Twitch chat up as well, so we'll be able to keep and interact with you guys as we go. Big Kiernan's going to be on the keyboard, and he's the keyboard warrior for the day. Do anything wrong, he's going to be on you. But yeah, so where do we see this one going then today? Obviously, predictions from you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a close one.
I mean, the two really good series. I think I had to go for Rix, mostly because this is their swan song. Like, you know, as Stu mentioned, they haven't won a LAN finals. Their curse of queso, unfortunately, not at the competition. If there is a time for Rix to win, it has to be now. So I've obviously gone for Rix in the first series. I think I've gone for Viv, although I do think it will be close in the second series. I think Viv have kind of hit that trajectory. They're on the upwards trajectory on the second half of that split. And then in the finals, I'm still going to back my boys Rix. I think Rix take it. I think it would be fitting. If they don't, then I don't know, but that's kind of how I feel.
The curse will forever live if Rix doesn't do it today as well. But yeah, I've gone for the same. Rix in the first series, Viv in the second series. I do think the second series is going to be very close as well because Parla obviously coming in as a second seed. But as Xscoundrel said, you know, Viv are on the rise at the moment. But we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, for me, obviously, I've gone similar to you guys, but mainly because Sneaky's not here for formulation. That was my sort of main thinking there. So, you know, changing obviously a big part of it. Obviously, we know random's a massive part of it for Rick. So, you know, suddenly, I don't know whether he's going to get an easier lane. He maybe get a lane he doesn't know so well as he would against Sneaky. So that's where I went with that one. Viv Esports Parla, I got to be honest, I was very much on the fence with this one because Parla were incredible, I thought, throughout. Lonely Kid, obviously dominant performances in every game that he played. Viv Esports, though, as you said, they were on the rise towards the end of the season. But that was a month ago. That was just a long time.
2 patches ago, in fact. Yeah. It's like there's a lot changed since then.
I do think it's going to be close. I do think that second series will be really close. Genuinely could go either way. I'm favouring Viv, but, you know, I think Parla have got, like you said, excellent top laner in Lonely Kid. If he pops off, if he gets Fiora, you know, they're in a good spot. I think Labunya has always been praised by Stu. He's a great jungler. So that top jungle duo, if we can get that rolling for Parla, I think they kind of win out on that side of the map. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting series, that second one, for sure.
While we got a little time, we're waiting for the teams to get ready in Valencia themselves. Should we just quickly touch on the patch? Obviously, because we are, as I mentioned, we are 2 patches on since we actually covered the groups there. Yep. There's been quite a few changes. We're not going to get Yone as like the desperate first pick anymore. Maybe.
I mean, I'm not too sure. I think the new champions is going to be the interesting one. Obviously, we've got Aatrox, Warwick, Vex, and Kane, the new champions. Last week, I was able to watch the Asia Open finals for the World Circuit. There was a lot of Aatrox first pick, a lot of Aatrox first ban, so I think Aatrox is going to be a big priority. But a lot of changes, as you said, a lot of balance changes, a lot of buffs, a lot of nerfs that happened to a lot of champions since we covered the group stage. Like you said, a month ago, we've had 2 whole big, massive patches, new items as well. So there's a lot to uncover in this series.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of champions that we're looking at that are clearly going to be high priority. I think Aatrox will be much higher priority today than he maybe was yesterday. Even with his nerfs, he's still really strong. Warwick's probably never going to see the light of day, just not even in the bans, he's terrible. Kane, maybe though, I mean, Red Kane for sure, you know, we've seen him quite get a good buff on the last patch, and I think actually Kane could be played a decent amount. Blue Kane still, I don't think, particularly viable at a competitive level especially. But yeah, there's definitely some switches up and some changes that we could see from the group stages, and I'm really excited because this will be the first time that we get to really see, especially in EMEA, some of that competition, some of that level from this new patch come out on the top flight.
Yesterday, obviously, we saw Wukong dominant in the top lane, as we saw towards the end of the season in the league. Do we think that's going to still be the same priority?
Yeah, I think it will. I think especially, you know, for Viv as well with Patterson, because we saw at the end of the group stage that Patterson played Wukong, I think it was like 4 or 5 games in a row, I think, or something like that. So I think Wukong just is a very safe barrel laner, because we're still going to see, you know, like we mentioned, Aatrox probably come into the barrel lane. The likes of Fiora is still very strong. Camille, all them bruisers up in the barrel lane. But for me, the one thing I want to look out for is a jungle, really. You know, there's a lot of junglers in this new meta, which is going to be fun.
Well, that's what we got to say. We've got lots more talking to be done, but of course, let's get over to Valencia, where the players are coming on stage.
First 2 teams waiting backstage for long enough. So, please welcome to the stage your first competitor and your first challenge finalist. It is Rix GG.
Le damos la bienvenida ya al escenario a Rix GG, que viene como primer seed después de esta fase regular. van a ir entrando ya dentro poco a poco los jugadores preparados para dar espectáculo.
They have the Rix GG consists of Clue, Doom, Random, Seven, and Snitch. They've been extremely dominant throughout the split. Can they continue this dominant streak on the main stage with all the additional pressure that comes with it? So, please welcome to the main stage their opponents. Carmeline, it's going to be a good match this one. Hold on to your seats. It's Formulation Gaming.
Le damos la bienvenida ya a Formulation Gaming, que viene como quinto seed con muchísimas cosas por demostrar y muchas ganas ya de entrar a la competición.
Formulation Gaming consists of Quasco, Vex, Zawa, and the Don. I feel like composure is the word for today. Who can keep their composure here on the main stage? We've got a great live crowd here at DreamHack Valencia, and it's going to be a good one, Carmeline.
Efectivamente, es un equipo que va a dar muchísimo espectáculo. Ya están preparados los dos en este escenario para ponerse a prueba delante de toda esta audiencia tan maravillosa que tenemos aquí reunida en Valencia. Y veremos quién puede demostrar quién es mejor. Pero de momento casi que vamos a ir lanzándoselo a los comentaristas que están preparados ahora mismo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, or I should do. As the Don just pulled out the pose at the end.
Some of those intros are great.
I gotta be honest, if I was to go with body language, Seven looks a bit jittery on that stage. Either he's had a lot of monster in the morning, or he is hyped to go.
Formulation looking pretty chill though. They
yeah.
It's so funny when they were doing the pan across Formulation, and right at the end, Scow at the end, he goes, oh, the camera goes up.
Of course, like Dennis goes like there, and the camera's like, whoa.
Nice to see Leon as well. In the Rix video, he's looking pretty hench.
Obviously, there's a sub for Rix, but
Leon broke the Denmark record for a deadlift.
Is it?
Yeah,
really?
like I think Leon's actually like.
Yeah, I know he was. I saw him posting some things. Yeah, I mean he's quite a short guy, right? But he's a.
Oh, he's huge now.
He's stacked.
Yeah, the man is my inspiration.
Motivation. Go to the gym. Let's go.
Yeah, but there's two really good teams on stage right now. Formulation came into this last minute, of course. They had to kind of bring in a sub as well. So Sneaky, their usual Baron laner, couldn't make it, of course, and Zawa's come in at the last moment to jump into the Baron lane. So I think they've got a lot of challenges in this series, but they look chilled. And if Don performs, you know that he can kind of take over a game very quickly. He did it many times during the group stages.
Yeah.
This is not clean and cut Rix. Rix have to play their best game here to take Formulation down, because just 3 months ago, Formulation were the best team in EMEA.
And I want to cut straight to the point. With the news that Wild Rift is not happening next year in terms of the EMEA, Wild Rift circuit, sure, yeah. EMEA, NA, Turkey, a lot of these players have kind of laxed off a little bit. How practiced are some of these guys?
I think that that's a question where we have to look at Formulation, because Formulation were a team like, okay, they were out the group stage. They were like, that's it. You know, there's nothing more left. They've had to quickly adapt to this new patch very, very quickly, especially for their sub Zawa as well, who hasn't played pretty much at all through the entire year. He's been focusing on his studies, but this is not the first time that Zawa has actually played as pretty much a sub in the Baron lane. The exact same thing happened to him in the WREC, where he was in main support for the Formulation, but he moved up into the Baron lane as well. He was subbed in, and the exact same things happened here. But I know him, you know, he must have practiced a lot over the last couple of, well, basically weeks, because like you said, it was such short notice for Formulation. So I think for them, the pressure, I mean, I don't think there's any pressure on Formulation at all. They weren't expecting to be here in the first place. You know, everything is on the hands of Rix.
Oh, the pressure
Rix have to be the ones.
Yeah.
Rix have to perform here. They have to show that they are the best.
This is their last chance at proving that they have been, that everybody calls them the #1 team, but they've never actually won anything. Right?
It's so funny because every single competitive circuit since the start, since Origin Series, it has always been
Rix in a final.
Rix is the best team. Rix is the best team, and then they flub it in the final. Because usually it's because they lose to the Queso curse. But you know, I think this is their last chance. Like I said, it's their swan song at this point to kind of go out. No official Wild Rift EMEA competitive circuit next year. So this is their swan song to say we can leave as the best team. Consistently called the best team, and then we leave as the best team. And that's kind of what they need to cement their legacy as here. Okay, you know, granted we're at best of threes all the way through the day, which, you know, one could get into discussion about best of threes in a competitive grand final, but nonetheless, it's best of threes. You've got to win 2 in a row against some of the best competition in Europe. It's still a very, very good statement. So I think that's what Rix needs to do here. That's the only outcome Rix can really look for. I think anything less, I think they'll probably leave disappointed. And
I think Formulations, you know, Twitter this morning pretty much summed it up perfectly. They were calling it their last dance on the stage as well. So I think for all of these players and all the backroom staff and everything as well, they
just saw
going to be feeling the pressure as well.
Just saw Ryu giving the team massages.
I did. There's a crowd as well, the fans there.
Lots of people in the crowd that you probably recognise.
Great to see them there in the morning as well. 11 a.m. in Spain. I don't think I'd see anyone at the moment.
I can see a lot of
I don't think I'd see Stuart, to be honest.
You see a lot of the women from the Game Changers tournament yesterday as well, all in the crowd supporting.
So let's talk about Game Changers. Obviously, Flair coming in as a sub yesterday, and we said at the time, you know, you can be either hit or miss as a sub. So you could absolutely play the game of your life, or you could be completely at sea and the teamwork synergy is just not there. Obviously, as a Baron laner, yes, you're sometimes left solo anyway. I would say less so in Wild Rift than you would be in traditional League of Legends. You're going to get the help of the jungler, and that's where the synergy is really going to rely, right? The early game synergy with your jungler.
I think because of how strong, you know, Bruisers are and how strong Hullbreaker is, there is sometimes a lot of pressure on these Baron laners, and there's a lot of focus, as you said, from the junglers. You know, Seven Random have been playing together for such a long time. Vex and Zawa, maybe not that much. So I think that 2v2 matchup in the top side of the map could be very interesting. I mean, Zawa's got a tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got Vex as your jungler, you're generally probably quite confident.
I would say, though, you know, like that is, if you're looking at one clear lane to draw attention to, there is a discrepancy between Zawa and Random. Through no fault of Zawa's, he's a sub that's come in as a Baron lane last minute. Random is probably known as the best Baron laner in Europe, right? That's the discrepancy. One of the things that Rix do consistently is the level 3 stacked wave, top layer Baron lane tower dive. They have 7 rotate upwards, they get Random rolling, they deny a huge wave. Zawa could be put under the thumb a little bit here. And Vex, he's not a traditional ganking jungler. Vex, as I mentioned yesterday, he's one of the most gold efficient junglers in the game because he's very strong on farming. He, just like we saw from Rizal in the Game Changers tournament yesterday, she was even in the games where they were losing, she was 3 or 4k ahead because she has got such a strong kind of Vex style of play where you just take those camps over and over again.
And that's an interesting point that you bring out as well, because obviously Vex's favourite jungler during the group stage and most played jungler was the Morgana.
Yes.
Obviously, because of the changes that happened in 3.5, you can no longer do that double camp on Morgana anymore. There's no, you can kind of do the blue buff and the Gromp at the same time.
You can't do
Raptors and red buff at the same time, so you can't be as efficient in the jungle. So I'd be interested to see what Vex will bring out this time. Will it be another farming jungler, maybe like the Shyvana?
Well, the pick and bans are happening. I can see them on the screen. They were already going. So
there's
immediately the Aatrox Yone ban. Going to be the Gwen ban as well to come in with the Varus, Akali, and
we need to be on it because remember that blue and red side weren't exactly obvious.
I think Rix is blue side.
You think Rix is blue side? Formulation.
That's
not. Wait. That is actually an Annie. They pulled.
Actual Annie pulled out. So could be support Annie, which has been a thing for a while.
There we go. Calm down. Yeah, I was about to say.
I was like, what?
This would be the first time we've seen an Annie for as long as I ever remember.
I mean,
and straight into a Zed first pick.
This is kind of what we expected. Aatrox first ban or first pick, expected. Yone banned away, Gwen banned away, Karma first pick as well. Zed for the mid lane for Snitch, so he's going to be on that assassin. We'll have to see what the jungle pick is for 7. Gragas being banned away, Akali as well, and Varus, who obviously got another buff in the most recent patch, which is kind of mind-blowing. So that being banned away as well. We'll have to see what the other picks are coming in.
Yeah, I believe there's definitely an issue at the moment because it looks like it is Rix on the blue side, by the way. I'm pretty sure since 7 stats came in a moment ago. Didn't see what champion was, so.
No, Rix is on the
Well, no, because I think
Formulation.
Formulation blue because they first picked the...
Yeah, they first picked Karma, so it's Formulation blue. So.
We're kind of confused from yesterday.
There we go. So Lux comes through. So Lux has obviously been...
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. Okay, now that...
Okay.
I have no idea what's going on.
We got a Wukong, and it is Don and Kha'Zix. Okay,
Kha'Zix.
and there's Jax popping in as well. So it's getting.
I kind of like the graphics of the win rate, but they're all the same. So it hasn't quite. The stats for every champion are identical, so this hasn't quite played out with the first draft.
You know, the interesting thing is we you talked about the Wukong, D-Man, and I think the Wukong is probably the best barrel laner for a player like Zao to play, who hasn't had a lot of game time.
Safe.
In Wild Red. Yeah, very safe, very passive. You're coming up against, which is most likely a Jax in the barrel lane as well, so a lot of pressure there. Kha'Zix interesting enough, so another farming jungler for Vex. Did get nerfed in most recent patches, base AD in the early game, so his jungle clear in the early game is not going to be that powerful, but his late game scaling is still there with that farming jungler.
And I think actually what you're seeing from Rix GG is classic what we saw from them during the group stages. They haven't really changed their strategy too much here. Jax, split pushing. Snitch on Zed, split pushing. We're looking at a 1-3-1 here. We have the wave clear with Lux. Lux can manage wave clear mid, but she can also, as you see in a lot of professional play, manage wave clear in side lanes as well. Lux's ultimate can set up side lane pushes just by using it because it's truly global in this game. So that is already seeing, we're looking at like a 1-3-1 side lane split push strategy coming out for Rix at this stage in the game.
Banning away the Garen and Aurelia, obviously with the Zed in the mid. They were trying to take away anything that Snitch didn't want to face, as well as obviously the Nautilus, which Clue has played a whole hell of a lot of.
Yep.
And of course, taking away Vi from 7. Still waiting for the jungle pick and the support for, for Rix, for Formulation is going to be, we assume, the AD carry, because obviously Karma could end up in the mid or could end up in support.
Yeah.
There's a bit of flexibility, I think, for the Dom, because we have seen him play, the likes of Karma mid, Lux mid lane as well, so it's not really the bruises that we're
Don has the
expecting from
most picked champions, in unique champions out of any mid laner in the Snapdragon series. So Don
and that's a huge step up for him, because he was known, in the WREC that he was just like one trick Irelia. If Formulation didn't have Irelia, then that was it. But as you said, he's picked so many unique champions throughout the entirety of the group stage, so Formulation definitely do have that flexibility.
I'm just waiting for the pick here. It will be Diana, I imagine, now here for the jungle for 7. Obviously had a lot of success in game changes yesterday.
Yeah.
Ignore the stats that are coming up on your screen, by the way. They're the same for him.
Shen!
Shen comes through, so that's got to be...
So Wukong
mids,
maybe?
It's
Wukong mids.
Yeah, okay, so it's Quo playing... I wouldn't put it past Don to play Shen mid. I'm not joking. I think into Zed, I wouldn't put it past Don to play Shen.
Galio supports. Okay, well, it could be...
So it's Galio Lux bot, so Doom's going to be on Lux.
Yep.
It's going to be Snitch on the Zed, obviously. Random we're playing the Jax. I'm going to see 7 playing the Diana, very heavy AP comp. It is a very strong anti-AP comp with like the Alistair there. Alistair is very good against burst AP champions just because of his ultimate. Shen pretty decent as well. One of the few champions in the game that can effectively itemize magic resist. There aren't many champions in the game that can effectively itemize magic resist, but Shen can. Wit's End is a decent aggressive item for him if you want to play that. But obviously he's also one of the few true tanks that you can actually play full tank and it works out well for you.
There's not too many squishy targets on Formulation. Obviously, Karma's the only one really there. Everything else is shields and coverage for days. So, assuming that Quo's going to be playing Karma.
I mean, this is a pretty awful comp into a Galio Diana from Formulation, though. I mean, you've got Wukong. Kha'Zix is never going to do
It's committal and you're going to get bound.
Well, Kha'Zix will
never
do
going to
nothing.
jump in.
Kha'Zix
He's never going to jump
in these fights. And then obviously you've got 4 melee champions into 2 of the best anti-melee champions in the game, which are Diana and Galio. So team fight-wise, you get screwed here. And I think actually you kind of get beaten out in the side lanes as well, because Shen can't hold waves. He's one of the worst wave clearers in the game on the side lane. So really what Shen does is...
Jax will just parry you
and what Shen does is basically sit under tower and try and clear waves as best as he possibly can. And then obviously Wukong, yes, he's good in the side lane, but you're going up against a Jax who's going to technically outscale you, and you're going up against a Zed. Now Zed versus Wukong's the better matchup for you, but how can you guarantee that all the time? I think this is a bit of a draft gap for Rix, just based on the very core elements of it, and I don't actually know at what point in the game Formulation are going to want to execute to find their win condition.
Not only that as well, but we have all the shields as well, obviously from the Lux, and I think the only champion on the side of Formulation that can build that anti-shield is the Kha'Zix. But as we mentioned, I think it's going to be very difficult for the Kha'Zix to actually
even apply
get
that,
on through.
yeah.
Exactly. It's like the only way you can really apply it is by evolving your second ability and try and poke out and try and use that anti-shield there. But you got the Galio shielding with the ultimate, the AP shielding. You got the Lux shielding as well on top of that. You got all the crowd control that they have to offer, and then as we saw yesterday, Game Changers, Dyna coming in as well with the ulti.
One of the things. Oh, it's that. Where is Shen jungle? Wait a second. What? Why is 7 on Shen?
All right.
Okay.
All right, we need to just
We need to reset.
Whoa. Okay.
Diana,
before anything,
on the other side, Diana and Shen are switched. Okay.
before anything, Shen jungle.
Yeah.
In patch 3.5a, there was a huge, massive buff to Shen jungle. Like, I'm so excited for Shen jungle because a lot of ranked play has been played with Shen jungle. Got a buff to the monster damage, got an AoE auto attack now on his first ability, and he is one of the fastest clearing junglers, I think, in the game right now. Can use his ultimate around the team fight, can use his ultimate to counter gank. I wasn't expecting this because the graphic was wrong, but we get a Shen jungle in game number 1.
This is actually a much more effective team comp from. I thought.
Now the mid lane battle of Zed versus Diana totally makes sense.
When I saw this team comp from Formulation, I was like, what are you doing? And now it makes a little more sense.
All right,
Okay, so they've got some strong anti-melee here, which is obviously going to be decent versus the 4 melee comp from Rix. So you've got both Diana and Galio, which means I actually don't think that Rix are ever going to team fight. I actually think Rix can't team fight. They have a comp that is going to be so heavily against team fighting, I don't think they're going to be able to make it work for them. So Rix are obviously looking for a side lane win condition here, Stu, because I just don't believe that they'll ever function properly in a team fight, because I just think they're just going to get battered by the fact that they've got to play into a Wukong, great into melee, Galio, great into melee, and obviously Diana as well. Whereas Formulation, yes, they can side lane, but they'll obviously get outscaled. They're much more looking to force the issue around objectives.
Now, if memory serves correct, Formulation love to go for the Rift Herald early on, so I wonder whether Rix are going to try and interfere with that, whether they'd be happy to go for Dragons. Obviously, I'm talking 4-minute mark, 2 minutes down the line, but I may as well get it out of the way now.
I think the early game, I think, is definitely going to favour Formulation in terms of trying to, contest objectives if they really want to. I think what we might be able to see is, they could be a crazy situation where Random is actually going to be on the Jax, being able to split push against Zawa on this Wukong, and then Shen can just come in with the ulti, and they could actually just try and end the game off of that.
But I think they have to play that. I think for Rix, their only win condition is the fact that Snitch has got to do well, and Random's got to do well. So this laning phase is very important, and of course when you've got a Shen jungle, you've got a strong gank pattern. But you then have Doom that's just going to try and manage waves with his ultimate. He'll obviously get as much ulti cooldown as he possibly can, or be spamming out that laser. And I think at this point you've got to play through your side lanes, because you can't play through team fighting.
Game number 1 of the finals of Snapdragon Pro Series, and we get a Shen jungle. I don't.
This is the time to bring it out.
I mean, if you was to tell me,
try something like obviously we saw 7. He was dancing. He was ready for this, so he kind of knew something was coming out there. But obviously, game 1, you've always got that one fallback game if you need it. But this is the time to try something out.
It's a lot riskier to do, because obviously, as we mentioned, these are all best of 3s. These are not best of 5s. It's not okay, we still got 2 games afterwards.
Well,
if they lose it,
we saw what happened last time they
game.
experimented in the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? They lost to Ice Cream.
I mean, Rix have always been known for that, though. Like, throughout the entirety of the, the group stage, and even, beyond that as well, even before that, Rix have always been known as a team that always likes to try out new things, always like to try out new picks as well. And Shen jungle is another unique pick.
In a best of 3, though, I don't know.
It's risky.
It's risky.
It's very risky. I mean, like D-Man said, we saw in the group stage that they can drop to a team like Ice Cream. They can lose to a team like Ice Cream. And obviously, you're coming up against one of the best junglers, in my opinion, in Vex, which is so difficult. You can see at the moment they're actually completely even on gold. 7. Oh, there's an ulti in top lane. There's the Shen.
All Random. The flash out from Zawa.
Zawa with absolutely nothing, but he survives, and the first kill actually works out. We were talking about the battle. Is 7 going to be there in time? Well, he was not. He was down. He did have Stan United coming through, right? But he just managed to get killed through it.
7 smiling in the end of the camera photos. Camera as well. He was like, yeah, I was trying to help you out, but I couldn't. So Zawa actually getting the upper advantage against against Random in the Baron lane, and Scour being there to help out.
Level 1 Shen Shield's really bad, though. Like, the level 1 ultimate Shen Shield is pretty terrible, so unfortunately just easy to burst through. Great response from Scour. And Scour's just been able to be a very heavy roam support all the way through the group stages as well. And Zawa getting the slight edge. He's actually 700 gold up, by the way, and didn't even pick up the first blood. So that is a huge advantage for Zawa so far. He's got an experience advantage versus Random on this Jax 2. That is not a small lead that has been generated in favor of Zawa, the sub-Baron laner for Formulation Gaming.
Sneak through. I'm going to say, I don't think they're going to fall for this, guys. They kind of know you're there, but, well, they're still going to get caught out. No, Rick's not going to get a hit. Oh, he got tower hit as well there. Just towards the end, but here we go. 3 seconds. We're going to get the Herald coming up. It looks like it's almost certainly going to go Formulation's way.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on Rix was so low after that little bit of a skirmish in the Baron lane, and they just completely lose tempo. They rotate all of their members up and towards the Baron lane. They're basically going to give over the Rift Herald for free. They're not even going to get the Dragon in response as well. They're going to be way too late to
get the Dragon. They unfortunately just delayed their resets, which now has put them way too far behind, and they can't team fight like we mentioned. They just don't have a comp that's going to be able to team fight effectively. So essentially, Formulation have pick of the litter in terms of these first objectives. Now, saving grace, Snitch obviously knew that was the case, has headed over towards the side lane, picked up some plates in his favor, and has now got a 500 gold lead on the Don. So really now looking towards Snitch. Random's quite far behind at this point. He needs some plates in his favor to get back into the game. But remember, this, the Rick's win condition is quite obvious. It's pretty much only split push. They can't actually take skirmishes and teamfights unless they're smaller. So.
But that's something Riggs can do very well. 1-3-1 is kind of their bread and butter, right? So it's
some of the better decision making out of the teams in the Snapdragon Pro Series, especially when it comes to split push win conditions. So I think they definitely can make it work. But it's a bit more one-dimensional than I'm used to seeing from Riggs' drafts. Usually their drafts aren't as one-dimensional as this.
This is obviously the bonus of having the Alistair in there. You can get the headbutt in there.
Oh, the
Pulverize down, and that's going to be a dead call.
Didn't we get the charge?
And the charge never came through, and that's the bonus of having that Alistair in there.
Literally, the headbutt denies the charge, and then it resets completely. So that's absolutely brilliant there from Clue. Saved the day. I think
Look around too long, I think. Oh, he's got out!
Think he survives?
Yeah.
Yep.
A little bit of a mistake there from Core, to be honest, because he overstepped a little bit, but really nice proto-belt as well into the pulverize from Clue. That's your fight happening in Baron lane as well. Seven with the ulti.
And they're going to go for the tower. This is exactly the kind of play they want to make. Are they running double demolish? That's what I'd like to know, if they're running double demolish.
I mean, 7 already, 2 and 0. Has that Divine Sunder completed already, so his jungle clear is going to be even quicker now. Going for a bit more of a tankier build after this, because he has the aftershock, so he wants to go for them damage for the defensive stats, but really good advantage to try and get Random ahead.
Oh, Random gonna get rooted out here. Will manage to flash away though from Quo. In terms of damage and gold, they actually managed to equalize 1,000 gold back in Riggs' favor, despite the fact they lost the Dragon, because they got all those plates at the top.
Yeah, that play right there with 7 teleporting over to force a 2v1 in the side lane is probably something that you're going to see a significant amount of this game. Either on Snitch to help him match into the Don, or obviously on Random to help him take towers more quickly and beat out Zawa. So that's something that I think Vex is going to have to be very hot on. He's going to have to be essentially playing a bit of roulette about, is he going to choose Baron lane or bot lane to hover around so that he can try and impact that. The other thing is obviously we have Scour, who has got a semi-global ultimate, who can join these fights and make the difference too, but it does mean they're going to have to draw resources away from controlling objectives. They're going to have to draw resources away from pushing in this mid lane, which is nigh on impossible versus a Lux anyway, of course. But I mean, it's that little play there, Stu, is exactly what Ricks want to do to win this game.
Yeah, they're going to keep doing that over and over again. You can see 7 at the moment just clearing through the jungle, but yeah, Snitch down in the bot lane. You got Random up in the top lane with obviously Clues there at the moment. I think the big thing was for Rix was they just denied so much gold from the tower plating from that.
And that's it. I mean, look at the towers. Look at Rix's towers. Untouched, completely untouched. Not a single one of them has taken damage. I mean, there's what? 30 damage off the mid.
Formulation gets such a gold lead on Wukong on Zawa without actually taking a plate. That's what I want to know.
He got the one with the 1v1 kill, I guess. He kind of solo kill in the end.
Pulverize comes through. Zawa should be able to back away from this one though. There is the Stand United coming through, but it's a little too late. Doesn't matter. They're going to tower dive. Zawa goes down anyway. Now they can turn this on to Sko. They're still tanking out the tower. Clue's tanking as much as he can. In comes Doom to try and help out. He gets the shields down, and they should be able to back away freely. Another kill going Rix's way.
Loving the comment enchant from or Meteor, I say Comet, Meteor. The Meteor enchantment from Quo, just being able to clear out those waves consistently. Actually quite a nice heads-up play, knowing that just needs that to help alleviate some of these pushes onto the towers. They are pushing down mid, though, you can see right now.
That's why they're coming down. They're ignoring the Herald getting down there, but the tower is under pressure. Now they managed to catch Snitch off guard. Snitch gets taken down, and it is a 1-for-1 technically across the map there with Vex down as well. So in the end, they're going to go in, but it's another catch. Sko gets caught out. 7 taken very low, but he's got the shields to come through. Zawa taken out. It's going to just be his Mimic that will fall, and Zawa now is going to put the pressure on 7. That's a risky Herald.
The big thing is that Vex is still dead for 4 seconds, so this is Rix's only opportunity to try and get Rift Herald, but 7 is very low. They are just going to take it in the end and back away. Don maybe looking for a play.
Don absolutely wants to play. Goes to Blue. Should be able to. He lives the flash away, and now Random comes back in. He's going to get bound down, but there's nothing to come from it, and gets away. Clue, that's a double survival run from him on Alistair. Oh, Random, he stuck around too long possibly here. Don did catch him with the crest. When in comes Stand United. That's going to be back in the party. Can he get the taunt on Don? No, he can't quite land it. Max range, and now Random's in trouble. He's going to turn back around. Quote comes in, he's got no mana. Can't get involved. There's no use for the Karma with no mana at the moment. Don turns 7 goes back in. The taunt does land, but there's no damage to back it up, and that's going to be Don backing away, back and forward action. Good God, I need a breath.
I mean, meanwhile, mid lane as well. Snitch actually dies in the mid lane. Clue's going to get towered over as well. He dies. It's an absolute fiesta at the moment. There's action happening all across the map. They're trying to get the mid lane tower. They are going to take the mid lane tower.
They lose first tower of the game, though.
Yeah, they do lose the first tower of the game in the Baron lane, but top lane for mid lane tower, I think Rix will take that trade.
Okay, right, that started off with an absolutely baller play from Clue. Absolutely insane play from Clue on the Alistair. Then it just proceeded into several ints in a row.
Like I said, fiesta. It was the perfect way.
And like Random's like, oh, they're not going to be at the top side. I'm going to go clear this wave. Nope, they're right there, Random.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is obviously while it's great that 7 can come in with Stun Unite, gives that big shield. There's not a lot of damage to follow up. Random's in trouble. He's not going to get away from this one this time around. The Stun Unite
again.
Got 7, but there's no thing to follow through. He gets the taunt down.
They're going to kill him.
Oh, they're going to get scoped and gold. 7 can get 1. Can he get the second? Gets the taunt onto Don. He will get Don down. Now, can he turn it onto Scope? No, I don't think so.
4-0-2 now. Shen Jungle, game number 1, has the Rift Herald to take that top lane tower as well. Time and time again, 7 is basically AFK ulting Random every single time he has the opportunity. You can see the formulation are trying to shut down Random, but it's so difficult against the Stand United from Shen.
You can see Rix, though, they are pretty keen to contest this Dragon. Of course, this is where the real test comes in. That Herald has been dropped top. Can they delay long enough for Herald to get another charge, potentially even push onto that second tier tower?
I was wondering whether Clue had enough mana to do the combo, actually, but he does.
Oh, the strikes!
It doesn't manage to get the pulverized down. The headbutt came in, but it got instantly stopped out. They are going to force him away from the Dragon, though, and Formulation don't want any of this. They're going to try and switch it around. The Dragon now going to get taunted
Rix
out.
Need to take this.
In there. Clue's going to be the man that comes in. Zawa goes in. He tries to go through. It will be 7 that gets the Dragon. Saved once again. Another death-defying jump from 7 works out. And I tell you what, Formulation are all so low. They've got to back away. Random goes down. Vex goes down.
Stand United again in the bot side onto Snitch this time.
Back onto Skull, but look at Zawa. Zawa's got nothing. 7's trying to get towards him. Don's got nothing, but they're all going to try and recommit. They're all so low at the moment. There's multi-kill going on here. Doom comes in, he could have cleaned up, but it's not going to be the case, and they get themselves another.
Bro, Clue right now, absolute beast on the Alistair, saved Doom from Vex at the very last moment, and somehow Rix deny the second Dragon stack and actually take FMG on in a teamfight situation. We didn't think it was going to be possible given the comps, but they managed to split the team up. Vex dive into the back line, everybody was kind of split, and that's exactly the kind of fight that Rix need to ensure that they're coming out on top here.
I mean, they just completely lost control of the Dragon Pit. From Formulation, Vex got completely poked out by Doom, had to use his jump away, didn't have the stasis enchant either to dial that. We're going to take a look back at the replay. But yeah, Vex basically gives up on the Dragon in the end. Doom is completely isolated against Vex, but Clue flashes in to make sure that Kha'Zix can't get the isolated damage, and 7 on this Shen is being such a huge tank as well at the same time. You see the Stand United also comes in afterwards to try and help him, try and take out Sko. You can see Zal's here as well, but look at his healing on this first ability. Wait for it, boom. bunch of health gets taken back. Dons tries to jump back in as well. Even though 7 dies here, he does so much damage because he has the Divine Sunderer, he has the Sunfire stack, he now has Spirit Visage completed as well, which means he's going to get even more healing from the Divine Sunderer. Great performance by 7 so far. I mean, he's 1,000 gold ahead. Shen jungle against
Kha'Zix. He's having a really, really good game on this Shen jungle. And as you mentioned, there was a result of some of the changes in the last patch to make Shen jungle a bit more effective because his clear speed was really poor before the last patch. So, yeah, good stuff from 7. Really doing well. 12k gold in his back pocket. Of course, will eventually need to rely on his team to be a bit more of the damage output. Shen does drop off in terms of his own damage input, you know, as the game progresses. And you can see Don is looking pretty scary on the opposite side as well. Snitch has to be careful here.
He's not going to get away with this one, or is he going to get the help from 7? No. Oh, Clue was there, so we know Clue can save the day, and he manages to get away once again. 70 kills. What a wild game to start things off.
Great flash by Snitch there to be able to escape. Interestingly enough, the 7's actually gone for a recurve bow, so I actually don't know what he's really going for as his 4th item here. Maybe
I would
Wit's
say
End,
Wit's
maybe,
End. I would say probably Wit's End, just because.
But then he has a health crystal as
Don's
well.
in trouble. Don's getting collapsed on the top lane. He can see he's going to get caught out. There's nothing they can do about this one. He's walking straight in. Clue's even going to join the party. Sko comes in, but that's straight into a pulverize. Now the rest of the team arrives. Snitch is trying to get away from this one. Vex is all over him. Trying to get the isolate. Clue comes in to stop the isolate. Pulverizes him away. And now where's Sko going to go? Vex just abandons him. Sko flashes away. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can't leave a Jax alone. He's just going to keep on pushing through. Where's Sko going to go? He's going straight into the waiting hands of Random. Gets the jump, gets the slam, counter-strike, not going to quite proc in the right time. A great knock-up coming out there from Zhao. It manages to try and stop them. Vex is back from base, and he comes back in. Zhao goes down. Vex has been back and healed up and come back full hit points, looking for that isolate on Clue.
I mean, Stu, you saw right there why the Kha'Zix struggles in these situations. He knew he couldn't get anywhere close to that fight. The best he could do is spam Void Spikes, which is why you've seen him evolve Void Spikes, because you kind of have to in these situations. Like, spam Void Spikes and wait for someone to make a misstep is somehow how you have to play Kha'Zix in teamfight situations.
I mean, you can also see that Random is having an absolute field day against Zhao now. You know, it wasn't in the side lane this time, it was just in the mid lane. He actually went for Hole Breaker as the second item, which is not normally what you see on this Jax, as you take a look back at the replay, but another crazy exchange on the top side. League of Stasis, that's what we love to call it. Actually, Formulation did really, really well to actually rotate around. You can see 7, as Vex was trying so hard to keep Snitch alive, but again, the stand united, the shield on top is enough to keep Snitch alive, and this was just Sko and Zhao trying to, defend themselves. But yeah, as soon as Vex comes in here, like, you can't jump. Who do you jump on top of? You jump on top of Random, Clue, and 7. Yeah. They're all tanky. You can't one-shot them. The only ones you can really jump onto is Snitch and Doom. But Doom has all the shielding, not only from his, second ability, you also have the Shen ulti on top of that, and it's just so difficult for Vex to play this game.
The gold is really even right now. Only about 1,000 difference between the two teams, but if you look at Rix, they've done exactly what they needed to. They've denied a dragon stack all the way to 3. Of course, the Infernal Dragon spawning in 10 seconds will be important. And they've got to this stage of the game where obviously now Random's 4 items essentially. He's completely sort of steamrollering ahead of his opposition in terms of Zhao, as he's going to be very comfortable in the side lane situation. Rix, Snitch is struggling a little bit versus Don, but ultimately that split push win condition is technically activated for Rix right now, and they've been able to deny early objective stacking too, which is even better.
Well, the Infernal up. It's the target. Both just have 1 apiece at the moment in terms of dragons. You can see there's the Void Spike's doing as much as they can from Vex, and he is going to start leashing out that dragon. Obviously, we have in the top lane 7 just continuing to shove that wave in.
Who's going in?
He joins the party with Stand United here, which he's going to. He's coming down onto Vex. Vex has been isolated from this one.
He's gone.
Never can't quite catch him, but it doesn't matter. That means the jungler is out of there. Random's had to back out of the fight. Cole's going to get picked on. He's going to be the focus fire at the moment, 7, and Random trying to do what they can.
Oh, the flash!
The flash taunt comes across. Sko's going to be next. Random looking for the counter-strike. Gets it. Manages to land it down. That's a pounce in, and Vex can try and isolate once again here. Will get 7 down. Random comes in. The counter-strike. Has he got it ready?
7!
Yes, he does. The counter-strike lands.
Watch out! Penta!
In all trouble. Can he get the Penta through? He's going to get left.
Yeah!
The Penta kill in Valencia from 7.
Game number 1, he brings out the Shen jungle. 7 has always been the player that's like question marks. Is he going to perform on the main stage in Valencia? He comes out with a pentakill kill in game number 1.
Shen, bro! Shen, let's go!
You have the aftershock for the tankiness, you have the Divine Sundra for the extra damage, the Sunfire is ticking and ticking and ticking constantly throughout this entire team fight, and it actually looked pretty good for Formulation because Don was so healthy throughout pretty much the whole of the team fight, but 7 on this Shen did enough to, use the Stand United to clue onto the back line. As we take a look back at the replay.
Let's take a look back here. Right, so Vex immediately out of the fight, gets caught by Doom's ultimate, I think, as he jumps over the walls. He can't join the fight, has to go back and smite something, get a bit of HP back. The split fight is exactly what Ricks want at this point in time, but Formulation do a really good job of coalescing back together, bringing it back to a team fight where their CC is going to land on multiple people. You just mentioned there that brilliant taunt, but watch 7 again. He maintains vision for an ever so slight moment to allow Random to jump over the wall and get the kill done, and at this point, Random joins back in, has the
Look how low he is.
Takes down, he has loads of magic resist stacked up from the Wit's End as well, so, able to just take out Don at the very end, and very nice of Random to donate the Penta back over to...
I gotta be honest, obviously when 7 jumped over with the Counter-Strike, I assumed he'd got the kill, but it was obviously the tick of either the Sunfire, I'm not sure what it was, the tick that got him in the end there. It must have been the Sunfire
I think the jump strike landed, but it wasn't enough to kill him, and then I think either the Sunfire or the red tick,
buff.
the red buff tick
might have been red
finished it off, but it was actually...
Stand United again.
Snitch and 7 back to the party on Don, and that's the problem. Don is just not being allowed any time to get away with this fight, and you can see, well, he is just an absolute unplayable monster right now. Vex has been forced out of the fight. He's not getting involved. In comes the Counter-Strike, and I gotta be honest, Formulation, they fell out of this game now.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too far behind this point. Quo is just going to be forced out too. Scowl trying to desperately provide enough respite for his team to back out. Zawa's over the wall.
A little mistake. It's all right, Random. He can let him get away with that one. And that's going to be the Dragon going their way. It will be the Elder, of course, for Ricks as well here.
And Random is so strong at this point as well. He can just run around the team fight and do whatever he wants to. Doom being able to survive onto the back line. Snitch as well there. 7's going to join in. It's a 5 versus 3 at the moment. Elder Drake going to be secured by Ricks unless Vex can somehow flash and dash onto the Elder, but no. Elder Dragon goes over to Ricks now, which pretty much gives them full advantage over this Baron buff if they want to go for it as well. But with this Elder buff and the burst damage that comes through from Doom and the consistent damage of, Random and 7, I think it's way too much for Formulation to even try and contest at the moment.
You don't really see this too much, because obviously Locket got changed a few patches ago to be only magic damage, and there are very few circumstances where Locket is actually good now. One of them is Ziggs. You often see it picked up against Ziggs. But in this time, you've got loads of AoE magic damage from both Diana and Karma, plus a little bit from the sort of the tanky-ish Scowl on the Galio. So Doom going for that in these teamfight situations is giving them a bit more of an edge in terms of defensive capability.
And on top of that as well, so he has the extra magic shield from the Locket, and he's also going for Crystalline Reflector as well on the Lux, which is something we don't really see too much because you want to really go for a lot of burst damage. So he doesn't go for the protect enchant for the team.
They know it's coming. They know it's happening.
Oh, they bind onto Vex!
Vex got caught in the light binding. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Snitch did get caught out, but he's managed to survive through it. But Kingston comes to Stand United. The Galio managed to come in and slam, make a mark, but it's not going to be enough. Snitch will take him down. Meanwhile, we can see in the kill feed, 7 is popping off once again, forces them away. Vex and Skull down, and that is, of course, Jungler picked off.
There's been a lot of questions, Stu. A lot of questions over the course of the last split, and whenever we talk about jungle, people talk about Vex, they talk about Zefta, they talk about everyone, and it's always like, 7's there, right? But he's never really considered the top. I think he's making his name at the very last Wild Rift tournament. Actually, I'm going to go out. I'm going to go out as the best jungler in Wild Rift EMEA, and no questions asked.
I think one thing's safe, Shen's banned next game.
I mean, it's so exciting to see Shen jungle in the first game because I was thinking maybe we see like Darius jungle that did get the buff, but instead we see Shen jungle.
This is your time, Don. This is
the TP comes in as well from Vex.
Just to try and go
Moves very low. They could do this.
Out, try and leash it through. They're not going to report it. Oh, who got the smite down? Of course, 7 gets it down. Don is going to get picked up. Look at that aggression.
Oh my God, the shield.
Look at the size of the shield onto Clue as the Stand United comes in from 7. And now the God is unleashed. Zawa Cyclones to try and get away, but he's going to get caught in a taunt. There's nothing he can do with the 7 monster. 13, 14, 1 and 6 now as he continues to grind on through. He's going to try and tank the tower up. That may be one too far, but he still manages to survive as he stasis.
Shields are going to come in as well. The Elder Dragon is gone, but now they have the Baron buff to try and finish this game. They take out one inhibitor. They're going to try and finish this first game.
They've only got the double cannons. That's all they've got. Here comes the conga line in the next one. That's a great pull-in, actually. That's a little dangerous for Rix, and they may get caught out here, but no, look at the damage. The taunt comes across once again from Seven. Seven continues to just munch his way through the formulation team and finishes the game. Random in the end there, but a 15-1-6 jungle from Shen. I don't think I'd ever seen in my League of Legends career, a Wild Rift career, but a 15-1-6 from Seven. Absolutely bonkers from the jungler.
You see a little fist pump from Seven right at the end there. You saw it on his camera, he just kind of went, yeah. You know, like, he knew he had a good game. He
is absolutely pumped, and that is a huge confidence boost.
We talked about it when he came on stage. He was the guy that was like fidgeting, like they were all standing from the podium. He actually walked into Snitch because he was so sort of like pumped into the zone. Yeah, it's crazy stuff, but what a start!
He knew, and you know, huge credit to Dooms and Mozilla as well. You know, the coaching staff of.
I just wish we had the
draft. They would have planned that.
I wish we had the draft that was right.
I would have been so pumped to see Shen jungle, and then it got swapped, and we was like, wait, is it Shen Baron lane now? But I mean, we're going to take a look back at the replays. This was a messy first game, though. This was absolutely insane. I mean, there were so many little skirmishes throughout the whole of this game. But the big thing was that Seven got an advantage in the early game. He used that Stand United to not only defend random, but also get a few kills from himself, and that gave him enough gold to get him items to get him to our shot point. It's really
important that actually what we saw from Rix was playing towards their direct win condition. They didn't get drawn into messy fights where they didn't need to. They gave up both first objectives because they knew at that stage in the game there's no way that they beat a Diana and a Galio in a coordinated team fight. So they played towards their win condition. Their win condition was leave Snitch getting plates on the bot side of the map. So Snitch got a load of plates on the bot side of the map. No one contested him. And then obviously ulting onto random over and over again to alleviate some of that that issue that you had versus Zara in the laning phase. And then donate the gold from the plates and the towers over to him from that as well. So
donated pentakill, by the way, which is there. Because they're like random credit to random to make go on, mate.
Random could have easily been like, I don't care, it's not your pentakill.
So often for all my years and decades in esports, like especially League of Legends, they'll be like, it's just about securing the kill. It doesn't matter whether it's a pentakill or not. In like pro games, especially in finals, they're just like, it didn't matter.
You know what's crazy?
And this one, they're just like, yeah, go on, have it.
You know what's crazy? Thinking back, LAN finals in Europe, the only 2 pentakills we've had is on Shen. 7 in this game, and then Acolyte in the finals in WREC in Barcelona. Shen was also on Shen Baron lane as well. Two pentakills at LAN in Wild Rift in Europe, and they've both been on Shen.
Shen just
That's
broken.
ridiculous.
Absolutely bonkers game. We're going to go to break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, obviously game 2 getting ready to go. Rix are 1-0 up after that immense performance from Seven. We'll see you in a few, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Pro Series is brought to you.
Hello all and welcome to DHL Pro Tips. Today we are going to be diving into the world of Wild Rift. We'll be talking to the support player Floor from Team Queso. He's going to be talking to us a little bit about how to play support at a professional level, but also some tips for solo queue. To kick us off though, Floor, what are the differences between support enchanters and support tanks, and like what are the pros and cons of each?
The first type is enchanters. Champions like Lulu, Janna, Nami, Yumi, Karma. They are great at wave management and applying a lot of dominance in lane. They are great at counter-engaging in teamfight. They scale very well, especially when paired with an hyper carry, like Jinx, Tristana. Their cons is that they are very squishy and they don't have engage tool. So their positioning is very important. The second type is engagers. It's like Nautilus, Rakan, Galio, Alistar, Leona. They are great at playing dominance in the skirmishes, like Scuttle Fight, Invade, or roaming and diving. In lane, their goal is to not lose too many HP until they have the ability to hold new, so most of the time it's at around level 3. Their cons is that they get outscaled pretty fast by ADC plus enchanters, and they are more demanding in terms of macro, like knowing when to roam, for example, and game knowledge, like knowing if this engage will work or not.
Cheers, Floor. Can see there's loads of differences between Enchanter and Engage supports to think about. But for me as a solo queue support main and a lot of people at home, how do you climb solo queue as a support? Like, what do we do to climb the ranks? And also, when should we look to roam? Because I know that's really important too.
If you are way more impactful than the enemy support every single game, then you will climb with ease. To do that, you need to get a lot of small lead, like advantage in lane, roam when you need it, set up and shot call objectives, play teamfight very well, etc. Be mindful of the wave in your lane before roaming. It should almost always be cleared before you move. Otherwise your ADC will most likely die. But if you clear your wave first, even if your roam doesn't work, the outcome will be neutral. You should look your team and ask yourself who is the most likely champion to carry the game if I fed him. So for example, if you have 2-0 Gwen on the side, it's very good to help her snowball her lead. On the contrary, if you have an hyper carry on ADC, like Tristana or Jinx, you should stay most of the time with her. That being said, the best champions right now in solo queue are probably Karma or Lulu Yumi for enchanters, and Rakan or Nautilus for engagers.
Thank you so much, Floor. I feel so much better equipped to go into solo queue as a support now, knowing how to roam and also which champions to pick. Thank you so much for your time, Floor, from Team Queso, the support player. And also thanks to you guys for watching here at the DHL Pro Tips for Wild Rift.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, and we are here after, well, I don't think anyone expected that. A pentakill in game one. We only had one pentakill throughout the entirety of the group stages, obviously from Mumu of Team Queso, but now 7 on Shen. Delivers a pentakill, a godlike pentakill as well. Really, I would say stretched team fighting, which is kind of what you expect with Shen.
I think that's kind of the story of the whole game, really. I think it was just a lot of, there wasn't really any 5v5 team fights, I feel like, at times. It was a lot of just skirmishes.
Non-stop.
Exactly, it was a lot of like split up team fights. Yeah, exactly, split skirmishes, which, as you said during the game, Scoundrel is a perfect thing for Rex, because with their team comp, they didn't want to go for the team fights because the AoE from the likes of Diana, from the likes of Galio. But yeah, as you mentioned, Shen jungle game number 1. I'm pumped now. I did not expect Shen jungle game number 1.
I mean, so you've got to go for the Shen ban now, right? I mean, 16, 1 and 5 at the end there. It's absolutely bonkers stats for game 1 for a jungler.
I mean, if you think game number 1 from what formulation banned, they banned Aatrox, Yone, and Gwen. What one of them champions do you leave out, though? I think that's the problem that formulation have now, is that you kind of have to leave out one of them champions if you want to ban out the
well, they'll be blue side now, I imagine, so they'll go.
They'll pick the side.
Wait, no, they were on blue side.
They were on blue side already. Yeah, they were on blue side because they got the Karma first pick. So they first picked the Karma for
It's interesting that they self-ban Yone, because we know that Don loves that champion. So it's interesting that they self-ban that blue side, because usually you want to force red side to ban the OPs, and you just kind of ban whatever else you want to. But yeah, well, let's see if the draft shifts up on this.
The only thing is maybe they just don't feel comfortable, especially with the Aatrox as well. Like I said before, in other regions, Aatrox has just been first pick or first ban, mainly on red side. You normally leave it up on blue side to try and make sure that you can get that first pick priority. Aatrox can be flexed in multiple roles as well, can be played in the Baron lane, can be played even in the mid lane and even in the jungle. So I think there's a bit of adaptation that formulation needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd say Gwen or...
Gwen's pretty solid. I think the thing about
Gwen... rounded, I would say.
Yeah, I think about Gwen is I think she's quite user dependent. Not everybody's super comfortable with Gwen. And also because she's an AP Baron laner, sometimes it can kind of mess up. Like, you don't want an AP Baron laner, an AP jungler, and an AP bot, like, or an AP mid, right? So it's all about shifting things up a bit.
I think the scary thing about Gwen is just the scaling of Gwen. Yes, once you get 3 items with Gwen, once you get the Rift Maker and the Nash's Tooth and the Death Cap, just way too strong.
Of course, none of this would be possible, guys, without our sponsors. We got to get the sponsor call-outs. Anyone that's been watching the Snapdragon Pro Series throughout. Obviously, Snapdragon, helping out throughout.
Oh,
your
is it my time?
Samsung Galaxy. It's not your time. You can get it out if you like. It is the Samsung Galaxy Z4 as actually owned by Kiernan here. We're seeing his actual background with his password.
There you go. I'm not going to do my password on stream. But there you go.
That is actually his own phone. He
unfold my gaming world.
There you go. Hashtag sellout, Kiernan.
You know what's actually really
but it's
funny?
actually it is his own phone.
Do you know what's actually funny? I actually bought this phone specifically for gaming. So when I lost my phone in an Uber in Cologne, actually. I lost my phone in an Uber.
Somewhere at Gamescom it was lost.
Somewhere at Gamescom it was lost. And I said, okay, right, I need to get a new one. Went back and I was like, okay, I've got the choice between several. I was like, I want, because I've got big fat boomer hands. I was like, I need a phone that's going to have slightly more real estate to be able to play games on. So I got my my folds out to be like a mini tablet, and it's really good. It's beautiful. Yeah.
I noticed chat. I know you noticed. I know you notice all the time, right?
Good story.
It's got it folded up to get the guns out. You see this? Guns are on show, boys. The guns are on show. He has unleashed his beast. I've unleashed my beast this morning. I've started early on a monster. I'm not gonna lie.
You got one open up already over there.
Cracked open an assault.
I don't think you can see that on camera really, no.
And of course DHL for all the excellent deliveries that they've been making. And actually, probably most of you at home are going to have some DHL deliveries for Christmas as well, as helping out us all to get our deliveries in time. Especially me, obviously living in Cologne, so all my UK family are going to kind of like either drive over there or deliver something. I don't know
there you go.
Of course, Brexit causes a problem for that.
Going down a rabbit hole.
Thanks, Brexit. Thanks, Brexit. Okay.
Back to the second.
Back to the game, boys.
Back to the Wild Rift.
Okay. Before I start going off on a political tangent, and everybody in chat talking about your guns.
No, let's not talk about my guns.
Beautiful.
Speaking of gun shows, Leon obviously is going to be. It's going to be in the background there. Like we obviously did. It was Origin Series years ago in Stockholm. It's actually only a year ago.
It feels like years ago.
Yeah, it was back in Stockholm, and obviously he was the vocal support, effectively. And I'm pretty sure when you were hearing the Pentacle, you could hear someone yelling. I'm almost certain it was Leon in the background.
Leon's got that kind of personality.
You know what'd be really interesting? Obviously, Leon is the sub and was the sub throughout the entirety of the group stage. I'm very curious if at some point they actually sub him in.
Just for fun.
Not even just for fun, but maybe just for mind games and just for maybe there's a champion that Leon might play. Obviously, Graves Baron Lane we saw yesterday was one of his most played picks. Back all the way back in.
If you want a Camille or a
Origin
Graves
Series.
specialist, you just put.
And honestly, that's something that Rix has now, because Formulation, they don't have a sub anymore, because obviously Zal's here and Sneaky wasn't able to make it, so maybe they do something, but they're not going to do it for this game.
No. So let's try and follow the pick and bans. Just hoping it's right this time.
Rix is now blue side because they banned Varus first. So there's a little bit of changes. So Formulation actually decided to go red side this time instead of blue side.
Yeah, the graphics not helping with the red and blue there, is it really? But
we did it yesterday. It was more like stage side, like you said.
Yeah, stage
so
side.
Stage side. So Yone banned out, so Formulation will be red. So there'll be it would have been Formulation's choice to go red side as well as the losing team. So Carly being banned out. Standard, same bans for Rix so far from game one and from Formulation, actually.
Nothing changing just yet. Interesting to see if the Shen jungle is potentially going to be banned away here from Formulation. There it is. There you go. You take out the Shen. Now you leave either Aatrox open or you leave Gwen open. Gwen has been a very powerful pick in other regions, especially in the jungle. As I mentioned before, once you get 3 items with Gwen, even though she did get a little bit of a nerf in the early game, you just become pretty much unkillable. Once you get a few items, you deal a lot of damage.
Is banned,
Shen taken away.
And the Gragas, so same bans from Rix as game one. Formulation making the adjustments. Of course, it will be Rix with first pick, but it does give Formulation the double pick, obviously counter.
So do they go for the Karma first pick like Formulation did, or do they have something else maybe up their sleeves? There's a Gwen. So Aatrox is open.
Aatrox is open.
If Rix want to pick it, it really depends if Randomers 7 have practiced it. And no, it's not going to be an Annie again.
No.
Messing with our minds, please.
Stop.
Because it's the first champion with the first letter. So
well, it's going to be random that will make the first champion choice as well anyway. So.
Yeah, it should be if we follow.
Well, if we've got the graphic, maybe it's Formulation on blue side.
Who knows?
Who knows at this point?
Low, yeah. We'll figure out. Someone turn the camera upwards.
If you're just joining, it's not Annie. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's not Annie.
It's not going to be Annie. If I see Annie, I mean, I think I've seen it all already. So, Formulation have first?
So Zed.
Oh no, Zed was the first. So Zed was the first pick.
And then looking like Lux has maybe come in there. Yeah, the stats are still wrong, I believe, as well. Still a 45% win rate still showing.
So Zed first picked. So no Aatrox just yet. And that does mean... Wait, so... Oh, I thought I just saw a flash on 7 there. So... okay, I'm even more confused.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for it to...
Am I tripping, or does blue side always have first ban, don't they? Yeah, so Rick should be blue side. So
yeah,
I'm really confused about
Rick's are definitely blue side. It's anyone's guess at the moment. I'm going to roll a dice.
Should we roll a dice?
Roll a dice. See who's out there, yeah.
See what champion it's going to be. But I mean, Zed first pick instead of the Aatrox. Oh, there is the Aatrox.
Well, there's the Aatrox and there's a Wukong just popped in. So to say hi. So I mean, Aatrox is
Formulation first pick. I'm confused now.
Well, it's going 1-1, which is not right because it doesn't go 1-1. It goes 1-2.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah,
it's just it's.
Anyway, Aatrox. we finally get the Aatrox. Obviously, a new champion that wasn't available, wasn't even announced, I don't think, when the group stage was even running for the Snapdragon Pro Series. As I mentioned, can be flexed in the jungle, can be played in the barrel lane as well for random. Mortis is going to be picked up again. Karma as well for the AP damage. So again, we're seeing a different side of things this time in the duo lane. In the first game, we saw Doom on the Lux and Core on the Karma. Now we're just going to have it completely flipped the other way around. But Wukong in the barrel lane again for Zawa. Had a decent time in the first game. I think, he basically got the solo kill onto random at level 1, but I think just with that matchup against the Jax, as you mentioned, in the first game, it's so difficult when it gets to a point where Jax basically split pushes.
It's a bit of a harder matchup into the Aatrox as well. He can kind of trade for you blow for blow, matches your range of your golden staff, so it's not exactly like you can kind of get those free trades off like you could do more effectively versus the Jax. Going to add in the Karma. Now, would not be surprised. That's obviously going to go either to Clue or Doom. I think it really depends on what they want to do with the rest of their comp. If they're trying to go down another situation where they want side lane split pushing, then obviously probably best to give it to Doom just for the consistent wave clear, because Karma's roaming potential is not that good. And I think you do need something to match the roaming potential of the Nautilus here. Obviously, Alistair has been banned away.
So it's actually same bans all across the board for Rix, with the Garen and Aurelia also going out because of the Zed pick. So expect probably another Diana in there, I guess.
We still don't know what the pick is, but I love how it flashes up and it's just like the face of Doom. It's just like, oh, the stats pop up, but there's no champion. Yeah, Doom is or it might be Dooms, who knows? Doom and Dooms. Might be their coach. They're just picking their coach. Like, sub in coach, come in Dooms, give us a game, show us what you got. You see them both standing behind the players as well. Doom's
looking very smart, by the way, I should say.
Bazilla's always looking smart. He's always suited and booted.
Yasuo and
Braum. Interesting. So Braum for Clue, which is actually one of his most played champions during the group stage. And actually is pretty decent. You're against the Nautilus, so you can bring up your shield, once you get engaged on, especially with the Lux as well. Yasuo, though, there are plenty of knockups. It does look like it's probably going to be Yasuo for Don in the mid lane against the Zed as well.
It's not terrible. I mean, I think the thing is about, an effective wind wall placement can really shut down any 1v1 potential there. Plus, you're giving Don something that he's known for, right? Don is kind of known for his Yasuos, his Yone play, so this is something that he's going to feel pretty comfortable on. The Braum, big brain, man. I actually love the Braum in this situation. Obviously not great versus the Lux, but so good at shutting down things like the Wukong in the middle of the team fight and the Yasuo in the middle of the team fight as well.
And it was, I believe it was Clue that played the Braum before a couple of times in League that did it.
That's what I mentioned.
Well.
Yeah. It was the second most played champion.
Very well. It is going to be the Diana choice as we expected for the Don, and the Morgana getting through till the last pick. Was like such a high ban priority for so long.
I think this is actually Diana for Vex in the jungle. So obviously the Yasuo is already picked for the mid lane.
Of course,
so it's probably going to be Diana jungle for Vex, which is a carry jungler, which we've seen played
before. Shout out to Kasim, by the way. I see him in the crowd. One of fellow content creators. But yeah, Morgana jungle for 7. So that means that Aatrox is going to go up into the Baron lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we were talking a little bit about Aatrox jungle, but I think it is more effective in the Baron lane mostly. Very, I mean, if you've watched any PC League in the last year, you'll know that the Diana Yasuo combo is pretty dirty. It does function in a similar way in Wild Rift, although maybe not quite as instantaneous as you'd get on the PC.
Yeah, I guess because in PC League it's instant with the ulti, isn't it? Whereas Wild Rift you have to charge it up, so you have to actually time the Yasuo ulti to make sure that you charge it.
You charge it on you can charge it on PC, right? But it's a bit more.
I thought it was instant. I thought the knockup was instant on PC. Anyway, we're going down a PC route.
I thought
we're talking about when the Moonfall comes in, right?
Yeah,
the knockup, it helps the Yasuo.
It just feels more instant because of the way that you do tap on. Anyway, we're going down. We're going down like keyboard versus tap at that point.
You've got the Cyclone, you've got the depth charge, you've got
it's a good Yasuo comp, is what I'm trying to say. Ignore all the random crap I just spouted out. It's a good Yasuo comp.
But I mean, it's a good Yasuo comp, but also I think Rix have a pretty good counter against the Yasuo. You know, you got the Brom that can be there to try and
use
the passive to be able to try and stun the Yasuo. You also have the Morgana as well, which if they time it right if Don doesn't have the wind wall, then he can get binded. He can just get knocked up constantly from the Aatrox at the same time, bursted down by the Karma. So I mean, it's one of Don's specialties. He has a poster behind him back at home, back when he's playing at home, but he's playing in Valencia now. Don mid on the main stage.
So here we go, game 2. This is obviously for a place in the final for Rix. If they come out on top in this game, they're going to get straight through to that finals. Everything happening today, by the way, as well as the 3rd, 4th place playoff matchup, which will be following the Parla versus Viv game, which will be straight up after this. Interesting picks once again. I love it. I love the variation that these teams are showing. Obviously, if you think back to some of the league games, obviously they'd be generally just doing small variations of the same meta tactic that they've got set up, but they're definitely throwing different things out here. Obviously with the bans being affected, especially with the Shen change, which we had to expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got to take a bit of a moment to look at the team comps and look at kind of the win conditions. I think for Rix, again, smaller skirmishes still in their favor. They, still have that opportunity to go for the 1-3-1. They can go look for side lane pressure as well. Maybe not as effective as they could before. Snitch.
Oh, Snitch.
Yeah, almost going in on the Don very early on here. One of the things that I would say is that this time round, Formulation have a much more effective team comp at combating Rix's win conditions. Obviously, you know that Yasuo, insane scaling, great in both team fights and in the side lane pressure. And obviously, I think Wukong probably more effectively able to hold Aatrox accountable throughout the game. So, Formulation have better tools this time round to kind of deal with what Rix want to bring to the table. However, they still have teamfight threat. They still have teamfight presence. I will say kind of hinges on like the top side of the map. And I think, again, Rix not as strong in a straight-up 5v5 teamfight just because of the lack of like pure sort of easily applicable team-wide damage and easily applicable team-wide CC. So Rix, again, kind of need to pick their moments to fight. They need to invest their resources early to get their side lanes ahead. But overall, Zawa, let's be looking for that. Overall, Formulation have the tools to deal with Rix like they did previously. It's just about when and where they choose to go.
Early roaming coming out from Clue here, but I don't think he was expecting Skull and Vex to both be there. Zawa, I don't think he even got a hit there. He did. He got an assist goal off that as well. So First Blood once again going over the way of Formulation.
It's kind of the story of Europe and Wild Rift, always about the roaming supports. Clue up into the Baron lane, same with Sko as well. But I think Sko has the advantage, really. When you're roaming before level 5, when you don't have that Brom ulti available, Sko just has so much in his kit to be able to, Herc, you got the CC from the auto attack as well. He was able to lock down Random there in the end, who overstepped a little bit too far. So, again, advantage for Zawa. Yeah,
same story as last game.
Yep.
I mean, one of the things that I'll always praise Go for is he's actually a very, very, very strong roaming support. He's got great map presence and great map awareness. And again, this is why Nautilus was so highly contested between Clue and Skau, because it is just such an impactful support from the very early stages. Random, though, not going to let that dissuade him. Still going for the trades versus Zawa in the laning phase. It's a little bit rough for Rix off the get-go. It was a little rough for Rix in the first game, though. So we'll have to see how they take it from here. Again, first objective fights. Maybe not so bad to take a first objective fights at this stage in the game, though, because obviously Don's not going to be super powerful. One of the things that really kind of brings this comp together is the fact that you're expecting the Yasuo to be the primary threat as the game progresses. but still looking very strong for formulation in this second game of the series.
I think both teams want to scale, to be honest. You know, for the side of formulation, you have the deluxe scaling, like you said, the Yasuo scaling as well. I think you need a few items on Yasuo before he becomes, you know, really powerful. And it's the same with Rix though as well. You know, you want Karma, Zed, and Aatrox to scale up, and you know, you got two farming junglers with Diana and Morgana that are just gonna be sitting back farming for the whole of this early game. So nothing really too crazy happening. Just as you can see, most of the time it's just farming junglers. A little bit of a goal lead actually for Random in the Baron lane, even though he actually died early on. So he's still getting the advantage against the Wukong just because of, I mean, how much presence you can have as an Aatrox. I think Aatrox as a Baron laner is
Stutty.
So much healing, so much damage, so much crowd control as well. It's so difficult to deal with. But again, support's up towards this Baron lane. Baron lane is the main focus in this series so far.
And you can see Don's itemization favors side lane. He's gone for the Blade of the Ruining King early on rather than something like the Solari Charge Blade, which you sometimes see. So looking for more of that kind of like side lane pressure 1v1 potential. And obviously you're not going to get a huge amount of impact from the Serpent's Fang versus a Yasuo when you're playing on the Zed.
I think you have to. I think the thing is you have to go Serpent's Fang first.
You have to versus the counter, yeah. Versus
I mean,
Lux.
you're against Lux shields, Dyna shield as well, Nautilus shield, Yasuo shield, even though it's not that impactful against the Yasuo, but there's just so much healing.
Serpent's Fang on formulation actually into both.
Well, it's just Karma, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the Karma and I think it also does impact. It doesn't
impact magic shields.
It doesn't.
So it doesn't. No, so it doesn't work on Morgana's black shield. So that Morgana black shield will basically be untouched. So it's only really Karma, but
way late.
Yeah,
they're going to trade in the end because they were. I think they were expecting formulation to go to the Herald, looking at the Herald, saying, "Well, there's no one here," but that's because they're basically taking the dragon.
Yeah, and they're just going to try and funnel more gold into Random. This is exactly what they want. Seven going up towards the Baron lane, pushing the wave in, and they're just going to use this Rift Herald straight away. There you go. They're going to try and get it. Don actually getting the bad side of the trade here in the bot lane against Snitch, but
he used his ultimate, to be fair, so he kind of went all in. Oh, I think we're going to lose top lane tower.
Yep. And there's no trade on the opposite. Oh, Random. Okay. No one saw that flash. Don't worry, mate.
He's baited. He's just baited me.
I mean, that flash was definitely a flash.
It was unintentional.
It was a flash.
It
was a flash.
it was just mind games. Just like, yeah, I don't need my flash.
Well, Zawa, I think, going into that fight, realizing it's like, hang on a minute, he's got Black Cleaver completed. I do not have an item completed yet. He's going to back away.
I think he just wanted to try and clear the Rift Tower, try and do what he can.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's so difficult to try and defend the tower, especially when Random does have demolished. So, bit of a gold lead. I mean, it's only 200 gold lead though in the Baron lane. It's mid lane. Core actually has to flash away from the Aatrox. And this is the thing when playing against Aatrox, is that you just have so much pressure.
Ooh, on as well. Glacial Fissure did actually connect, but already got to the tower.
That prediction there from Kalu was actually very, very smart. Predicted the dash away. Quad now, no flash, he's caught.
Yeah, he's not getting away from that one, so the exhaust goes down as well. Random and Doom combining to get themselves their first kill of the game.
It's so difficult to step up if you're Core in the mid lane, especially when you're by yourself and the support is roaming around. Already had to blow his flash.
Sour
had to use his flash as well, so Random's just getting flash after flash. He's like, I'm going to use my own flash.
Reversal, depth
might have needed it now. Oh,
Sko is trying to look towards the prediction to see if any help was coming from Doom there, but didn't happen.
Flash diff. If Random had flash day, maybe we would have lived. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. Think about the flash from earlier on, yeah.
A full roam from Rix coming up towards to try and save this mid lane tier 1.
Well, Snitch is going to be there. Doom's going to try and catch him through. He's going to get the root down on Dom.
Oh, the binding!
Oh, look at the counter coming through. Doom's in all sorts of trouble. He gets picked off. It's a 2-0 so far. They may be able to get 7 down. They get the binding down as well. He gets exploded. And Clue drops as well. A 4 for nothing, I think, in the end. No, Dom went down.
Rix just got baited in the end. They tried to rotate to try and defend the mid lane tower, but instead of just defending mid lane tower, they also tried to skirmish. But you're playing skirmishes against a Lux binding, Lux ultimate as well. Exactly, in a choke point. And against the Diana as well.
It was super greedy from Rix. They could have just saved the tier 1 and left it at that, but they thought that there was a couple of low HP bars. Let's take a look back again. Doom goes in, Snitch thinks that he can kind of find something, a brilliant turn from Skau, and yeah, into a choke point. Lucent Singularity gets an absolute massive amount of value, and then obviously 7 right at the end that gets caught by a full combo from Quell, who just able to clean up that fight, and you have given a load of gold over to a Lux now.
I mean, Doom stepped forward and he tried to, you know, land the root onto Don, but the root actually wasn't out of range. He wasn't able to get the extra movement speed. But they do get another tower. Those 2 towers to 0 at the moment for Rix. They do have a lot of gold.
Oh, Clue.
Oh, though, Clue.
No, he's got the depth charge down. In comes Vex. Goodbye.
Bit rough in the side lanes. They do get the tower though, and they are rotating mid at this point also. Now Quo will just end up losing out.
I mean, they're just going to use mid lane tower here. They've used so much mid lane. So Rick's actually going to get all 3 outer towers before Formulation even get 1. 7 tier as well.
Ulti off, and Quo gets caught out. Now, are they going to be able to back away from this? The tower goes down. Zawa will just step away in the end. There was a flash burn further down. I didn't see who that was.
Really nice play from 7 in the end. They're going to try and contest the blue buff as well.
Oh, a little bit of an early
Smite
smite from 7, I think, yeah.
Unfortunate there, but again, Rick's controlling the map like they did in the first game. Rift Herald coming up in 10 seconds, so you're probably looking at resets now on the side of Rick's to try and defend this mid wave and also reset to spend gold for this next Rift Herald fight. So even though Formulation have all these kills, Rix have just taken over the map, which is what they did throughout the entirety of the group stage. You know, they play the map so well.
It's still even. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think Rix have got the towers, but the golds are even. So, you know, you look at Formulation, they've got a load of standing gold left in the map. Clue has to be a little careful here.
He gets the shield up this time.
I don't know, I just don't think Rix will... Oh, that's a brilliant ult.
Oh, Snitch! Snitch committing. They're looking for the fight. Both teams looking for the fight. Glacial Fisher catching 3 of them. Is it going to be enough? In comes the bindings as well. Clue tries to back away from this one. Random looking for the world end. Not going to happen. He managed to put it down, but he didn't quite get the kill that he was looking for on Scope.
Snitch actually could have got caught out there, but he uses his ultimate so well, and he's able to dodge not only the Diana ulti, but also the Northstar hook on top of that as well. Uses the second ability to get away, and that gives them priority over this Rift Herald. So second Rift Herald goes aside. I mean, it's kind of difficult to use Rift Herald though, because all your outer towers are gone. So I think the only time they can really use the Rift Herald is if they win a team fight, and maybe they could potentially take a tier 2 tower.
Quo's a little bit. I mean, what's going on here? Are they sacking second dragon? As soon as Diana shows top, they're sacking second dragon.
Tower for dragon, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is, like we said, there is standing gold on the map here for Formulation. Ping's going down. They are happy to give away the second dragon for free. It's about how much they can get on that top side of the map, but they're not going to go any further than the tier 1. Yeah, it's an interesting choice for me. That's an interesting choice because maybe they've used their ultimates, but they're all up, so...
Unless they just don't feel confident enough at the moment. I mean, even though they have a gold lead, yes, it's only a 1,000 gold lead, but maybe they just don't feel comfortable enough. Maybe they just want to allow the Yasuo to get some more items because he doesn't even have the Solari Charge Blade completed yet. I think once Yasuo does complete the Solari Charge Blade and potentially going into the Affinity Edge, that's maybe where they can look for a fight. You can see Vex as well now going towards the death cap. So I think we're just waiting for items. I think Formulation just want to scale up a little bit. Again, they have the kill advantage. They do... I mean, it's dead even in gold now. Even though Formulation have the lead in terms of kills, the Rift Heralds and also the towers have gone in favor of Rix.
Objective control, it seems to be what Formulation are lacking at the moment. Obviously, it's why they went for that singular tower. Snitch definitely caught out. Split lane 2 push. Way too far, way too deep there. He did have the single ward, obviously the Scuttle Crab ward down in the river, but had nothing in and around the blue there, which is when he went too deep.
Sorry, I'm going to say, stealing away jungle camps is nice here from Random.
I was just going to say that if Rix keep on getting caught out like that, it's so easy for Formulation to just get an instant kill in the side lane. You just use your Nautilus ultimate, that guarantees your Yasuo ultimate every single time because of knockup. And Snitch needs to be very, very careful in the side lane, because if he keeps getting caught over and over again, especially Random as well in the Baron lane, because we know Rix love to play the 1-3-1. We saw it in game number 1, but against this comp, you need to be very, very careful, because you have the, you know, the Lux ultimate as well at the same time.
Actually noticing that Random spending a bit more time with his team this game, because Aatrox is more effective in the skirmishes, is more effective in the team fights than the Jaxes. Trying to utilize the gold that he's generated to be a bit more impactful on the map. Rix, again, putting a lot of stock in Snitch in the side lane here, but we have the ultimate, and he's going to be... I think he's dead.
Oh, great stasis time in.
This is going to be enough to try and get him out of it. Yes, he will. Clue comes in. The rest of the team are collapsing as well. They've got to run away from this one. They need to get going. You can see the collapse coming through. Don will come across. Glacial Fisher lands. Don's going to be the focus target. 7 will catch him off guard. Now Zawa will be the focus. He tries to use his Cyclone to get away, but is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure. No, because Random comes in. Can't quite lock them down. Now Random's in trouble. He gets his stasis up. Clue gets in to try and get the scan aside, but it's not quite enough. They get caught as well as Don and Sko versus Random, the only 3 to go down so far.
Yep.
Snitch actually lived in it.
Snitch had about 1 HP off the back of that fight. Good collapse, but I think a bit of an overcommit from Random right at the end there. Should have taken a couple of free kills and walked away. Really, really nice outplay by Snitch, knowing that you can kind of bait with the stasis right at the end of that fight there. Draw Don and Shkao in as close as he could to the tower so the rest of his team could collapse. Good response from Rix overall, but it hasn't actually netted them anything other than not losing Snitch at this point in time. And Formulation technically pulling ahead in gold right now.
Take a look, back look at the replay. I mean, it all started with, again, Sko roaming down to this bot side. Snitch actually times the stasis perfectly so he doesn't actually get knocked up by the tornado and the Nautilus ultimate. As you mentioned, Scout, you know, the collapse did really well. 7 just flashing in, just guaranteeing the kill onto Don. A little bit of an overextension here, though. I feel like maybe Rix can just back off here. They already got the advantage with the kill, but Random flashes in, but does get caught by the combo from both Core and Vex. But look at the bot side as well. Look, he was like 1 auto attack away. I think Sko actually auto-attacked. I think Sko actually auto-attacked someone else and not Snitch in the end. So that was the difference between Snitch and
using the Herald there.
Vex ulti!
Because that's a great volley. Moonfall was fantastic, but is they got the follow through? It looks like they will. But I tell you what, 7 and Random are still putting the damage down. 7 finally falls now.
Hook again!
Double the hook once again. The dredge line has been spectacular from Sko, proving why the Nautilus has been banned multiple times.
And that is the wombo combo we were looking for. The beautiful flank from Zawa to set up Vex, and Vex gets a 5-man ulti into the Yasuo ulti from Don. The wombo combo that Formulation were looking for. There's nothing they can do to stop this Baron, and this is why Rix can't win out in a teamfight situation. If Formulation just execute the way they should, they don't win teamfights, and Rix got baited straight into a 5v5, playing away from where they should have done.
And I feel like this has happened basically 3 times in a row now, where Rix, again, you're seeing this replay, Rix is so far pushed up, they're trying to get a push on this Rift Tower, but Zawa actually uses his second ability to dash over the wall, but as you can see, the Vex ulti onto the Yasuo ulti, but again, it's a story with Rix, overconfidence again, Random overextending in both the side lanes, Snitch as well getting caught, and now in the mid lane, they tried to get the charge on the Rift Herald, they did get that tower in the end in the mid lane, that tier 2 mid lane tower, so that is a win for Rix, but they lose a team fight and now they lose the Baron.
Lose team fight and lose Baron for 1 tier. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it used silver linings, right? You take it, and now unfortunately with the Baron up, Rix can't actually execute on their side lane at all. The problem with their side lane win condition right now as well is that unfortunately Snitch can't really 1v1 anyone. He's not strong enough at this point in time, so they're actually struggling to make Snitch kind of effective in the side lane at this point in time. He will continue to push down this top side of the map. I think they've realized that the Infernal Dragon is just a no-go at this point in time, and I'm actually really struggling to see where the win condition for Rix comes from now. Like, where do you get your win condition? I think, you know, you're not winning side lanes, you're definitely not winning team fights. How do Rix win this game?
He has to come up with maybe a miracle at the moment. If they can maybe find a split skirmish like they did in the first game, maybe they can look for that. But with the Baron buff, Formulation weren't able to actually get a lot with this Baron buff. There's only 20 seconds left. They were only able to get 1 mid lane tower and 1 bot lane tower, so they weren't even able to get, you know, inhibitor towers, which is normally what you want to see, or at least tier 2 towers. But that was kind of the problem with Formulation, is in the early game, they weren't able to take any towers at all. It was Rix that were able to take the towers. So Baron seems like it was just like a delayed Baron, I guess you could say, like just delaying the late game. You know,
but the later this game goes, the better it is for Formulation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, it's obviously they take the Baron, but they don't really use it as a, you know, really big advantage. Like try and take the inhibitors. They're more using it to just try and get more gold in their pocket, which obviously is still really, really good. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, but they're not able to get a lot. You know, most teams with Baron, like I mentioned, they want to try and get inhibitor towers to get that consistent pressure. They're going to try and catch up Vex.
That's good. Just turn around. They're going to get flanked around here. Vex is the target. Random's going to get picked out. The double knock comes Disco. But what's going to happen here? Clue gets picked off. Random's going to go down. It's a 2 for 0. No response whatsoever to Sko. Is just simply
still alive.
Sko is attacking him out. The stasis comes out as well. Wow.
I don't know why the team fight.
I don't know why they were going for the pit. They thought
Random again, just overextending in my opinion. Like, he's in the pit by himself. He's trying to catch up Vex, but Vex still has flash, and the rest of the team are just there to follow up.
This comp just sucks in team fights, man. Like,
oh, that's the solo. This is what we were talking about.
Got solo kill as well.
Snitched on solos.
I think like They needed to accelerate Snitch and Random way better this game. I think you're comp gapped at this point. I don't think you can win side lanes, and I don't think you can win team fights.
It looks like Vex has also taken a page out of results book from yesterday that we saw from the game change as well. Just a full damage build from Vex, not going for any tanky stats at all, just full burst damage. And that burst damage on top of Don's ultimate, if they can land it, huge, as you mentioned. You know, during team fights, like what can you do on the side of Rix? I mean, I feel like at this point you don't really have that much damage on Rix.
You don't have.
Well. Like,
this is the problem. Like even Aatrox, he's gone for Death Dance. He's now going towards, I guess, Spirit Visage. Yeah. He's gone for a semi-tanky Aatrox build. I mean, yeah, just Random by himself. Random isn't killing Vex by himself at this stage in the game, and yeah. Look at this. You've got a Karma. You've got
Clue stepping forward as well. I mean, even wastes his flash in the end. I mean, the
thing is, you've got a Karma. You've got a Morgana. Like, how are you planning to win these team fights?
I felt like the early game went really well for Rix, though. You know, they got 3 outer towers.
Yeah, but they should have they should have stopped trying to group. This is the problem. They were trying to group throughout the whole game, but they just lose team fights.
Not only that, but I think it's just overextensions as well at the same time. I think they've overextended way too much in this game, you know, especially Random in this Baron lane, but also, you know, the mid lane push where Zawa got the flank. You had the bot lane where Random was trying to flash forward.
The biggest problem is that I've got to feel they're grouping because Snitch simply can't split push.
Well, exactly. This is the problem. Like, when you do play split push composition...
Oh, Snitch catches our core, though. He might be dead.
Damage down, not quite enough. The shield coming out, yeah, and the shield was enough. The rest of the team weren't actually. Yeah, Dom wasn't there. He was still split pushing the top there. It does buy a little bit of time. Snitch is going to go get 2 waves of farm as well down the bottom.
Important thing to note, though, Elder Dragon is spawned in 25 seconds, and Core's both exhaust and flash is down. So keep your eyes out on Snitch in this next team fight, because I think he might also, you know, go onto Core again to try and shut down.
If you can get a good binding. Get a good binding, get a good lockup onto somebody, then, you know, maybe, like, especially if you can bind Don or you can bind Vex and try and, like, burst them down instantaneously, there's a chance for sure. Random's on the top side of the map here. We're going to see an immediate pings from Formulation to go straight for this Elder.
Yeah, Random's miles away. They're already going for the Elder. Getting it started. Random's going to run down to it. Snitch is still down in the bot lane.
Hey, Vex dashed in.
Vex has gone in. Yeah, Vex is committed for this one.
No ulti.
Caught, but didn't ulti through.
Some big ults down now.
Yeah, Moonfall already used. Glacial Fissure available from Clue. Where's the rest of the team? Random's now here. Snitch is here. Everybody's looking to come around.
Health.
Clue's going to hold on. It's going to go the way. The Elder Dragon, and now this could be all sorts of trouble for Rix. Doom goes down along with Clue. And that is surely going to put paid to any chance they have here with the Elder Dragon buff on all 5 members.
Elder Dragon, I think, secures his victory for Formulation. I think they can either just go towards the Baron if they want to, or they can even try and end the game. I think the safe option is to go for Baron here, but it looks like they want to try and get him to... Oh, Vex! Flashes in. They're just going to try and end the game right now.
It's a response from Vex, I feel, after the last game when obviously we saw 7 popping off. Vex delivers himself 7-0-9 performance and the game for Formulation. We are going the distance in game 1 of Valencia. Rix GG is swept aside in this one with Formulation's team fighting prowess.
I'm worried now for Rix.
I'm worried.
I'm very worried for Rix now. Once again, they come onto a land stage. Obviously, this is not a best of 5. This is a best of 3. It's 1 game left between these 2, and then they go to the grand final.
Some adaptations that I really didn't like. You put 7 away from a impactful jungler. Morgana's not impactful.
Farming jungler.
You literally can't at me in any other way. She's a farming jungler and she's a teamfight controlling jungler, right? But she can make picks, but she's not impactful, you know, in my opinion. She can have the solo impact that a Morgana can have is relatively limited compared to things like, you know, the Jarvans and the Shens.
It was the last pick as well, so there was options. They were clearly
Snitch is not having the best time on. He's not had 2 great games on Zed, honestly. His first game on Zed wasn't fantastic. His second game on Zed wasn't fantastic. I get that you're denying it from Don, because Don is a very, very good Zed player, but, you know, maybe time to rethink that. And I think, like, if you're going to play split push, if you're going to try and play 1-3-1, you have to really pick something that has genuine split push threat. Aatrox is very good in the laning phase. He's very good in mid-game skirmishes. You transition that laning phase advantage usually into big team fight wins later on in the game. He actually doesn't work as well as a lot of other split pushes later as the game progresses. And I think Rix just didn't really have a very solid win condition with their comp, whereas Formulation, they had one of the most well-rounded Yasuo comps I've ever seen, and they made it work really well.
I think when it comes to team fights as well, I think 100% of the time you prefer to have a Wukong there. You know, Wukong, you know, yes, he died and Random died in the early game as well. So Zao was actually even on gold throughout this entire game with an Aatrox. And because Zao was able to get that flank, especially that team fight mid lane, which I think was the big turning point, Zao actually used the dash to go over the wall, make sure that he was able to jump onto the back line, get that huge massive cyclone as well, and then Vex, Don followed up afterwards. And you know, the Aatrox didn't really do too much in the end. You know, yes, you know, as you mentioned, you get the early game pressure, but I think when it comes to team fights, you take White Wukong every single time.
Wukong was first picked, right?
Yeah, it's first rotation.
Yeah. So Zed was actually first picked. Yeah, Zed was first picked, and then it was into Lux Wukong.
Because it was blue side for formulation.
No, it was blue side for Rix.
Blue side for Rix.
Yeah. So
the Zed was first.
It looked. It's just the.
looks weird.
You've got it. Sorry guys. At home, the graphics are stage side, so it's not always blue side on the
very confusing
graphics.
I think even the picks coming up as well. I think like it's like 1-1 when it's not 1-1 because you get the first pick on blue side and it's like 2. So I think it's a little bit.
We'll get it figured out. It's day one. We only have one day.
It's series one. It's series one. We'll get it figured out.
We'll get it figured out, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is going to be the decider. Who's going to go to the final and who's going to be the third place? Will the curse of Stew continue for Riggs GG? We'll see you after the break.
Hello everyone, my name is Don. I'm mid laner for Formulation Gaming and I'm from Italy. Our preparation for the tournament was good, I would say it. We had a lot of trainings, we focused a lot on our mistakes and we worked pretty hard. The power, I would say the power of our team is the friendship. Yeah, you know the power of friendship like in animes? Yeah, that's it. We have that power and we will win everything. The way we're gonna play in the tournament, I would call it like we just full in and pray that it works. My message to the other teams is simple. Guys, we're all friends in the end and we should try to make this LAN the best experience of our life and to let fans to have fun.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first series here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, and it is all square one apiece. Riggs GG, oh my God, has the curse struck again? Are their land jitters real? After what was a godlike performance in Game 1, they looked very shaky in Game 2. It was more, it wasn't even the play, the shot calling looked in tatters.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it again. Draft, it's not like a draft that didn't have a win condition, but it had a draft. It was a draft that you really needed to get control of the early game. You needed to put more resources into Random like you did the first game. And again, I think unfortunately Random dying early on, it kind of limits how quickly you can snowball that lane. You can't go for the classic tower dive that they used to set up with Random on the top side of the map. And I think that they just need to be looking to have something more solid in terms of if they want to play split pushing play a split pushing comp. Like, you know, that's...
it felt like, obviously, they got all 3 outer towers down first. They were the first tier 2 on towers down, and then it seemed they just sort of didn't realize that actually they weren't that far ahead in the game. They obviously lost that big fourth-man team fight when they were locked up by the tower, which was a big turning point. That's where they should have realized, guys, we are not that strong in team fighting. We need to sort of be careful of this.
I mean, you can see that the goal was pretty much even throughout the whole game, and you know, Rix were prioritizing, as we always know, on the objectives. But for Formulation, they were focusing on the team fights, and they had such a great team fight comp. But then we got to a stage of the game where Rix were the ones that were actually grouping, trying to actually collapse onto Formulation. But again, time and time again, I think, as you mentioned correctly, D-Man, I think it's the shot calling. Whoever was the shot caller, there was something there that wasn't right, something there that wasn't ticking. Whether it was like Random just going in really over aggressively, whether it was, you know, Snitch just backing off.
I mean, we should point out they got caught out by a brilliant play. It was a brilliant play from Vex, obviously coming in. First, they got caught with a double binding, I think it was, that caught them in there. And then, obviously, Vex came in with a moonfall that just basically pulled them all in. It was a magnificent play coming out from...
one of the things that kept the gold lead rolling for Formulation is just, again, how gold efficient Vex is as a jungler.
Yeah.
He just constantly generates a super high GPM in the game just by efficient clearing, efficient resource gathering, and especially when you're playing a super impactful jungler like Diana, he was able to make use of that.
Speaking of impactful, that man on your screen, Zhao, coming in, has actually done a very good job so far.
Right, that flank, that was a game-winning flank right there.
I mean, it was so good, the way he used his second ability to go over the wall and then just get a huge flank onto the backline, allowed Vex to follow up, allowed Don to follow up afterwards. And I mean, for a sub to come in, for a person that I know has not played a lot of Wild Rift at all this year, like at all, like, you know, he came in during, you know, basically as a sub for the WREC in the Baron lane. He's coming as a sub again for Formulation up into the Baron lane. 2 games of Wukong in a row. Yes, the first game was a little bit shaky, but I think he did pretty well against Random in the laning phase. But this game, he was even, and he had a lot more impact than Random did during team fights.
I will say this, right? If I see Morgana and Karma on the same team without a hyper carry, I am going to scream. Do not play Morgana and Karma on the same team without a true hyper carry or a true split pusher or something, because you just don't have any damage.
I think Seven didn't have near enough as impact this game as what he did in the Shen first game. You know, with the Shen first game with the Stand United, he made such a big difference to Random. Obviously, Random is playing someone like a Jax, not an Aatrox. You're playing someone like a Jax who's a perfect split pusher. Aatrox does a completely different thing to Jax. Aatrox wants to be in a team fight, be in the skirmishes. Jax can just split push. He can win the 1 versus 1. If Random has confidence, he can win this 1v1 every single time against Zawa. But it seems like he just doesn't have the confidence at the moment to do it. You know, he needs a little bit of help from his jungler, which he did get in game number 1, but in game number 2, Seven wasn't really there to help him out.
What I want to see this time round is Doom whack out the hybrid Kai'Sa.
Give me an AD carry for Doom, please. This
I know.
Final time, you're going to let Doom play AP carries? Come on, Mozilla, come on, Dooms.
Doom AP carry meta, it needs to be thrown in the bin.
It'll be forever a meme.
Yeah.
Where do we go with Snitch here? Obviously, he's played Z 2 games. He is by and far the most experienced player in the entirety of Wild Rift, obviously based on his previous experience as well. You know, he's been on stage many times in many of these situations, and obviously he needs to rally his team right now.
I love how Ryu is popping off with the drafts in that second game. Ryu comes in just as the...
See, I actually don't know if it's actually Ryu doing the drafts or not, because obviously the coach of Formulation is Kirks, and Kirks wasn't able to travel to the event. So I don't know if Ryu's actually doing drafts, or if it's like, I don't know if they have Kirks.
Maybe they have a remote draft. Maybe they have a remote draft.
A remote draft, because that's what they did in WREC. They had a remote draft. The people, Kirks was in a call with all the players, so be interested to see if it's the same thing. But now we're going to have...
We're assuming
Rix staying on the blue side.
We're assuming Rix staying on blue side here.
So Wukong banned away from Zawa, which I think is a pretty big thing, because I think in both the games Zawa has made a pretty big impact. We kind of mentioned that...
what else is he been practicing?
Yeah, Wukong is a very passive, very safe Baron laner to play. So now Rix are just like, okay, what else have you got up your sleeve? What else have you been practicing, like you said, over the past few weeks?
This is do or die, by the way. Best of 3.
Yep.
So they have to win this game, either side, to make sure they advance to the finals. And for Rix, like I said, I think Stu mentioned it correctly at the start. The pressure is on for Rix. The pressure's not there for Formulation.
Yep.
They were gifted a free...
They were not meant to be here.
Literally, they were gifted a free opportunity to make it here. They have nothing to lose if they go home with the 4th place. And for Rix, it's like they are predicted to win. They are destined to win in some ways, if you put it that way. So the pressure's on for them to perform. I love the ban of the Lux as well. The Gwen comes through, so we're going to see something slightly different this time round. What do we prioritize here for formulation?
Annie! Yay!
Annie again.
Annie's back again for the third game.
So it's first pick for Rex. There's a few things that they've left open. They've left open the Akali. They've left open the Varus as well, which is something that Doom obviously memes that he doesn't like playing Varus. Oh no, sorry, Varus is banned. Sorry, my mistake.
Apparently, by the way.
Gragas is open and it gets picked.
Yeah, Gragas,
please. 7 masterclass AP Gragas in the jungle. That's what we
And there's Karma, okay.
And there's Karma as a response,
Gragas,
yeah. So Gragas first pick into Karma. You have to see what the second picks are, even though, again, we're doing 1-1 for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing 1-1. I don't know what happened.
It's a bit confusing for those at home.
The guy that programmed this in the background just had no idea how pick and ban works.
Every champion has a 43.5% win rate. That's amazing. Pretty grim.
It's pretty grim.
And also, I didn't realize that draft changed as well, but hey ho.
Yeah. Retail, please.
Yeah, so Gragas is open. That's the first pick, which is actually quite surprising to see Gragas is still a first pick priority, to be fair, after so many things are left open.
And
Akali's left open. Akali for Dawn now.
Oh wait, this has actually got its actual win rate and pick rate. There we go. I'm liking it. We're back to proper stats now, boys.
So Aatrox again, which probably means it's going to be random again with the Aatrox. Most likely 7 in the jungle for Gragas, going for a little bit more burst damage. But Akali for Don, again, another one of his main champions. If you leave Don open, you saw in the last game with the Yasuo, popping off on the Yasuo, he could do exactly the same again on this Akali if he's given the chance to.
Yeah, I think you need to finally maybe look for a nullifying matchup into Don, try and pick something that is strong. And they've actually picked away the nullifying matchup, which is actually very, very big brain in my opinion. Like, if you're going to pick something into Akali, I love Galio into Akali, because as soon as the Shroud comes down, you just pop your taunt and you try and stop Akali from doing any shenanigans. But I love this as well from Rick's, a great response. They go straight into the Nautilus here, which is going to allow Clue to have similar kind of roaming impact to Shrouded in the last game. Draft's looking a little more even across the board here for both teams.
Interesting that Sko actually doesn't prioritize that Nautilus this time around. It just goes for the Galio instead. So maybe going for more, again...
Imagine Snitch would refuse to play Galio as well. Like, I know what he's like.
I mean, Galio mid lane's kind of fun.
No, I like Galio. I like Galio.
Electrocute Galio mid 4 AP. That's a champ, does a lot of damage.
Electrocute Galio mid.
Yep.
Olaf ban comes through because, of course, the jungle is still open for Vex, and Vex, a bit of an Olaf specialist. They're going to ban the Lucian here, so they are maybe looking either Snitch or Doom, thinking about an AD carry.
I mean, they do have an AP threat in the jungle with a lot of AP damage that you have to itemize against, so there is maybe an opportunity for Doom to potentially play an AD carry, but Lucian is like probably one of the best AD carries that you can play when you don't have an enchanter by your side, and it's a really, really good combo for the Nautilus, so I think it's a really, really nice. Olaf and Kha'Zix both banned away for Vex, so you have a few other champions that Vex could potentially play. You know, the Morgana is open if he wants a bit, but then he will be heavy AP damage, or basically full AP damage. So
chips are down, just whack out the Vex Lee Sin.
True. When it matters most. Jarvan is still open as well, which we haven't seen at all, which is an interesting one, because we saw a lot of Jarvan priority during the group stage, but we haven't seen any Jarvan yet out of the first 3 games.
I'm not really sure about the Morgana ban. I didn't think it was that impactful.
I think it makes...
If anything, I'd left it open to say 7. Do you want to try again?
I think it makes sense when you've got things like the Akali and the Galio on the other side. I mean, Morgana's a good way to protect against those types of champions to an extent. Twisted Fate.
Rengar? What?
That's not right.
But, I mean, it could be.
Twisted Fate game. I mean, Twisted
Confirmed,
Fate.
It is correct.
Twisted Fate is a really, really nice counter against Akali, because as soon as Akali uses your Shroud, you just use your ultimate straight away. And also, Twisted Fate can roam so much well. And you know what Ricks have been doing over and over again is prioritize towards these side lanes. And Twisted Fate is the perfect champion for that. Not only that, but Twisted Fate is also really good against Rengar. So it was actually because wait, who's blue side again? Rick's the blue side. So it's Twisted Fate picked first. So they picked Rengar into Twisted Fate. Oh no, well, no, it was the other way around, sorry. It would have been Rengar first, because red side gets first pick in the second pick phase. So Snitch sees the Rengar, sees the Akali invisibility, and says, I'm going to go Twisted Fate. Which is really, really ballsy from Snitch. I mean, I haven't seen Twisted Fate in a very, very long time, but really good pick. And we get the AD carry Kai'Sa!
Oh!
I'll fight Kai'Sa.
Goodness gracious.
And Malphite as well. But Zawa's just like, yeah.
Zawa's like, I need a lane. I need a lane where I don't have to worry. I'm just going to spam Q and hope that I never have to fight.
There is so much to talk.
Let me press my ult.
There is so much to talk about. I mean, the lockdown and the CC that Formulation can bring out on the side of Rix as well. I think the big thing is everything has to be on Snitch. As you mentioned, Xcound, game number 1, game number 2, he didn't really perform that well on the Zed. He has to perform well on this Twisted Fate. He has to make his road.
I mean, actually, what's even more impactful is actually now Doom has more of a mantle on his shoulders, right? He's known for his Kai'Sa. He's known particularly for his hybrid Kai'Sa, which he popularized during the group stages of the SPS. So I think, this is a big game. Vex as well Vex has just come off the back of a banger performance. He's playing a very, very feast or famine style jungler. And I think Rengar's one of those junglers that goes under the radar a little bit. Very strong in solo queue, but not often seen in competitive. I actually don't like Rengar into Gragas, though. I think Rengar into Gragas and into Twisted Fate is quite difficult. Just because, you jump and you
pounce in, you get stunned,
You get bopped.
Yeah,
you get bopped.
Yeah,
it's
like
a bit
the damage doesn't go through.
If you've got good reactions, you bop him on the pounce, and he actually can't land his first ability damage. So it's quite difficult to play Rengar in these situations, but goodness gracious, what a spicy game.
I mean, for a third game and potentially the final game.
We've seen a very good champion selection from everywhere through all 3 games here. Very wide variety.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's always. They would have been practicing for weeks and weeks. Obviously, for Rix, they would have been practicing for weeks and weeks. Formulation have only been practicing really for a week or so because they weren't even supposed to be here. But
I think
final game.
Popped in your stream, saw you playing Malphite, and thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
I mean, Malphite's kind of easy champion to play. I was going to say something else.
I don't know anyone. There's a rather popular Danish top mid laner that played Malphite all the time, and I always teased him on it. It's basically it's the only thing you can play because it's very easy. Yeah,
Harley against Twisted Fate.
It's a rough laning phase for Snitch, but obviously as the game progresses.
I mean, Snitch has to perform this game. He has to make the Destiny count, his ultimate count. He has to make the Roams count. And we've seen multiple times that random has been the focus for Rix. They've tried to get random ahead multiple times. But the problem is, it's so difficult to tower dive a Malphite. You're tower diving a Malphite that could maybe potentially knock you up or even just go away with his unstoppable force, also just flash away.
By the way, how broken it is that Twisted Fate gets gold every time he auto attacks with his E?
Yep. Yeah.
That's so broken.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? In PC League, it's every single time he kills a minion, isn't it? Yeah. And in this, you just need to auto-attack to gain extra gold.
I think you have to auto-attack champions. I can't remember exactly. Or is it?
I can't remember the exact description of it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Anyway, kind of broken. He's already got a 50 gold lead just by basic attacking.
I also got Fleet Footwork in this matchup as well, so he's not going for the extra burst damage from Electrocute, which is normally what we see with a Twisted Fate. More going for the laning phase, more going for the Fleet Footwork. So if he can auto-attack the Akali, which he can for most of this time, he can gain the extra mana, he can gain the extra health so he can sustain during the laning phase. But I'm really curious about this Rengar as well. I mean, Rengar, you need to get ahead as a Rengar. I mean, it's kind of the same as how Evelyn worked yesterday, really. Is like, if you catch someone by themselves, you can instantly one-shot them. But when it comes to a team fight, Rengar is not the best jungler, especially compared to a Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, team fighting for Formulation will be very difficult here. They're going to maybe look to put pressure on the jungle.
Yeah, the invade coming in already. Sko actually catching them off, but he's going to get instead caught down. Does use that flash to get out of there. The shield working well for the Galio.
Not sure why they're trying to disrupt the clear from Rengar. It's so quick. You can already see Rengar's built up a decent experience lead over 7.
The big thing is as well is that 7 has actually not even cleared his top side of the jungle. You can see the Vex doing what Vex does best. He's just clearing the entirety of the jungle. He cleared the whole of the top side, and now he's just cleared the whole of the bot side. So at the moment, he has a little bit of a gold lead because 7 has not been able to clear any camp in the top side of his jungle. Tried to go for the early invade, but that did not work out for them, which actually puts 7 at a disadvantage.
7, yeah. They realising, Vex already realising the danger.
Oh, there's a ward.
Walk straight into it. The ward.
Look at the level. Vex
gets a slam down. Snitch is in with the gold card. Will catch him. Can they finish this one off? Random should be able to get the damage down, and he does. First blood goes their way, but what's going to happen? Zawa comes in. He gets his ulti down. 7 in also to
there's a Destiny.
He gets caught out. The Destiny goes down, and he's in trouble. And Snitch will fall, surely. He's got the minions. He tries to get out, and he does.
It's the Don show again. Game number 2 is the Yasuo. Game number 3 is the Akali. The Roam comes in. The Destiny as well, trying to reveal Akali, but he just jumps back out straight away. Really a nice play from Rix though to actually know where Vex is going to go because he just they realized the jungle pathing and they knew that the Grump is going to be up at this time. Or the
they knew where Rengar was going to be, but it was just so risky to commit that hard to the tower dive when they knew that Formulation were predicting it as well with Rengar's pathing. So, you know, Rengar's pathing to the top side for two reasons. Not only to take his Krugs to get to level 5, but also to try and protect against the tower dive that took place. I mean, you take a look here. Vex obviously gets gold carded and flashes. Random really commits to this. This is fine.
In the mid lane as well. Snitch is gone. Picture in picture.
Oh dear.
Another kill for Don.
And this is obviously just Don popping off on his Akali when it absolutely matters most. 3-0 now with that kill onto Snitch in the mid lane. And not looking good if you're a Rix fan.
Very close to getting caught out.
Oh my god, look at that goal lead already in the mid lane. I mean, I mentioned that Snitch needed to have a good game. If there's one person on the side of Formulation that you want to get ahead, it is this Akali, it is this Don. Because he has proven time and time again, as you mentioned, Scoundrel, you know, he's widened his champion pool so much throughout the year. And coming down to probably the final event of the year.
4 minutes into the game.
He is extremely strong.
You can't fight for an objective now if you're Rix. You need to basically avoid Formulation at all costs. Obviously, we do have the Ludens picked up here.
Coming in to try and get the shutdown onto Dawn. That's what they want. There's going to be the dredge line.
Where's the Destiny? Where's the Destiny?
Looking for him. They're looking for him.
The Destiny.
Why did you not use your Destiny?
Unless they just don't want to use it for the next team fight, but I feel like you use Destiny there, you just guarantee the knock-up, you guarantee the hook as well.
They got nothing out of him. He didn't flash, he didn't do barriers.
I mean, I suppose they knew he had his summoners, so they thought that even with the Destiny they ain't getting the kill, but...
Yeah, but it's such a quick cooldown. It's such a quick cooldown on the timer.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, the only reason being is that if he uses Destiny now, he's not going to get Destiny for the next Dragon fight. But to be honest, I mean, Destiny's not really a team fight tool unless they're going to look towards getting a team fight.
Down we go.
As well.
In trouble. Snitch comes down to try and help out. The Destiny does get used.
He's killed him!
But it's not going to matter because Vex is just destroying them. He could get one more cleavage straight in here. Quo not going to get it down though.
Oh my god, the healing actually from... Funny enough, Rengar did get a little bit of a buff, which I was not expecting to see Rengar, so I didn't even write it down in my notes. So I was like, yeah, Rengar, we're not going to see a Rengar.
We won't see a Rengar.
Exactly. He actually got a buff to his second ability, and his healing now on the second ability, you saw it there, got a huge, massive buff. And that means that you get more healing now, which means not only do you get, you know, more, you also get more damage as well with the second ability, and they've used it perfect. Rift Herald does go up, though. Zao's just jumping in.
They're coming in, but he gets the counter straight in there. Is it going to be enough? The tower hits coming through. Clue's going to try and slow them down. Zawa should fall to the tower damage. No, he doesn't. Clue's still surviving somehow. Don's in trouble now. He's going to try and get around there, but that's going to be 2 for 0 in the end. They do save the tower. The flash comes through from Sko. He will get out. Seven's going to try and chase him down. Random comes back around. Seven's going to catch him out. They're going to chase him down. There's the barrel. Sko gets caught. He's in trouble. He will fall. So in the end, the trade was good. They managed to save the tower in the middle.
He got stopped. Core got stopped. He was trying to backport in the jungle side of Rix, but he actually got caught out by the Kai'Sa. Doom ulting in as well. It's another kill. Random potentially getting another really nice collapso from Rix, and again they get the first tower of the game in the Baron lane.
Seven's here. Seven's coming for it. Don's going to try and get away, and he will do. Yeah. So yeah, they got the Baron. Oh,
another kill.
Stop! Snitch is going to fall here. No, got away. Destiny away.
Vex is doing so much damage on this Rengar.
Yeah, Divine Sunder on the Rengar. The only thing that Rix are keeping them in the game is again...
So, okay, I want to take stock. Okay. All those kills mean nothing because Rix got 2 towers for it.
Kind of, but it's standing gold on the map right now for Vex.
True.
For
Vex.
Yeah, no.
Vex is just going to get everything.
I mean, this is pretty much a repeat of the second game.
Yeah.
Formulation ahead on kills, Rix ahead in towers. But at this point of the game, Rix needs to adapt now from the second game. They can't do the same mistakes that they did in game number 2, or they will just basically lose again if they
have slightly better scaling this time round. So one of the things that does favour Rix a little bit more this time round is their scaling's better, but they are struggling. You can see it, and I think the 2 main carries of Formulation are popping off right now. Vex and Don in a really good spot.
But I feel that Random is delivering this time around. Oh, Dredgeline not going to land this time on Don, as he actually got knocked up by the barrel.
Oh, the wave clear is not great from Rix.
Claps coming in. It's going to be a 4v2, trying to collapse around. The Random's going to stick around the tower, and Aatrox is very hard to move off a tower, in fairness. See what he can do here. He will get taken down. Zawa's tanking it through at the moment. The Malphite's so strong. Sko's gone the wrong direction here. Zawa's going to get caught out as well. He will fall. It's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of Rix again.
I mean, if you're Formulation, I mean, maybe they get a catch on to Don here.
The stun on Don, they get the stun down and Don. Oh, the hook not going to land, but he's actually stuck around, and now he's going to get slowed as well. Can he get the gold card out in time? No.
I mean, for Formulation there, they go for the tower dive, but they could have easily just taken the mid lane tower. The mid lane tower is only like 400 HP. You take the mid lane tower, you take the skirmish afterwards. There was 4 or 5 members of Formulation underneath that tower, just take a tower shot after tower shot after tower shot.
So many towers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just that point of like, just take the tower.
Hit the damn tower.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going to take a look back at the replay. Look, 1,400 HP. You have the minion wave. There is no wave clear here at all on the side of Rix. So Formulation just hit the tower. They instead go for the team fight, and that means
400 hit points. They can still take it.
I mean, they can't win the team fight because the minions were able to get cleared in the end. They zoned off Doom. They zoned off Random. Just take the mid lane tower. Vex actually ulties onto Random instead of ulting onto the tower.
Yeah, it's
So, while obviously we are talking about Vex and he has been doing well, I want to draw your attention to Random, who is now nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Zawa.
I mean, the thing is, like, Zawa doesn't care, right? The one thing that I will say...
Zawa's a one...
He's a Malphite, right? Like, you could be 5,000 gold down, but as long as you have your ultimate up, you're a useful champion.
I mean, there is another big thing. I think the 2 main carries that we were, talking about, Random needs to get a lead, and also Doom has a lead as well with that Kai'Sa. At the moment, going for Stormrazor into Infinity Edge, which is kind of a classic build at the moment. I'm very curious to see if he goes into that hybrid build, or maybe he goes into the new item in Lord Dynamic's regard.
We haven't been engaged on 7.
Seven's going to try and get away from this one. He's used not enough. Random's going to back away from this as well, so that means the jungler down. What are they going to turn this advantage into? Random is not done yet, though. He wants to force them back.
There are a few ulti downs for Formulation.
Catches the damage onto Zawa. That's going to be...
Oh, dude, top!
Get caught by it. Oh, but he goes straight into the Dom. And Dom will say, thank you very much. Scout is going to get dropped off. No, the card not quite enough damage. And now Clue's trying to back away from this one, but he's got no tower to back through to. It is a 3-for-0 currently, and that can turn into a Baron. A Herald Baron.
So greedy to try and keep that fight going. And then Doom gets caught on the very edge of the Karma ultimate coming out from Quo. And that is another gold injection to an Akali and a Rengar. Rix are on the edge right now. They could get knocked out in their semi-final to the upset entry of Formulation, bringing in a sub-Baron laner. But the jungle mid combo is just so strong for them right now.
It's been the story, really, of the group stage for Formulation. If Don could get ahead, if Vex can get ahead as well on this Rengar that we've not seen before. 7 is actually all caught by himself.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to get rooted. He's gone.
He's gone. They've got the jungler.
Wait, he says that.
Yeah, is he going to get away? He's still hanging on in there. Finally, Skull turns around. Now Vex gets his attention onto Snitch. Tries to pull the gold card. Gets it onto Skull. Not the target they wanted.
He's trying to get him.
Coming down. Don turns around. He manages to get Doom down in the backside. So with the river plays already gone down, Random has to back away. They can't do anything with this.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1. Formulation could just turn around and take this dragon if they want to. The jungler is dead though, so instead they're not going to take the dragon. Instead they're going to finally take this mid lane tower that they should have taken probably about a couple of minutes ago. But both junglers are dead though, which means the dragon does not get taken, so we're basically going to get a reset fight.
This is something you've got to realize, especially 7, who obviously played a magnificent Shen. He is playing a Gragas and he's playing full AP Gragas. It is so squishy when you get caught out like this. It's just costing them fights.
Vex really heard me say 7 best jungler in EMEA after the Shen game and suddenly wants to prove a point. Doom just over-aggressive there. The Malphite ultimate was still up and he ends up going down. And unfortunately, Snitch doesn't have the damage right now. He's just not at that stage in the game as TF where he's a real threat.
The problem with TF is you always need somebody in front of you. You always need that buffer line because you're obviously such a squishy champion. And the problem is that 7 has been caught. The last 2 team fights, it's all been about 7 getting caught out. And there's been no follow-on from this one. Doom just hanging around here.
Well, the Destiny as well. Don's dead.
The team are collapsing. The team are collapsing. Rix are in trouble here. Rix have to get the hell out and read the situation. Snitch around the backside has been caught out by Vex.
Oh, the body slam!
The body slam was enough to force him away.
It only disengages here, Lee. It only disengages. Oh, it was a good body slam. That's the interaction that we were talking about, but it only disengages.
I mean, Rix, again, they're still playing so like they're playing with so much confidence, like they're not even really behind this game. I mean, the gold is basically even, but you feel like the momentum is in the hands of Formulation at the moment. But they don't care. They're going 5-man into the red side jungle of Formulation, and they want to try and force these team fights. I think the big thing to note, though, when it comes to the next team fight, Baron is coming up soon, and this dragon needs to go over to the side of Rix, or it's going to be a triple dragon threat. It's basically we're looking at like a 2v2 at the moment. Random and Doom are the main carries on Rix, whereas on the side of Formulation, you have Vex and Don. Vex and Don are going to try so hard to try and dunk onto Doom.
They've gone across the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's going to come pouncing in. The net, oh, not quite landing the bolo. Maybe how to turn this around. He's got the support coming through. Wants the gold card onto Don, but he's got to be careful. This could turn straight against him. The bolo in the end will catch.
Oh, this game is on a nice day.
Man, I looked him go for that second wave, and I was like, Snitch, don't go for that second wave. Don't go for that second wave. Loses his flash, though. That's a very important cooldown for a Twisted Fate. They do have their stasis is up. I think Doom needs to get stasis pretty soon as well. He's not actually got an upgrade on his boots, but I think he's hopefully looking to get his... Well, I imagine he wants his E-evolutions due before as well, because that's going to be really important in these teamfight situations too.
I mean, it looks like he's not going for the hybrid build. It looks like he's potentially going for the, like I said, the new item, Lord Dominic's Regards, to try and get extra armor penetration, to try and
there's the upgrade.
Get through. Yeah, there's the stasis upgrade. So, I mean, he only has 2 items at the moment. He does have his first ability evolved. Maybe looking towards third ability evolved if he wants to go. If he wants to go for the Runeman's Hurricane. Like I said, maybe probably looking for Lord Dominic's Regards, so we can get the extra armor penetration, especially against, you know, the Malphite and the Vex on the Rengar, who's going to be super tanky, and also Sko as well. So I think it's really difficult for you to go for your third ability evolve, but against the comp of Formulation, I feel like you need to go for it, because you need it. Instead is anti-heal at the moment. So maybe looking going for Mortar Reminder, maybe not going for Lord Dominic's Regards in the end.
I always love the backstory. Obviously, all the items in the game are named after designers. So I wonder how he managed to get them to call it Lord Dominic. Obviously, as Dominic sends his regards, is kind of the point of it. But I wonder how he managed to get the Lord in there.
Maybe his nickname literally was Lord Dominic. Just managed to luck out.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Look at Rix again. I mean,
everything hinges on 7, I feel, in this. Like, if he gets caught out of position, it's going to hurt them. Skull is ready and waiting.
Random again.
There's the Destiny being used. Nothing coming from it, though. Just disengage.
I honestly just find it crazy how Rix is still playing with so much confidence. They realized the mistakes that they made in game number 2, where they were overextended.
The last 2 fights have come from simply 7 getting caught.
Oh, they're trying to go in onto Vex.
Got Vex. They've actually caught him, but he's
over.
Oh, tanky. Yeah, absolutely. There's not a lot of damage coming through, and now
it comes Dawn.
Random in trouble. Random has managed to get the dance slammed down, but oh, he's been left alone. But look at Vex going off. Vex is going deep. He's got a little too deep.
He's alive. Oh!
He gets away with 1 HP and manages to survive, and that could be huge.
I just mentioned that Rix, again, you know, going for the aggressive plays, going for the dives. They tried to catch out Vex, but do they not realize this is tank Rengar?
Divine Sunder, a Black Cleaver, Spirit Visage.
And you also have the follow-up as well from Sko. So Sko uses a grand entrance. Vex stays alive, and again is Rix with the overextension. Random and Clue die. Formulation don't get anything for it, but again, Formulation are just doing so well to stop the engages from Rix and go for the counter engage afterwards. It could have been a lot worse than what it seemed, honestly.
And also 7 kind of fluffs the ult here as well. Vex really plays that nicely. Doom super aggressive with the ulti, and then honestly, once you have your Sko and Don in position, Don cleans up these fights. He's so far ahead. It's right. You need to be able to use the ult onto Don and then just lock him down in the middle of these team fights. I don't think there's any other way that you win.
I mean, 6-0-5 on this Akali, 2,000 gold lead over Snitch at the moment. We weren't really expecting Snitch to have a gold lead really on Twisted Fate. More of a supportive mid laner for Snitch, which we haven't seen in a very long time. He's used to playing the Assassins or the Bruisers in the mid lane. Vex ulti comes out, but Clue should know this. Snitch does use the Destiny as well, so he is going to get vision of the Rengar and does realize that he's there. They're actually going to use the Destiny on himself. They're going straight towards Dragon, but they could catch out Vex as well. They're just trying to stop Vex.
Yeah, Clue dredge line. He's actually caught Vex off of the back line. They're going into the pit as well. It's a 3v4. Oh, 3v4, and he steals it out. That's going to be disaster for Rix. I don't think they can go back from this.
The sub from Formulation. Zawa comes in. He plays Malphite. He uses the ultimate onto the Baron. Dragon, he steals it. Triple Dragon for Formulation. They can end the game right here.
They're going to straight up end the game.
They can end it right here. The wave is coming behind them. It is tanking through the turret. They've got the cannon minion. The second wave is coming through. This could be Rix going out. Not even going to make the finals. They thought they got a chance when Queso was stepped aside. But Formulation have come in and got revenge from the group stage. The biggest game they had. They lost on such a pivot. and Formulation have done it. They're into the finals. Incredible scenes here at DreamHack Valencia.
I'm shocked. I don't know what to say.
Stu, cast the curse is real, mate.
Time and time again, Origin Series, WREC, Ricks were always the favorites. Ricks were like, you know, coming into it, they're always like, okay, we're going to win this one, we're going to win this one, we're going to win this one.
I told you that anything other than a win for Ricks here is a rough end.
Potentially, this is like the final time that we could see, you know, Ricks on stage with this team, and they can't do it.
Number one in the league, obviously coming through, was single loss throughout. They swept everybody aside. Formulation coming in with a week's notice, with a substitute, have delivered here. Zauer doing, you know, just about what he could. And ironically, as much as we talked about the fact he got forced onto Malphite and it's a one-trick pony, one-hit button, he actually did the key move when Vex got caught and separated. He said, all right, yeah, you're all
time to shine
together in a dragon pit. Sure, I can press my ulti.
He's not even that, but he steals the dragon as well. That was the big thing. They won the team fight. He steals the dragon. And, you know, like you mentioned, they were trying to catch up Vex because they needed, Ricks knew they needed to get that dragon, because if you get a 3-dragon win condition over to Formulation, then it's pretty much over. But he steals the dragon. He wins the fight.
Outside of that first game, it was mega jungle gap by Vex. Vex in the both two games just absolutely popped off. And honestly, I'm going to say it, Skau support gapped.
Yeah, no, he did
Skau
really
absolutely
well.
support gapped. I mean, he had hugely impactful roams. His Galio was insane this game. His Nautilus in game 2 was absolutely
Honestly, I'm going to go one step further. I'm going to say Don gap as well. I would honestly say Don Yasuo game was insane. That Akali game as well.
I mean, his Akali is known for a reason. He absolutely showcased why that was right now. Snitch, I don't think Snitch had a great series.
We should talk about 7 as well, because 7, the last 2 games was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was like 8-0-9, I think, in game 2.
You mean Vex?
Vex.
I mentioned outside that Shen game, I think Vex just kind of gapped this. And honestly, Formulation, they were not expecting, they didn't have the pressure on their shoulders. Maybe the pressure did weigh down on Ricks a little bit, knowing that they should have been the team going through here. And I think ultimately they just... Their second draft I didn't think made much sense. I think random Aatrox was a bit of a bait. I think, unfortunately, not able to have the direct impact that you could have on a true split pusher. And I think, unfortunately, you know, they've just fell prey to that Ricks weight at LAN again.
Could have gone with the Wukong instead of banning it, maybe, instead of the Aatrox in there. Obviously, Wukong being so strong. But yeah, wow. What an absolute, what a blowout. What a first game of the day. Are we all awake now, ladies and gentlemen? I think we are. I think we are. And that means the Ricks are out. They're down to the 3rd, 4th place playoff match later on today. And Formulation are in the final. Who are they going to face? Let's have a look at the brackets to see, of course, the other matchup is Viv Esports up against Parla. And, well, could we see another shocker in there? Parla coming through second in the groups. But it was a very tight matchup with them and Viv. Viv having a storming surge in the group stages towards the last few weeks.
Crazy. I mean, Formulation coming in, 1-2 weeks notice, especially for someone like Zauer as well, coming in as a sub. And honestly, Zauer had a really good performance as well. You know, game number one, he definitely struggled a little bit, but game number 2, he was, in my opinion, the game changer really, when he was able to use the Wukong ultimate over the wall. And then the 3rd game, as you mentioned, you know, Malphite, you could be 5,000 gold behind as long as you still have the unstoppable force, steals the 3rd dragon in the end, gets that huge, massive team fight win, and ends the game for Formulation. They make it through to the final.
Takes me back to the start of the league. I think it was the Infernal Cup, wasn't it? They won 3-0. Was it the Infernal? Or was
I mean, this is not the first time Formulation have beaten Ricks for sure. I mean, you know,
I mean, they did at the start of EMEA. I mean, Formulation had their number pretty much all the time. And what I will say as well is that you could kind of blame best of 3, but actually, frankly, I don't think you can. Like, the better team.
Well, they lost the first. They came back from it. So
the better team will win in this situation. I think on the day, Formulation were just the better team. Ricks hard underperformed. I wasn't a super big fan of their drafts. I think there was definitely elements of that 3rd draft that made more sense, but they took a very over-eager top. I think the name of the game for Ricks this entire series is overextending. They even did it a little bit in the first game. Again, way too heavy on the overextend on the top side of the map for random. And as much as I love Aatrox, Random wasn't able to have random level impact on a champ like Aatrox. Aatrox is really good because you can snowball it into skirmishes and team fights where he gets ahead from the laning phase. Random was not able to sit in a side lane and be a nuisance because on Aatrox you can't really do that.
I mean, you speak about Random's champion pool throughout the entirety of the group stage, you know, Fiora, Jax, these split push threats that he can carry on. Aatrox is not really that split push threat.
You want to be there in a team fight.
Exactly,
right?
you want to be there in the skirmishes, you want to be there in the team fights, but to be honest, Rick's just got, again, in my opinion, overconfident, again, overextended, trying to go for plays that they maybe didn't need to go for.
You said it in the game, they were forcing the action when actually they were behind. They were forcing the pace the whole time.
Oh, sorry.
We could talk for days.
For
days. Otherwise, we're not going to get a chance to have a break before the next game comes in. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it will, of course, be Viv Esports versus Parla. Can they top that shocker? I'm not sure. We had just about everything from that series. We'll see you in a few.
I'm Lonely Kid. I'm Baron Laner for Parla Esports, and we all came from Turkey to win this tournament. All of the players played the solo queue all day for straight 2 months. We played scrims with other teams. We prepared so hard for this tournament, and I believe we can win it. I think we have a special bond with each other, like every player has a bond with each other, and we really know what we do in game. We are thinking of playing really aggressive, increase the speed in the game, and destroy our enemy as fast as possible. This could be the last tournament that we meet each other. I hope all of every player will have fun, and good luck to everyone.
I'm Hester, I'm the support from Vive Esports. My AD carry is Josh, my mid lane is Yekio, my top lane is Patterson, and my jungle is Efta. So we come in Valencia for 1 week of bootcamp. We did a lot of training, you know, scrims, a lot of solo queue, Excel stuff, you know, sniping people. I think in my team we have me, who can engage really easily in the team. Also my jungle, we have a really good connection together. We can create some explosive moves, you know. And with my AD carry, sometimes we did a lot of stuff. Since Josh is really mechanical, good player. I mean, I can't reveal you. Your strategy, I think, I mean, it's not the same. We're gonna play slowly and try to make explosive move in team fight because that's your biggest strong. You might prepare a good vision because I'm gonna flank for you guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Great to be back after what was an absolute shocker. We're still in shock about it, really, honestly. Rick's not going to be in the final, which is actually, I think, the first final they're not going to be in, right?
Yeah, Origin, they were in the final. WREC finals they were in, so it will be the first final, you know, outside of that they're not in. And look, we talked a lot about how maybe there was some underperforming from Rick's. Before the break, I did want to flip the table. How well formulation Rick's, why? No, but literally, I want to say how well formulation played. Draft, honestly, really good drafts. All 3 games I was impressed with formulation's drafts. I think they had clear win conditions every single time. You know, and I think also Don and Vex and also Skau, all three of them had excellent performances. Quo did his job every single game, and Zawa, although maybe didn't individually...
Zawa did what he needed to do.
Did what he needed to do. He did what he needed to do. He came in last minute as a Baron lane substitute. He played champions that are relatively easy to play, but are
Game
always...
2, he was the one that started off the main fight with the Cyclone,
literally,
all into the Moonfall.
You know, you play relatively easy to execute champions that always have team fight impact, and did what he needed to do in that sense, you know? And I think that was very, very clever from Formulation to draft that way towards a weakness in their team that then could still continue to be useful regardless. I think, unfortunately, Rick's missed a beat by playing away from really honing in on punishing that lane. By the Jacks worked wonders, I think, in my opinion, because ultimately you can continue to punish that lane even if you're not in a team fight situation by going down the Aatrox. As I said it before, I think they boxed themselves into needing random in team fights, in skirmishes, where he couldn't be
the split push powerhouse.
He couldn't be doing lane gapping. The only lane that I think they could truly gap versus Formulation, they weren't lane gapping it.
Which is ironic, because ordinarily when you have a substitute come in, ordinarily you say, okay, we'll do a 1-4 split, so you can go off on your own and do your own thing and just keep pushing that lane and keep being a nuisance, and we'll do the team fighting. But actually, they pulled him in to be the main perpetrator.
I mean, we talk about Rickson quickly, you know, the group stage as well. You know, in the group stage, every single game, they just left Random by himself in the side lane. Every single game.
No, they changed the whole style.
They changed the whole style for the finals. They went for Aatrox. Random was instead grouping instead of being that split push threat in the side lane. So it was a completely different game plan from Rex. Completely different style. Game 1 was actually what I was expecting.
I wonder what
from
the
Rex.
voices that guided that decision, whether it be the player that said, hey, I really love in this champion, or whether maybe they've just thought, oh, this is going to be a great team comp, and maybe he's not said, guys, this kind of doesn't go with my play style, or...
It's crazy. Irrespective, it's irrelevant now. Formulation are in the final, and we're looking towards our second series now, which is going to be Viv versus Parla. That's going to be really interesting. Viv on a huge upswing in the second half of the SPS. You know, people probably putting them as the second best team. We're putting that next to Riggs, but, you know, people were putting them as the second best team potentially in the entire, you know, EMEA region. And then Parla, who have surpassed all expectations to get where they are, with a very strong top jungle side of Labunya and Lonely Kid, who really had an excellent performance all the way through the split. This is going to be another series that I think is a little too close to call.
I mean, we should point out that Parla only lost 2 games throughout this. One was to Rix, and the second one was to Formulation? I feel like it might have been.
Might have been, yeah.
They beat Queso in the off-stream game, which got us obviously all off guard, because at the time Queso, I think, were 4-0, and that was their first sort of loss. So they themselves, we shouldn't write out. This is very much on a knife edge, this game. I would say far closer than the last one should have been, really, if anything. But yeah, they've had some fantastic performances.
I mean, both Parla and Viv now are going to be like, we can win this tournament. We can win this whole thing now. They know that they don't have to face Rix in the final now. I think
I mean, frankly, you look at the way Formulation played.
You're still going to be worried, of course, but I think it's just going to be really, really close.
Okay, let's go over to the stage and see the teams live in Valencia.
Absolutely phenomenal, both from Rix GG and, of course, Formulation Gaming. What a way to kick off day 2 of DreamHack Valencia. That was unbelievable. And I have to say, Carmeline, I am forever in awe of the skill, the attention to detail, and the consistency that these teams display on a mobile device. It's amazing.
Absolutamente. Están demostrando un nivel y un talento que habíamos visto antes, pero nunca en un escenario como este por parte de estos equipos, y esperemos que sigan trayendo más de eso, Banks.
Like we have said, we have our first finalists in the bag, so it is time to meet your next competitors to take to the stage to find out who's going to meet Formulation Gaming in that final later on today. So please put your hands together, DreamHack Valencia, for your first competitor to take to the stage. It is Vive Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida a Vive Esports, que viene estando en segunda posición, y vamos a descubrir más de ellos muy pronto.
Vive Esports consists of Heste, Yash, Patterson, Yekyu, and Zefta. After defeating Formulation Gaming to make it to the semi-finals, they have been banking on a rematch potentially in the final. It could be spicy. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I want to see right here. I want to see a revenge story, Carmeline. I really do. Now, it's time to meet their opponents, who's going to be joining us on the stage here at DreamHack Valencia. So, everyone, please put your hands together for IF Parla Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida a IF Parla Esports, el escenario viene desde Turquía y además nos van a traer un nivel increíble ahora mismo.
IF Parla Esports hails from Turkey. The team is made up of Katse, Flankton, Lonely Kid, Labunya, and Nakrez. You can bet they are here to put on quite a show. We are very excited for this next match. Let's see if they can match the same energy from that first match that we've seen here. So, they can see the final. It's almost within grasping distance. And of course, the SPS trophy that is waiting for them at the end of the day. So why don't you say we just get this next match rolling and head over to our casters, Carmeline?
Valencia, queremos que deis lo mejor de vosotros, así que animad muy fuerte a estos equipos. Pero sí, nos vamos con los comentaristas.
So there they are, swagged out to boot with the neck chains of Parla. There we go.
I love it. I love the Parla neck. Parla, can I have a Parla neck chain?
I want one as well.
I kind of want one. Like, they're cool.
Parla neck chain, Parla hoodie, Parla shirt. It's, yeah, they're kind of swagged out. They've been, they're looking the part. The question is, can they play the part, obviously, as we come into the game? Before we get there, though, I want to talk about our predictions, because we've all predicted the same thing, I think, for this one.
Well, we're already out in the dirt.
I think all of us have said 2-1, right, for this, I believe. 2-1
to Viv, I think.
So get yourselves your Snapdragon match predictions, obviously, in the Twitch chat as well. Hopefully the bot will come up. It didn't come up for the last game, I'm just saying. I'm keeping my eye on it to see if it comes up in a moment. Hopefully you guys can get some well-earned Twitch points, because they're really valuable.
I think whenever I go 2-1, it's always like...
That's because you're unsure.
It's difficult to
I am
predict,
unsure,
you know?
I am unsure on this
Actually,
one.
no, wasn't it you two that voted 2-0 Ricks and I voted 2-1 Ricks?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, but you still lost.
I mean...
You don't get any points.
You don't get any points for being second best.
I'm sorry if you go into a betting shop, they're saying, no, you're not getting your money back. It's not happening, Stu.
I got the number of games right, guys.
Just the wrong result.
Just got the score the wrong way around.
I mean, if this is ever a caster curse, all three of us already cast the curse Rick's last game.
I did actually talk to Snitch. I talked to Snitch a little bit in the break, and he did say, I hope Stu never casts Wild Rift again.
Well,
there will be nothing after this anyway.
His wish will be delivered. Let's talk about the guys on the
Riot
screen.
did that for you,
Viv Esports obviously come into this. They had a resurgence towards the end there, and as Banks just alluded to there, they were the team that effectively knocked Formulation out in the groups, although obviously they are here by hook or by crook because of Team Queso. But they had the big performances towards the end of the group stage.
Yeah, and I think it was that big upswing for them that really got them into the sort of top 4 position. I think for Viv, they have a super strong bot side of the map. Like, Heste is one of the best supports in the entire region. You know, Shkao looked good in the last game, but Heste has always been consistently at that level. Especially
he's the game maker.
He's the playmaker. He's the engager. He plays a lot of these very heavy engage supports. Infinitely the best Rakan in this entire region, but has great prowess on things like the Nautilus as well. And I think it's going to be Lonely Kid. Patterson lane is going to be important for Parla. Like, you want to get a good matchup for Lonely Kid into Patterson. Patterson plays a lot of nullifying champions like the Renekton's, the Garens, like the Wukongs that we saw Zawa on as well. And I think, Zefta versus Labunya is going to be an interesting one. Zefta is one of those jungle names that gets thrown around a little bit when we're talking about the top-tier junglers in Europe. So, Viv definitely got some very strong players on their roster.
I think it is very interesting because Labunya is a player that obviously played on Zero Zone before and came into the Snapdragon Pro Series group stage on Parla. So, with like a last-minute change.
Well.
And yeah, I think he made an impact straight away. We saw it, right at the start of the group stage. He was playing the likes of Gwen, who is carrying a lot. And I think that is a very, very interesting matchup. I think across the board, I think there's a lot of very, very close matchups, but I think you point out perfectly already, Alexandra. I think the main win condition of Viv has to be Heste. You know, if Heste can get Rakan, the specialty that we know that Heste can perform, I think that's the one there. But then in the Baron lane, Only Kid, yeah,
man right there.
Only Kid. I did say to him, he always memes me about, oh, can I get you know, can I get a gifted skin and everything like that if I win this tournament? I said to him, if he wins Snapdragon, I'll gift him a skin. So he says he's got everything on the line now. He has to perform if he wants a skin.
I mean, it's there right now. With Rix out of the way, both of these teams are going to be looking towards that final and thinking, we can do this. We can do this.
I honestly think it's anyone's tournament to win now. Yeah. I think that formulation coming into it is really, really strong, and both these teams are going to have a huge boost of confidence as well, knowing that they're not going to be able to face Rix in the final.
Let's see if there's any changes to the pick and ban system while we've been away. It does look like Viv are going to be the blue side, so the Akali ban and the Yone ban for Parla. Not too surprising with Yeku in there. There is going to be the Aatrox ban. Now, I mean, after watching that last game, not sure on that one.
I mean, I still think the champion is very strong. The interesting thing about this is that, obviously, again, Lonely Kid is more of a split push carry, like Random at the same time as well. And Patterson is more of a player that likes to play the team fight Baron laners, like the Garen, like the Renekton, like the Wukong. So interesting that actually Viv banned it away, maybe just worried about themselves. Shen being banned away as well. So maybe
I think Shen's gone for the rest of the day.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a really strong jungle pick. I mean, it's been played a lot in ranked at the moment, has one of the fastest jungle clears. We still got the Annie bug at the moment. Don't worry if you're just joining us, that is not going to be an Annie pick. I think it's just like a...
I think that's here to stay today, to be honest.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Anyway, well, you know, Annie, she never gets seen in competitive anyway, so nice to see her on the draft every so often. And then,
Zed first pick for Viv.
The Lonely Kid reaction, though, to go straight for his best champion. His most played champion throughout the group stages.
Into a Wukong Karma. We're going quick here.
Oh, yeah, we are. We have got a Karma pick, obviously great adaptable pick. We've seen it work really well. Wukong is something that Patterson has played a hell of a lot as well. We know how useful it can be. Just kind of try and nullify the Fiora for Lonely Kid.
So Fiora Karma is a response to the Zed, which we expect to be Yaku. Varus as well. This is a very heavy AD comp at the moment. They need some sort of AP jungle from Viv, so you kind of expect Parla to probably ban our AP champions, you know, probably like the Morgana, like the Gragas. Well, Gragas is already banned, sorry. Probably be Morgana banned here for Parla, wouldn't be surprised, but Patterson playing the Wukong. We mentioned it already. Played it, I think, 4 or 5 times in a row in the group stage. No surprise there. Yeku mid lane as well. On the Zed, no surprise, and Varus as well in the bot side. So very standard draft at the moment for Viv. And to be honest, the same with Parla as well, because Galio was Flankton's most played champion. The same with Katsei as well on the Karma.
Yeah, and obviously the Nautilus Rakan has to be taken away from
Rakan, yeah.
Obviously the very impactful support champions, but he has got a pretty big champion pool overall, so it's going to be very tricky to ban out, but when they are so impactful.
Interesting enough, Viv are the ones that ban out Diana, even though they need an AP jungler. They are going to go for Set, so that's probably Set support.
Yeah, that's
for Heste. Yeah, that's a Heste, another Heste pick that you can play. Just any sort of engaged support is really, really good for Heste. Lucian is going to be the pick though, probably for mid lane for Katsei, going to have the early game pressure against the Zed.
You don't necessarily need an AP jungler in this situation. You have got a Karma.
You do. No, I mean for Viv.
Oh, for Viv, yeah.
Yeah, for Viv. That's what I mean. They banned away the Diana, but they need an AP jungler. I mean, that's why I was surprised that Parla actually banned out the thing. And they're actually not. They're going to go for Jace. So
what I would say is that, you know, we do often speak about this need for balanced team comps, but it isn't 100% necessary, mostly because, you know, unless you're going up against a super tank, then, you know, you're not going to build a massive amount of armor on any of these particular champions, maybe except for Galio. The other thing is to consider that we haven't really considered is it could technically be AP Varus. It probably won't be, and I'd be very surprised to see the AP Varus in this scenario because you really want to have a poke monster to go with the Jace. But you don't necessarily need to have an AP threat on the team if you believe that either you can snowball before armor becomes relevant, or they don't have anyone in the enemy team that would naturally want to build armor. Just for that sense.
I mean, the way that I see it is that like Parla have 3 champions that can potentially build armor. You know, Fiora, once she gets Death Stance, I think she's going to be really annoying to deal with.
Sure. Especially
because there's a lot of AD damage. Obviously, Galio can just go for full armor now in the bot lane because you only see Galio tank. And then Vi as well, most of the time goes like 24's first item, but after that, you can go GA, you can go Death Stance again. So I think there are
you're going to get
opportunities.
You're going to get a lot of armor value from any armor that you build, but as long as you're building armor pen, which obviously all of those guys do, if you're going Poke Varus, you clearly build early armor pen. Jace builds early armor pen. You know, like you can deal with teams that build armor. You know, I would be worried if I was going into a Malphite with that comp, and suddenly Malphite just went, okay, Sunfire, Cape, Thorn Mail, Randuin's, you know, like, and then suddenly I'm like, even with armor pen, you're not getting much value. But yeah, I think you can play full AD comps if you don't think the enemy team wants to, or has a carry that can effectively build enough armor to negate the relevance of things like the armor pen. So it's always worth considering. You don't necessarily need to balance your team comp damage, but it is obviously good if you can.
I think one thing to note though is Parler's gone for all comfort picks. No, nothing crazy at all. You know, all of these champions are actually all of their most played champions throughout the entirety of the group stage. So Parler just going for what worked well for them, and it did work really well for them. You know, they got second in the whole of the group stage. Whole of Turkey's back in them at the moment. I'm sure there's a lot of Turkish fans in the Twitch chat as well now supporting Parler. I know Parler have a lot of support. They came into my Twitch chat a few times as well for co-streams and everything. So they have a lot of support behind them, and they're going to have to perform you know, even above expectations, you know, like they did in the group stage to try and take down Viv and to make it to the final.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Parler perform here. I think, as we mentioned, Viv come in as most people expected favourites. I think not many people put Parler in their top 4 at the start of the SPS, but they proved a lot of people wrong. Most people put Rix, Formulation, Queso, Viv as the top 4. So, you know, Parler to make it is a really big step for them. We're going to see loading into the first game here, G. G? I called you G.
Yo, G. Yo, what's up, G? Old dog in the corner here. Yeah. Interesting setup, and as you mentioned, obviously Parler getting comfort picks, which could actually favour them, because the best way to start an event, I always feel, the best way to start a tournament, a league, anything like that, is to go with what works best for you, what comfort picks you can pick up, and they've got just about everything they wanted here.
Interesting enough that the Varus on Jash has started with Dagos and also has Conqueror, so that makes me lean a little bit towards AP Varus. I mean, you never build any dagger items on Lethality Varus, so I'm pretty much 100% sure there is going to be AP Varus, so that is going to be their damage source. Now, the interesting thing is that obviously Varus did get a buff again somehow in the previous patch. He now has a lot more attack speed. Every single time he kills a minion, he got increased attack speed. Every single time he kills a champion, he also gets attack speed.
First blood,
early gank.
The Bunya there early does go straight away. It's a level 2 gank attempt.
So with AP Varus, it's all about the on-hit. It's all about the attack speed. So that attack speed buff that he got in the previous patch was a really big buff to AP Varus. But the problem is that you have to be very, very close. You're very low-ranged auto-attack champion. That's why you mainly go for, you know, Lethality Varus, because then you can stay at range, you can use your abilities. But with this one, it's all about the auto-attacks and stacking that passive on the second ability.
Labunya trying to get Lonely Kid a bit of an edge in this top lane matchup versus Patterson early on. Patterson's had to burn his honey fruit already, and you can see there is an arome coming out from Flankton and from Labunya towards that top side of the map, and Patterson got to be a bit careful. He has got Heste in support here, so Heste is going to sit to try and support this tower dive, but they will go for it.
Oh, the clone! They've actually caught the clone off. They're going to be able to finish it off here. No, because Labunya's taking too many tower hits. And Heste once again doing Heste things. Yeku actually may get Flankton down as well. It could be a 2 for 0. Flankton will fall, but Yeku might go with it. Heste comes in. Can he save the day again? He might get another kill. Heste gets the dodge. Tries to get it down and does. It's a double for Heste.
Best support EU, baby. Great roam from Heste up towards the top side of the map there. And, I mean, you've got to talk about how the way Patterson played that.
God, Patterson played that so perfect. As soon as the third ability flash came in from Flankton, instant clone straight away from Patterson, and it was such a perfect dodge because that meant the whole of Parler, were basically focused on that clone. They killed the clone. They were like, cool, Wukong's dead. Patterson's like, JK, I'm still here. It's only the clone. Patterson played that so perfect, and this is why Patterson plays Wukong over and over again. He plays his champion.
Oh, a showstopper down, and Flankton got again, and it's another kill for Seta as well. So Heste gets a third.
He even goes for Proto Belt first item as well, so he's going for the playmaking potential.
What a total Giga Chat,
I don't need tank stacks. I want the Proto Belt first item. He spends like 1,800 gold on his boots upgrade, but he's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to play Proto Belt. Ulti flanked him back into the team. 3-0. I mean, we spoke about his Rakan, but I mean, his set is just as good.
He played it during the group stages as well. We know that. Heste on these playmakers is exactly what you want, and also nullifying the one lane that we really talked about being important for IF Parla as well, which is obviously the top lane with Lonely, or the Baron lane with Lonely Kid. Heste has done a great job of providing Patterson the respite that he needs.
You know what? We've been so distracted. We didn't even know this is Zed Jungle.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about
Zed Jungle.
I just glazed over it. I assumed you talked about it while I was talking to the producer, but it doesn't matter. Lonely Kid once again flanked in all sorts of trouble, and it's another for Heste.
4-0 for Heste.
Flanked in PayPal? Is that okay?
Oh no, not this early on.
No, I mean it's just Heste playing really well in this scenario. 4-0 on the set, and something that what's really interesting to me. This is a kind of a sideline discussion about the Zed Jungle. Obviously, with the new season of PC League, Zed Jungle has become really popular. It's very funny that Wild Rift sometimes takes inspiration from PC without actually having much change for Zed in terms of his jungling power in Wild Rift.
I mean, there was that huge massive change to jungle in patch 3.5, and you can actually clear the jungle very, very quickly now, and it did open up a lot more junglers. You know, we saw Shen jungle already, you know, before. We saw Darius, we've seen Darius jungle quite a lot. There are a lot of picks now that you can play in the jungle, and obviously in Wild Rift you have the AoE auto attacks if you're a melee champion. So with that on top of your third ability for Zed, you can clear the jungle very, very quickly. And most of the time in jungle, it means that you're basically farming up. You're not going to be put under any pressure at all, because invading is never really important and never really happens in Wild Rift. So all you're doing with a Zed jungle is farming up to that point that you're just very, very strong. And
I mean,
surprising pick.
Picks that rely on their ultimates, like Evelyn and Zed, you know, those are picks that actually can function really well in the jungle, because you can essentially accelerate that level 5 compared to being in lane. And for this whole game, Zephy's just been on farm duty. It's been Heste all over the map, impacting left, right, and center. And you can see that Viv are off to a very, very strong start here in the semi-final. They are not making any mistakes, putting their foot down and establishing themselves as a top-tier team.
And I kind of feel a little bit for Lonely Kid, because obviously he's still at 0-0-0. He's been sat on that Baron lane, and everyone's been dying in that Baron lane. He's like, guys, could you please stop feeding Patterson for me right now? I need something to get going, because if he's not careful, he's not going to be able to get that split push going, and that's just going to ruin the entire Parla strategy. Yeah.
They're doing this specifically to try and ruin that strong side of the map for Parla. You know, and Yekwi's also been given a bit of a gold lead as well, so he's going to be fine with that Hull Breaker picked up in the side lane too. So they're specifically trying to shut down Parla's ability to manage effectively in these side lanes, especially for Lonely Kid, and Heste has been consistently roaming towards that top side of the map just to do that, you know, do that one move, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know why I was going with that sentence, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I just finish my sentence.
Well, before 7 minutes, so there we go.
And gold onto Yekwi, Heste mid lane.
Showstopper onto Kansei. Isn't going to be enough to follow through, though, because Jash is going to get focused by Labunya. Labunya's got too deep on the tower. Second tower hit's going to come through. Third tower hit will do the job. And it's actually Heste that obviously picks up the kill.
Oh, you'll take the crown!
Lonely Kid, oh no! Oh no! The playful trickster of Patterson doing Lonely Kid completely. Oh, you hate to see it.
Patterson's performed so well, and it comes as no surprise really on the Wukong. Time and time again, he done it in the group stage, and that was that sudden, you know, surge, you know, in the group stage, right at the end where they were able to beat Formulation. Wukong was one of their main picks. It was the priority for them in draft, time and time again. And he's doing the exact same again, shutting down Lonely Kid, but it's also the help with everyone else, the support of the team as well, especially Heste. And Viv have done so well. Yeah, Viv.
Deadman's Plate first item.
More movement speed.
Just more movement speed, looking to get across the map as quickly as possible and impact as many lanes as he can. Josh is going as you said, the AP Varus here. The wave clear is a little worse for AP Varus, so has to be a bit more careful if he's left alone in that mid lane, but they're going to go for this top lane tier 1. The response isn't there from Parla, and they're going to lose another tower.
Use that Herald bot lane. They got the top lane tower as well, so it's 2 towers. They got a pretty big gold lead. 4,000 gold lead is a pretty big gold lead in this early game. We're going to take a look back at the replay. Protobel, oh my god, into the E flash as well. I mean, it's just perfect. But there is good follow-up though, and it is one thing about Varus is that you don't have a lot of mobility at all, so you can get locked down very easily by the Vi Galio combo if you want to go for that, or even, you know, Lonely Kid trying to dash on top of him, which obviously you saw there, he had to flash away, but Heste again, I mean, all eyes are on Heste. I mean, it always has been for Viv. It always has been, I think, for Europe as well, for Wild Rift, is that, you know, in my opinion, Heste is one of the biggest playmakers out of any team, you know, not only as a support, but as just a player in general.
I think he's gone beyond being a support in this game. That's once your support is 5,
that's more gold than his AD carry.
Yeah, you may as well just say, you know what,
I am the carry
the
now.
gold. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for like Black Cleaver.
Oh, he's just going straight in there. Why not? Showstopper, goodbye. The Bunya, you're not getting the red buff, I'm afraid. He goes down. Lonely Kid also forced away from that one. That's the pure aggression of a very dominant support player. Didn't get the kill this time, by the way.
I'll be upset about that one.
Yeah,
He'll be upset. He's hoping to get every single kill in this game.
He'll be like, hey, I want the kill. Give me the kills. I am the carry.
Going to take down that mid lane tier 1, and we are looking at this is probably one of the most sizable gold leads that we've seen today, built up before that 10-minute mark.
Yep.
Does look like...
Lonely Kid actually killed Zefta.
Yeah, picks up one. Picks up Zefta, who maybe looked to go for the ult on him. Lonely Kid playing well on his signature champion. One of the few shining lights, I think, for Parla at this stage of the game.
He has been shut down quite a lot, though. I think that's the difficulty. I think Necros has the gold lead at the moment for Parla. It looks like they're going to just take the Rift Herald before Viv even get here.
They need to get it quick, though, because Yeku's the only one that's keeping them at bay. They will take the Herald. They got the Herald last time. They're
just going in on the status timing.
That's a bad choice, though, I feel. The Cyclone coming out from Patterson. Patterson's going to get taken down. The culling.
Here comes Heste!
Heste comes in now. Can he lock them down? The Bunya flashes away. He gets taken low. That's going to be Zefta chasing through. Zefta should be able to get Nakras down. The pop will go through. Oh! There we go. It's going to be Heste. Can he get one more lockdown? Doesn't have the showstopper available anymore. They back away from that one. They did manage to, of course, get the Herald, but the problem is they've opened it up for Viv to turn on the Dragon.
Yeah, and they burnt every single summoner as well. All summoners are now down for Parla. A few left up, just Josh still has his available for Viv, so that could be important if the next fight breaks out around the Dragon.
Yeah, so Viv, throw the Herald at the top, that's all they can do, that's the counter they got, that's the only thing they can do at the moment with the Infernal Drake spawning.
Stu, do you want to talk?
No, I was just saying that, you know, Viv prioritized taking the tower instead of going for that Rift Herald, realizing that they could just get all 3 outer towers and just can take control, and they don't even need the Rift Herald, so they just give that up. And now they're just, you know, they prioritize them towards the Dragon. They get the Dragon, so Parla don't even have really that 3 Dragon win condition. And Viv are in full control. The goalie has gone down to 3,000, so Parla have been able to come back a little bit. Let's take a look back at the replay. I think the stasis timing here from Yeku was so good. He actually times it perfect. Patterson does enough to interrupt this entire fight and gives time for the rest of the team. Heste again with the third ability flash over the wall, but they're just not able to do enough damage. And this is the one bad thing, really, about AP Varus, is that if he's playing Lethality Varus there, he probably does so much poke damage with his abilities, but the problem was he was never able to get into auto-attack range to get that extra damage off, like you can do on hit Varus. But look at this. They know the Bunya's there.
Heste's coming. Heste's coming. Try and get away. The showstopper brings you back in. And that's going to be Labanji. No, he's got enough to shield out of this one. Heste actually goes back in for it. Cyclone from Patterson doing enough. Look at that damage.
Chains of Corruption.
Nakras suddenly coming through. And now Yeku gets involved. Flanked and caught over the Chains of Corruption. He can't get away. And you can see Yeku wants to get the Hyper Blast and he gets it. He got the double.
Insane play from Yeku in the end. That Chain of Corruption from Josh as well was so good. It spread time and time again. Lonely Kid split pushing in the bot side, but I don't think there's much you can do. You can't trade inhibitors at this point of the game. This is going to be a free inhibitor. Labunya's trying to clear the wave, use the stasis. This inhibitor's just gone.
He's got a flash, doesn't need it, doesn't use it, not going to get away, locked up. And, well, while that's all happening, you can see Lonely Kid's trying to do what he can. Actually, Lonely Kid's first death, by the way, here 12 minutes in. Considering how much this game has snowballed away from his team, that's actually still quite impressive.
I mean, he has that one wing condition he can play towards. He has to make the 1v1 play. In that situation, most resources for Viv are allocated on the top side of the map. It has to be that 1v1 play that he's looking for. So I don't blame him for going for it. It was something that he needed to do. He maybe maybe could have answered with an inhibitor if he was quick. We'll take a look back at that fight. Gotta say, the absolute brilliance of that stun onto Labunya to use the red buff as well positions himself so perfectly to set the fight up. It's a great re-engage, honestly, but the Chains of Corruption are just too disgusting, and that's one of the things about AP Varus. If you let the Chains of Corruption spread, you build up those stacks, that's where the damage comes from. It's exactly what Josh would have wanted in that fight.
Imagine Nash's Tooth and the Rift Maker completed, going towards Death Cap as a third item, so he gets the extra 2 true damage as well.
Oh, yeah.
Faces bot side.
Uh-oh, Lonely Kid, you're in trouble, son. Yeah, time to dash,
no.
time to dash. Not got anywhere to go with this one. He gets the help. I mean, I think that's just gifted another kill with Flankton coming in, to be honest. The rest of the team now come in. Katzer's there. Can they turn this around? Have they got the damage? Well, they've got one. Can they get any more from this one? I don't think so. I don't think there's simply too much of a diff now between the two teams and Labunya. Yeah, that all Chains Corruption just missed. Heste going back in once again, tries to catch them down. They will, but back to the tower. Oh, and in the end, the Zed catches it. Zefta gets him.
GA does get proc though, which is pretty big for Labunya. That means that, you know, that's a worrying thing about going Guardian Angel early, is that if you go Guardian Angel early, the stats of the item, the stats on the item are not that great. If you lose Guardian Angel as soon as you buy it, the item just becomes completely useless, and you feel like you're not even a champion at that point.
You just feel like you've wasted your second item in this scenario, and actually goes for another Chain Vest here as well. So trying to play a bit more defensively, Labunya, but look at his items. Look at Heste's items. He is stacked right now.
Yeah, he's a massive armor tank.
Yeah, and you can see this is just the engage coming through, like you said, Lee. Flankton trying to defend, but essentially ends up giving up 2 kills. It's a good collapse coming out from Parla, but they're just gapped by gold and gapped by items. You're 6k gold down. You've got a Heste who feels somewhat unkillable on the front line, and that just allows Josh to rain arrows in from the back.
Oh, hello. We've come straight back into it. Zefta has been caught here. Labunya managing to tank them out, but he will get caught out on the side. That Cyclone catching all of Parla off guard there. Patterson in the end there, doing enough to completely catch them off guard. Lonely Kid's still lingering. He's looking to catch a Sempra. Tries to go for maybe Jash here. Yeah, not going to happen. Jash not falling for it.
You know what the crazy thing is? Like, AP Varus is more of like an AD carry, I feel like, than AD Lethality. Yeah, AD Lethality Varus. And Jash has proven why he's one of the top AD carries, in my opinion, because, you know, he came in as a sub for Icons for Game Lord, I remember as well, all the way back in Singapore, and now he's proving why he's a really good AD carry on this Varus as well. We're going to take a look back. We missed the start of the fight. The lockdown was there.
Yeah, Heste with the showstopper pulls Labunya way out of the fight there, but Flankton in the end was the one that came in.
It looks like Labunya was actually just trying to lock down...
yeah, he was trying to cease and desist Zefta, but Zefta jumped back to his original clone.
Yeah, exactly, so he's completely out of position.
I just followed him all the way back to his original clone, right back to the back of the team fight.
So, Mountain Drake up, and this has got to be Parla's... I mean, Viv, sorry, if Parla fight for this, I feel this is going to be the game stopper.
And they're thinking that they maybe need this second dragon to give them the defensive edge. It gives them some resistances. They're going to have a dragon stacked up already, but as you mentioned, I just don't think they win these team fights. They're 2 gold diffed right now.
They're stacking up for the Cyclone at the moment. They've got to be careful.
Oh, Heste!
Goes in. Wow, Labunya just got melted. Flankton picked off. Katzer's not going to get away from this one. Nakrez exhausted and locked up on the backside. Zefta will finish him off. Nakrez will go down to Yeku here as well. And that could well be game, ladies and gentlemen. A dominant start from Viv.
Patterson goes absolutely crazy in the player cam as well. They're feeling pumped after this one. A very, very dominant game for Viv, and they've got the top lane wave as well, and I think this is the end of game 1.
Yeah, they could just go straight for the Nexus. And honestly, from the start to finish, a 6-1-14 Heste was definitely a huge differential coming into the start of that game. Started off, it was 5-0 for a long time in there. Some very incredible play. Focusing on the Baron lane, shutting down Lonely Kid, the big win condition for Parla was nullified.
You mentioned it exactly there, Lee. They made great roams, and Heste, what I really loved twofold about this set pick, it's fantastic into Galio. It's such a good counter pick into Galio. Galio wants to dive in, look for a taunt, you throw him back into his own team, and he can't make that impact. But also Heste able to, very early on, roam, counter, I think sets one of the best counter-engaging types of champions in the game, able to do that super early on as well. The Proto Belt as first item just allowed it to be more playmakery on the map. This entire pace of this game was set by how frequently Heste was impacting every single lane.
I mean, that's the crazy thing is like Set is normally known, especially Set support, as a disengaged champion, but Heste was like, I don't give a damn. I'm just going to use a Proto Belt to dash in and use the ultimate to always pull someone back into his own team, whether it was Labunya, whether it was Flankton in the early game as well. He done so well to time his ultimate and time his third ability to make sure that he can isolate one of the members of Parla, and time again. And you know what the great thing is about that? Is that if Set pulls someone into his team, it means that Jash can be there with the auto attack, stack the passive on the second ability, use a chain of corruption, and that basically means that one person is just completely dead.
And unfortunately, certainly for Parla, it was them that started to set the pace. They were the ones that went for the tower dive. The Playful Trickster completely catching them off guard. Labunya came in very early to try and help out, but that's just turned completely on them. They all came in one by one, ended up feeding Heste 3 kills back to back.
I mean, diving a Wukong is a tough anyway. Like, it's a really tough call anyway. And as you mentioned, Heste had made that roam. And again, another really tough champion to tower dive as a set. He'll pull you all in, get you stunned, and then you'll take a load of tower shots.
They probably just saw Patterson's health, and they were probably just like, oh, Patterson's really low on health. We can just easily, tower dive. But like you said, that Playful Trickster was one of the most perfect Playful Tricksters I think I've ever seen. Dodging the knock-up, dodging the taunt as well. And Parla just got completely baited by that. And I feel like from that point on, that's kind of where the momentum came in for Viv.
Yeah, absolutely. Set the pace early on. Wow, are we going to see Viv quickly early through, or will we see what we just saw from Formulation and turning the game around? We know that Parla can do it, but can they do it on the big stage? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, after the break. Back here, live from Valencia, will be Parla versus Viv.
I think if there was a team that could be the dark horse of this tournament, it would be Parla. I think the Turkish teams are always underrated, where they actually have a lot of talent. Players like Nakraz are just super insane, honestly. I think he's definitely one of the best mid-laners at the tournament. And I think if there was a team that could come out of nowhere and people wouldn't really expect it, it would be them.
Önceki turnuvada da aynı şekilde gözüktük. O yüzden Parla.
So I think the dark horse of the whole tournament is probably Viv, it's like my team, or Parla. We play against each other in the first round. I think it's pretty exciting. We both have like strong points and weak points. So I think both of the teams are probably the underdog or the dark horse.
For me, it's basically us of Parla, because like FMG and Rix are considered like a top 2 of the tournament since the start of it. With TQ, but TQ get out for unfortunate reason. But yeah, for me it's like us and Parla. Like Rix and FMG are like favorites, so they are not really dark horse compared to us.
We are the 5th seed who weren't supposed to be here, so I think it's like most normal that we would be the dark horse. I think people would not have that high expectation of us compared to the other teams.
Goal pretty much putting the nail on the head there. We're the dark horse. Nobody, we shouldn't even be here, but here we are. They're in the final. Who's going to be joining them? Before we get to it, let's talk about our partners, obviously, that are helping us be here in the first place. Of course, Snapdragon Pro Series would be nothing without the Snapdragon processor, of course. And of course, it is powered by Samsung Galaxy, obviously helping out throughout. And of course, they're all playing on the S22s.
I think they're all playing on the S22
Plus.
Yeah, they're all playing on the S22 Plus. And actually, I have a great soundbite from the players. The best phone we've ever been given to play on at a tournament.
Well, they
land stage.
Let's get that recorded. Put that, put it in an advert. There we go. Obviously,
legit, I know the players have been made to play on several phones throughout the last year.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, WRC and everything.
Just for competitive integrity, you usually have to use the same device.
Yep.
They always complain. This is the first time I've ever heard the players and coaches say this is the best phone we've been ever given to play on. So it's good. That's a great soundbite.
Get them out back, record it, sorted. Also, don't forget DHL and obviously Monster helping certainly me through the morning. You haven't quite got there yet.
I haven't got there yet.
I've got to be honest. It was an early start. I don't normally go this.
You don't normally rise. I think it's like for me.
I've got to make sure I don't peak too early. You see.
I'm a 6 a.m. My son barges into my room and goes, "Dad, can I go downstairs?" Yeah,
For me, it's a 6 a.m. a dog gets in between us and it's just like, yeah, okay, you need to go outside, right?
I mean, we've already been going for 3 hours. It's already nearly 2 p.m. So
really?
I mean, yeah, it's already
actually flown by. That was an insane first series.
I mean, it's already 2 p.m. here.
That's all right. We got an 8 p.m. cutoff.
yeah, we do.
True. Yeah, that is true.
England World Cup. Just saying, we are all looking forward to
British
that one.
casters.
3 British casters, they want to be done to watch the World Cup.
It's a good job we're not broadcasting on the Sunday where the Brawl guys are, because we could be very sad broadcasting then.
Well, if my prediction is true, yeah, we're going to be pretty sad, unfortunately.
It's going to be a tough game.
Anyway, you thought we were going to get absolutely smashed.
I think we are going to get smashed, but I'm keeping my expectations low. So that if we don't get smashed, then if I do, then I'm like, well, I just expected us to get Mbappe'd. But, if we don't, then, that's good.
Well, anyway, back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, powered by Samsung Galaxy, all using the S22 Plus on the stage there, and they're all loving it. The question is, who is going to react to what was interesting play? And what gets me is the fact that they banned out Nautilus. They banned out Rakan, and then he just pulls out set and then just does exactly the same thing, dominates, has such an impact on the game. So at the end of the day, I feel maybe you should just focus someone else, expect the fact that Heste is going to have an impact and try and play around.
This is completely different from Parla.
They've
Every
out
single
3
ban,
champions that they've just seen.
Exactly, they've just faced against Zed, Wukong, Varus. They're just like, cool, we're just going to ban them away.
I know what they're going to pick first. It's going to be
Leaves Shen open at the moment.
Oh, it's not.
Yone!
They
fixed it, and it's actually first pick this time. Hey! We did it.
So Nacrez.
The stats not right, but I'm just happy.
We assume it could be Nacrez. It could be someone else.
Yeah, I mean,
also be Yone Jungle.
Could be Yone Jungle. It's not as strong as it was, but Nacrez. I know that you just heard in the break, Snitch talked very highly of Nacrez specifically, so it could be for him. Camille is the first time we've seen her this weekend. We don't get to see much Camille, but I actually think people do like Camille into Yone because you can just kind of keep him locked in.
And also, it's a very, very safe champion again for Patterson in that barrel lane. He's not really known as a carry really in the barrel lane. He's more known for just playing the safe champions like the Wukong, like the Camille as well. And he's so good at team fights. What's Camille great at doing? Setting up team fights. Olaf and Morgana though.
Morgana either for Katsei or for Frankton.
So it's got Morgana support obviously.
Well, it'll be Katsei probably.
Katsei maybe. Yeah.
I think it'll be maybe Katsei on the dual lane. This could also be a potential for Olaf Baron lane as well, because Olaf did get a little bit of a buff to Baron lane. He now gets 20% armor reduction now on his first ability. On his first ability, which obviously buffs the Baron lane. Obviously gets committal. It could be very, very good at the same time. So Garen being picked as well. So yeah. Garen mid, Camille top, and then Gragas jungle, I think, for Viv. For Parla, they got a lot of flexibility. The Morgana can go anywhere, the Yone could go anywhere, and the Olaf, honestly, could go anywhere as well. There's a lot of flex picks on either side.
Lulu ban.
Lulu ban. Okay. I don't think Heste's playing Lulu. Saying that, I mean, Karma is his most played champion during a group stage, with Rakan as well. Speaking of Karma has actually not been picked or banned so far.
The Lonely Kid focus is strong. Aatrox, Fiore, Jax, trying to take him off everything. Wukong still was taken away by Parla as well, so it leaves... Well, it's still got a lot of choices out there, I would say. There's so many that Baron Lane can play. Zig's final ban.
Zig, so there is a lot up for Heste. The Rakan is open. Nautilus is still open as well. There's still so many supports that are open. Karma is still open as well.
I just feel
so many power picks.
I actually quite like Nautilus because I don't like Rakan into the Morgana as much. But I like Nautilus in this scenario. It's going to be Karma. That's got to be for Josh. I mean, I know Heste plays a lot of Karma, but that's got to be for Josh, surely.
I mean, potentially. I mean, Josh didn't play it at all during the group stage, and Heste played it quite a few times. One of his most played champions. So it could be another situation where we see Heste on the Karma support, just going for an Enchanter support, and then leaving Josh to play potentially an AD carry. Now, Parla have to round out their comp. Obviously, there is a lot of flexibility here, and we don't really know what's happening. Nautilus means it is going to be Nautilus support. Still a lot of flexibility though. I think this final pick is going to pretty much round out the comp, and we'll be able to see where we actually go with this.
I assume Diana, I got to assume for Parla, for the mid lane.
I think we're looking for either.
I think we're looking for Baron lane.
We don't know. I mean, it could be Morgana.
I think it's Katsei, Morgana bot, Olaf jungle.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's Yone.
Sorry guys, I'm here all day.
So this is now the only flexibility is really Yone Baron lane or Olaf Baron lane.
Yeah,
Yone jungle, Olaf jungle.
I think it's Olaf jungle. It's gonna be Yone mid. I think it's gonna Diana jungle, Olaf Baron lane, and then maybe.
Oh yeah, it could also be Diana. There is flexibility.
Yeah. There is so much flexibility here. And Vayne gets locked in for Josh. Blinking heck.
Wow.
That seems risky to me versus the comp that he's playing in.
I believe we've said this in the group stage. I don't like Heste not being on an impactful support.
I don't like Heste on non-playmakers.
I mean, the thing is that we've seen how well Josh can perform as well at the same time. I think he proved it throughout the entire group stage.
Wait, is it
when he actually subbed in as well? What do you think? Come, D-Man.
I'm just wondering if Gragas is suddenly going to switch and we're going to have a Vayne jungle, something weird like that.
Oh, no. I think Gragas, I think Viv's comp is rounded out. I think Parla is the one with the question marks, to be fair. I think Parla's the one that's like, I don't really know where these champions are going. I think, I mean, I guess it's going to be Olaf jungle, Diana mid, Yone top. That's my prediction. I mean, you said that it might be Diana jungle, Olaf top, Yone mid. So
I mean,
we both got different predictions.
I mean, it's definitely Morgana Nautilus bot.
Oh yes,
it's definitely Morgana Nautilus bot.
Who was it that played Vayne top?
Okay, so it is.
Oh, so it is Diana.
It's Yone for Lonely Kids.
Yeah,
so Yone for Baron, and it is Labunya. I thought it was going to be Olaf jungle because Labunya's known for Olaf jungle. Right? That's kind of one of his big picks. So I thought that was going to be the case. It was just about whether Diana or Yone went top, but. Looks like it is going to be Lonely Kid piloting Yone, which is very important into the Vayne because it feels like he's going to be the most impactful player in that scenario. Dealing with
another carry champion as well for Lonely Kid. Again, putting all the pressure onto Lonely Kid. You got a supportive style bot lane with Katse playing on the Morgana, not really a carry champion with the Nautilus. Dyna mid lane could perform well, especially with the Olaf. But all eyes, I think, this game has to be on Josh on the Vayne. They really tried to put the carry. Heste's not on that playmaking support anymore. Going to be shielding and trying to heal as much as possible onto Josh. But I think with this Vayne pick, he does have a lot of mobility, though. He does have a lot of mobility to move around team fights, especially against the likes of, Yone and Diana and Nautilus. That's going to be dashing around a lot. I think if Josh can perform well, he could be the main carry for Viv to close out the series.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, there's plenty of threat from Viv across
the board.
for
sure.
Like, you've got AP, Gragas in the jungle. We know how impactful that can be. Yekwi on a super nullifying pick. Like, this is almost an impossible matchup for Diana to play effectively. Garen just bonks her on the head and she can't really trade back very well at all. So, Yekwi playing on a kind of a nullifying Diana pick. The interesting one for me is going to be the Yone into the Camille. I don't know how that matchup goes, if I'm honest with you. I feel like Camille will be able to keep him at arm length with leg sweep, but...
I think as the game goes on, I think it gets more and more difficult for the Camille.
You say that though, but Camille scales so incredibly well in the 1v1, and she can lock down the Yone in the ultimate. Sorry, I'm just giving my legs a rest. But
I'm just waiting for you to fall off.
Yeah, so you can't.
For those that don't know, he's kneeling on a high chair. It's like watching a performing monkey right now. It's like spinning around.
Circus, yes.
Right, waiting for the disaster to strike.
I got this.
I don't know if you do. I mean, it doesn't look very comfortable as well.
I don't know if you do.
Sorry to dwell on your confidence, but
Debbie Downer. Anyway, obviously massively important game. Certainly for Viv, they could be one and done here into the final. Against Formulation, if you missed the game earlier on, Formulation took down Rix 2-1 despite a really strong performance in game 1 from Rix with a 16-1-5.
Patterson.
Lonely Kid's in trouble here, yep. But I think the minions would have been harmful to Patterson there.
Yeah, and Patterson's already taken his honey fruit, whereas Lonely Kid still had his up on the table. Has popped the barrier, though.
So both junglers up in the top half at the moment, just having a look around. The scuttle does go the way of Labunya. Still only 4 though, but definitely going to be different style of play from both him and Zefta. Obviously Zefta going to be looking at that full AP. Gragas, once again, the explosive impact he can have. Heste his here. But, as we pointed out, now that he's on Karma, not going to be as impactful as he could have been on, say, a Nautilus, a Rakan, or a Set, as we saw in the previous game.
But with the comp, it doesn't really need to be. Like, the comp at this point is just giving Josh enough time to become the Vayne that we all know and love. Got plenty of frontline for the Vayne this game as well. Plenty of disruption to kind of keep her safe.
I don't think you're going to see You know, most of the time we see duo laners rotate into the mid lane, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that this game. I think they just want to try and funnel as much gold onto Jash as possible, so most of the time he's just going to be on the side lane by himself. And to be honest, against like a Diana or a Yone or even a Morgana, I think he'll be completely fine in the side lane. I think the only thing he has to worry about is potentially Lonely Kid jumping on top of him in the side lane, but they can give this Vayne more and more gold. Jash has proven time and time again that he can be the carry for Viv.
Yeah.
It's very much traditional. Traditional meta from Viv this game. It's a complete contrast to last one, really.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to kind of this hyper carry that we saw built up a little bit. Yeah. Sorry, passes and rather. So be a little careful to Lonely Kid. Flankton's up there trying to make an impact once more. You can see Heste a little bit more sort of floating, as it were, on the map, trying to be there to kind of prevent dives rather than kind of make plays this time round. And you'll see that Parler have been given more breathing space in the early game because of it, because Heste isn't there consistently making plays.
Emotes back and forward, yeah.
Love the emotes. Actually, I think they're the new Chroma Crash emotes as well. New skin line.
Showing off the new Chroma Crash emotes.
Yeah. I was hoping we'd get one of them champions, either Echo, Samira, or Jinx with the new skin line, but
Why don't you think it's Stuart, hashtag it's Stuart? As,
Jinx sucks, Samira sucks, and Echo's only...
I don't think Samira's that bad.
I mean, she's not very competitive.
Oh yeah, I mean, maybe like competitive. She could pop off.
She's like the Katarina of AD carries.
True, that is very true. I mean, I guess you could play Echo. Maybe we see
You
Echo.
can play Echo jungle, potentially.
Yeah, maybe we see that a bit later on.
Problem is with if you just are even remotely coordinated, you can kind of deal with Samira a lot of the time.
True. You just lock her down and just CC her, just like a Katarina.
Just like Katarina. Yeah. I'd say she's slightly better than Katarina, mostly because, you know, a little bit less telegraphed sometime when she's going to go in. With Katarina, you kind of know what she's going to do.
Yeah, like as soon as she dashes in, you know she's going to do something. But at least with Samira, you can just...
She can like bide her time until the correct moment. I mean, Katarina technically can, but she only has that one dash to kind of like hopefully get a reset from. Anyway, Katarina's not in the game, neither is Samira, so...
Yeah, sorry, I was distracted by the emotes and the new skin line.
Yes.
Skins are cool.
Got the Rift Herald starting up. This is the quietest early game I think we've had today.
Yep. And yesterday.
No kills or nothing.
Well, it is going to be the Rift Herald that both are fighting for, so they're definitely going to set something up here.
Flankton, no!
Deep on this one. That's a great engage, though. It's going to force him away. You can see
the Diana ulti!
Just try and do what he can. The Diana ulti does indeed do the damage. And that is going to be a 3-for-1, sorry, because Flankton did go down early on. And I've got to be honest, Jasha and Heste were very looking to get away from that one as well. If they don't completely back away, they may well lose out here. They are juggling the aggro on the Herald. They are even going to get some plates off the mid lane.
It looked like an absolute disaster, really, for Parler at the start of it, but they just locked down. I think the great thing about Flankton there was, yes, he misplayed the hook flash, but he was able to lock down and basically zone out Jash. Like, Jash was out the entire team fight. And Nakras here, as we go back to the replay, hit a 5-man ultimate on Diana.
He hit the basic attack, which is the most important thing. Jash...
Watch this Diana ulti. Oh, all 4 members.
What I don't get is why Viv are trying to team fight at this stage. Like...
They can easily just trade objectives. I think it's just take the dragon. You just get scaling dragon.
Like, put Vayne bot, funnel some plates into her. Put Camille on the side lane, funnel some plates into her. Like, why team fight? You didn't need to. You don't have a very good comp to deal with Parler. The only thing that you've got going for you is a Karma ultimate.
I mean, across the board, I think early game comp is, you know, completely in Parler's favour. You need to wait for... Oh, the binding hit as well!
Catches on to Jasha. Jasha's gone. There's nothing you can do. Now, something that we know you need from a Vayne is they have to be fed. They have to be given time, and that is not happening. Parler are not giving them the time here.
I think what Parler needs to do now is they need to keep this momentum. They need to keep the pressure onto Viv because they cannot sit back. They cannot just let Viv keep farming on farming, because I think later this game goes, it's going to be difficult for them to try and shut down Jash, but I think Jash definitely needs the Quicksilver enchant this game because there's so much crowd control to deal with.
Gold lead now for Parler at this stage of the game. Very strong gold lead. Favourites and running it down in the second game. Name a more iconic duo today. Drafting something a bit wild that doesn't really make much sense.
I mean, interesting enough, taking you back all the way to week 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series group stage when these two teams played against each other. Viv actually won the first game and then Parler reversed it around a 1-2-1. So potentially they could be doing the exact same thing here in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, he just to me is a bit of an odd draft, like especially into what you saw. Like you saw that you were going into a very strong anti-Vayne comp. I said in the draft, I said this doesn't feel like a very good comp to play a Vayne into. And
There's not really any tanks really that you really need to shred through.
But not even that. It's just like there is so many individual threats that can kind of put pressure on Vayne.
Yeah.
So I just didn't think it was a very good Vayne comp to play, and I think like Josh is feeling the pressure in these teamfights because ultimately he's going to get like locked down by pretty much everybody on Parla's side.
Plankton with the baits, I tell you what, drawing them all in, trying to draw out Yeku to try and get involved, and now the rest of the team come in there. Lonely Kid is going down to deal with a threat from Patterson onto the tower. The rest of the team all up here. Josh trying to get as much heal as he can. And indeed, they will have to back away from that one.
And again, something we talked about in Champ Select as well is that Heste has had no impact on this game at all. We take a look at game number 1. He was by far the most impactful player, 5-0 in the early game. This game, he's done absolutely nothing at all on this Karma. And I feel like Viv are kind of lost without that real guaranteed engage that they had from that set support in the last game.
Well, it's all pressure on Zefta now, basically. He is the engage. They are just focusing on Palace and just keeping that split push going. But I don't know how long, without the support that Patterson had in the game 1, obviously how long he can keep that split push going against Lonely Kids, because Lonely Kid is already starting to tumble away. 1,000 a goal ahead already.
Vayne Sundra, yeah, interesting. Second item, so going for more tankiness, going for the more 1v1 potential. Actually not building any crit at all on Yone, which is a bit surprising. No Solari Charge Blade for the damage. Again, more 1v1 potential because then he can trade a lot easier if he builds Divine Sundra against the Divine Sundra Patterson. And also Blade Run King will help him out a lot as well. So I think that with this build, I think it's Lonely Kid favored. I think the longer this game goes, he's just going to build some crit. He's going to go into Solari Charge Blade. He's going to do a lot of damage, but now he's got caught. Needs to be a little bit careful, but he's going to be able to survive. The follow-up from Viv were not there in time. They're going to try and get this tower. But the whole of Apollo looks like they're here to defend. Wow, Labunya's actually flashed in. My God.
Goodness gracious, that was
Ragnarok flash. Oh, get away.
I mean, no ulti and no flash for Labunya. The Rift Herald is up as well. If Viv can get to the Rift Herald in time, they can potentially try and take this one away. There's only one tower that has dropped this entire game as well. It's definitely been a very, very slow early game with basically only one team fight. It's completely different to the previous one. And he actually kills Labunya.
Heste just got picked off,
Heste, yeah. I mean, was Heste by himself? But like, what's Heste doing by himself in the bot lane? I mean, you're against the Nautilus. You just get knocked up instantly by Nautilus, which his ultimate is down and would have done.
Patterson's going to get caught out here. What's he doing? Yeah, hanging around far too long. Not going to land the dredge line, and it will mean he'll get away. But that's going to be another tower. It's going to be a tower for tower trade bot for top.
The Rift Herald does go in the favor of Viv, and they didn't need to use it for that top lane, so maybe they can use it towards the mid lane tower if they want to, or maybe the bot lane tower. But I think Parla will take that. They got another kill onto Lonely Kid. They got another tower in the bot lane as well. Lonely Kid is at a 2,000 gold lead at the moment. Jungle about 1,000 gold leads, and even the bot lane as well, the Morgana. The bindings are so important in this game to try and lock down Jash. You can see the Veil Enchant is already complete from Heste, meaning that he can use that onto Jash if timed right to stop any crowd control going his way. And he wouldn't be surprised to see a Quicksilver. Wits End second item as well.
Death Cap just got completed by Nakras as well, so this next dragon could be crucial. I don't know whether Viv can fight for it, honestly. They need to have just about the perfect engage or disengage effectively with the barrel.
Hasn't been a good game. Viv went from being absolutely dominant to getting kind of styled on a bit here by Parla, who have gone for a very, very, very high damage burst heavy composition as well, which again into a Vayne with only the protection of a Karma to support her.
Okay, so Herald mid, trying to distract mid. Doesn't look like Parla are going to fight it. They've got to be respectful of that, because that could turn into a double tower push if they're not careful. They're instead just going to distract and try and catch them off guard. Plankton being the main man, looking for it, finds it, gets the hook onto Jasher there. That's the one they were looking for. In comes the rest of the team.
That's a good ult.
Parla though getting locked down. Yeku gets himself one, but Patterson
is still alive.
Yeku still low. Patterson getting the damage down, and this has gone very wrong. Lonely Kid finally gets involved, and that should be Yeku down. Can turn onto Zefta, was able to get it flashed away. But it was actually a 2-for-1 in favour. Not done yet. Zefta goes down. That's a double for Lonely.
As the jungler dead for Viv, that means they can't even turn towards the dragon if they wanted to. Labunya is also dead for 10 seconds, but Parla feels strong enough that they can take this dragon. No one from Viv can actually walk up to this at all. And that's 2 dragons now over to Parla. 4,000 gold lead, and Lonely Kid is popping off.
The man who needed to pop off for Parla, 3-0-2, most gold in the game. He's having an excellent one. Was really impactful in that last fight as well. Obviously jumped back to his spirit in the middle of the fight, so he kind of went all the way back to the Dragon Pit, but came in again and picked up a double kill at the end.
They didn't actually get the mid turret either.
Nope.
After all that, because obviously they threw down the Herald and immediately went straight for it.
You watch this here, Jash gets locked up, he flashes immediately out, and look, he's out of vision right now. That's one of the things that actually worked in favor of Jash. He's been playing so well around the vision that mid-river brush is providing, because there's no ward there.
So he chased Nacrez away. If it had stuck around, I think he could have made a bigger impact here, yeah.
I think the problem is that Jash just loses so much health. He gets caught by the Nautilus hook, which guarantees the stun and then the ultimate afterwards. Nautilus still does a lot of high base damage, and he's basically half HP before the fight even starts. And if Jash had more HP in that team fight, he could have ran around that team fight and probably potentially, got the, ended, well, not ended the game, sorry, but just ended that team fight really, really fast. But it's because he got hit by the hook, it's because he got hit by the ultimate afterwards that he was out of the team fight. He already used his flash and he had to play a lot more defensive.
Mid lane tower does go down here. The minions managing to pick that one up. Josh is going to take the red buff here. He's working towards his third item, has now got the stasis. The third item on Vayne will be the important one. That's where things will start to go in favor of Vayne.
Expecting probably Phantom Dancer.
I expect Phantom Dancer for sure, just to give her that lifeline passive so Josh will be able to survive a bit more effectively in these teamfight situations.
Well, looks like they're going to try and separate Lonely Kid here. They are definitely going to give it a go, but he's seen it coming a mile away and just gets out of the way of that one, no problem.
Interesting enough that Josh actually goes to stasis, to be fair. I would have expected Quicksilver enchant, to be honest, for Josh. I know there's a Veil enchant for Heste, but that timing is so difficult.
Yeah.
And, if you get caught by anything at all, I mean, Heste had the Veil enchant before as well, but Heste didn't actually use the Veil enchant or is on cooldown, and that's a problem, is if you get chain CC'd by Nautilus, then it doesn't matter if you have stasis or not. Stasis is not going to keep you alive.
I think with Vayne, though, one of the things that you can do is obviously pop ult and dive straight away. So you might feel that you can use stasis and then just dive into your ultimate and try and sort of juke the enemy out. Yeah. Gone into a 1-3-1 though for Parla. They're saying, okay, well, Lonely Kid's strong. We know that Nacrez is strong. Let's just going for a 1-3-1
again.
Oh, that's a dodgy fight though. I'm not too sure, but look at Lonely Kid coming around the backside. He goes straight onto Heste. He tries to pull away. Yaku's getting focused, but he's already taken Labunya down. Flankton walks away from this one. This is going very well for Viv at the moment.
Oh, the body slam!
Singled out, and it was a real split fight. Now comes Nacrez and Katsa. They both come in. Lonely Kid's still alive at the backside.
She's still alive as well.
Dashing back in, he gets the double knock-off onto them, turns it back around, but Jash is popping up. He's going to get Katsa down, and it's the ace going Viv's way. What an insane fight.
What did I just watch, man? Like, that was absolutely disgusting. Back and forth all over the place. I've got to say, Zefta, though, with some absolutely fight-breaking body slams there. Really impactful with his choice of using them at the right moment. And Jash, I think, just showcasing how when you can keep him alive, that stasis coming in pretty useful, actually.
I was going to mention that actually Jash's stasis actually kept him alive, because he stasis as soon as the Diana ultimate comes in. Take a look back at the fight again. I mean, it starts off with Flankton going in again, but the big thing is we look at the backline. Jash, Lonely Kid tries to, actually kill off Heste, but he actually gets condemned into the wall by Jash, so he's not able to kill him off. And then Jash's whole time is just auto-attacking over. That body slam flash just locks down Lonely Kid. But look at his re-engage as well, like stasis timing. There's so many little things in this fight.
That whole engage happened, and Nacrez was in the Baron lane. He was miles away, so he's suddenly running down river.
It was a 4v5.
It was a 4v5 the entire time.
Imagine if
he almost turned it back around though.
Oh, Lonely Kids?
Oh, imagine if Nacrez was there in that choke point right at the start.
It would have been,
it would have been a different
fight.
It would have been
totally
a different fight.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, he actually missed his Crescent Slash as well, so he didn't even get any charge on the Moonfall at all, so the damage wasn't quite there from him. Unfortunately, that has given a big lifeline over to Viv, though, and it's certainly, I think, been a bit of a mental check there for Parla to say, hey guys, you're not quite that strong yet.
5 stasis available, only 3 will be up when the dragon spawns. Maybe all 5 will be up when the dragon spawns. Actually, all 5 will be up when the dragon spawns. So 5 stasis available now for Parla in this
Stace
fight.
is still broken. You can increase the price to however amount you want. 1,000 gold, everyone will still buy it. Just
I really like Stasis into Vayne as well, because as long as if you can stop the third proc of True Silver Bolts.
Oh, they're going to go in for the fight again.
Lonely Kid's the one that goes in, tries to lock up the damage. Where's the damage coming from? Flankton's getting melted.
Josh is untouched.
Josh is just rolling away and completely nomming his way through the team.
Josh is going to clean it up.
He's to get one, but Jasher is still in there. He's managing to get the damage down. Heste finally goes down. Now Jasher gets picked off. This could be game.
That's going to be game. I mean, Josh actually kind of wastes the stasis.
Yeah,
caught by the Diana ulti, yeah.
I was going to call it. He wasted the stasis. He wasn't being threatened at the start of that fight. And then by the time the Diana ultimate came out, he pulled him right back in. I think they're going to go straight for the end here.
Hey, they can end the game. 30-second death timers. I think we're going to another best of 3.
I think so. This is definitely a turnaround. It was a dominant first game from Viv. We talked about it. We love to see Heste on a more impactful champion as that support. Yes, it's a support, but my God, he can make a big difference. And he just had 0 impact here on the Karma. But take nothing away from Parla. They played into what worked for them. They had problems in game 1 where Lonely Kid was completely focused. This game, he dominated that Baron lane.
Lonely Kid was insane this game. Such a better performance from Lonely Kid, and it just shows, if he doesn't get pressured at all, then he can easily 1v1 anyone in the Baron lane. He got so far ahead this game as well.
Given the mantle of Yone, where you have to kind of pop off to really make it felt, he really did. And that last fight, you mentioned it, the 5 stasises came in clutch. There was a really great stasis, I think it was from Labunya. He stopped the Garen ultimate damage proccing when they were all grouped up. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the Garen ultimate didn't actually land. It would have been a huge executing blow because he was such low health, and obviously Garen is AoE. Splash, it's a little bit of AoE splash that you get. It would have decimated that team. It was an insane stasis. I'd love to watch that fight back and see who it was that pulled it off, but it meant that that Garen ultimate didn't impact when they were all clumped up. They were able to then regen. Lonely Kid got a huge amount of healing back off, and Jash, like you mentioned, wasted his stasis a little bit. He wasn't actually being threatened. He did it out of panic, I think, at the start, and then by the time the Diana ultimate came through, he was pulled right back into the fight. So,
well, lucky for you, we have highlights, so we can have a look back at exactly how that worked out. We'll keep our eye on that fight at the moment. This was the fight earlier on. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is when the Moonfall was very strong at the start.
So the only fight that Parla really lost was, the one where it was a 4 versus 5, where they kind of, engaged really heavily. I mean, this fight as well was so close. They just lost this fight, but this fight could honestly have gone either way. There's so many clutch plays in this team fight. But
Only Kid was not in the fight at the start. I think that was the main problem.
Yeah, of course,
He was, but he dived back to his spirit. So it looked like he wasn't in the fight. He actually came straight back to his spirit, so he kind of did a double spirit play. But a really, really good
Lonely Kid really popped. This was it. Yeah, as you mentioned, D-Man, Nakrez is all the way up in the Baron lane. So it's a 4 versus 5. And I mean, Viv actually get Parla actually get really close to winning this, even if there was even if it was a 4 versus 5 and Nakrez nearly followed up as well. But yeah, that last team fight I think was the big one. That timing on Josh's stasis in that last team fight was not ideal for him, unfortunately. I feel like
we'll probably see it because it was the next most impactful fight after this. So we'll probably see it after this, and we can kind of take a look back at that moment. But Josh probably felt threatened because everyone tried to dive on him. I think he might have got almost caught by the ultimate.
This is just after that. Yeah, this is after that initial engage. But I mean, Parla was playing with a lot of confidence in this game. It was always Flankton the one going in onto the Nautilus, a completely different game to what we saw from Flankton really on the Galio, to be honest with you. Engaging with the Nautilus, being that frontline tank for his team, which allowed the rest of the team, like the Diana, like the Yone, to follow up afterwards, and Morgana on, Katsei.
I don't know why you shift the draft so extensively in the second game, though. Why when you had the option...
they got back, they got 3 champions banned out that they played in game 1 number 1.
Yeah, I know, but the concept of the draft, right? You had the option to get Heste on a playmaker. There was plenty of options open.
Yeah, Rakan was open, even though you say it's not that great against Morgana,
you can stick Karma in the AP carry role in bot lane and let Heste be a playmaker. It's just same. The Ricks did the same thing. It was a big shift away from in terms of what was working for them in the first game. They shifted away in the second game, and now momentum lies with Parla heading into that third game.
Yeah, and obviously from Ban's perspective towards Heste, everything was open.
Yeah,
everything was open. Obviously, Nautilus was picked, but everything else was left completely open. It was their choice to go into that Karma play. We talked about it during the groups, we talked about it during the pick and bans. It's just never worked when Heste's taken off such an impactful champion. When you have such an impactful support player, you've got to make use of him. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it will be game 3. Is it going to be another reverse sweep shocker here? Are Parla going to turn it around and face Formulation in the final? Or will it be Viv? Join us in a few.
I used to play LoL PC back in the days, and I just heard like, okay, LoL PC, like LoL in general, just comes as mobile, and I was like, oh, interesting. I used to play a bit of Clash Royale, so I was just interested in it, and then yeah, I started playing it, and I kept doing it. I think the hardest thing about being a pro player is probably like the time you have to invest, like all the scrims from 4 to 10 most of the time, at least like 6 times a week, I would say. And the thing is, like, all your friends, especially when you're young, they want to go out into clubs and all this, but you're the person who has to play a video game, stay focused, you know, keep the grind kinda, you have to play solo queue after, and all this kind of stuff. So I think it's a lot of time you have to invest, and then you can probably invest less time in your friends and all this, which is, I mean, you have to sacrifice somehow, especially when you want to be like competitive. But I think it's the same for every kind of sport, and yeah, that's just how it works, I think. When it comes to qualities, every player has like different qualities kinda, strengths and weaknesses. I think you have to invest a lot of time in general if you want to play competitive, but also like kind of stay strong because there's a lot of pressure. Not every day is a good day, so just stay strong, be consistent kind of, and keep working, I think.
I think if there's one thing we could surprise our opponents with, it's our ability to play Aatrox. We've already got 3 phenomenal Aatrox players on the team, and he only just came out, so they're definitely have to be watching out for that.
Agresif oyun stilimle rakiplere şaşırtıcı.
So I think like one surprise is probably we have like some special picks, I would say. We played Pyke before, for example, in our sport, which worked really, really well. So I think we have like some like more like fancy picks, which are not like dead meta, but they can work sometimes. So we just try it, and then we see how it goes, I think.
I don't know, maybe some stuff like fancy composition, I guess. Like we can like arrive and play some weird champ compared to other team.
We can surprise our opponents with the way we are playing at the moment, which are a bit less carefree, like do what we do and not like stick to like a directly game plan. We just play.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Of course, taking you through all the action has been myself, D-Man, of course, Scoundrel, and it's Stuart. Lots of games still to go today. We are doing the third place playoff after this match off, and of course the grand finals to follow that as well. At the moment, the question is who's going to join them there. If you missed earlier on, Rix went down. Formulation with a sub coming in. Weren't even meant to be here, but they are now in the finals. Incredible Cinderella story for them. The question is who's going to be joining them. Is it going to be Viv or is it going to be Parla? Because 2 very strong games from both teams. In game 1, obviously, we saw Viv dominating with Heste mega performance earlier on, but Lonely Kid stepping up once again. And that's not just Lonely Kid, I would say the rest of the whole team of Parla stepping up in that second game.
All team kind of coming together really, really coordinated super well. Labunya on one of his comfort picks as well on the Olaf, clearly having a great performance there. I think they got a great draft for themselves, comfort across the board. Kind of, again, didn't think it was a great Vayne comp to play into, and Vayne really didn't have the impact that maybe they would have wanted. There were definitely some fights where Vayne started to pop off, but even when Vayne had that all-important gold injection, still unable to kind of clean up because the amount of stasis that came through prevented her from getting the silver bolt proc after silver bolt proc.
And Vayne was the final pick as well, we should point out, so they really chose to go into that comp against it.
Yeah, because they picked the Karma beforehand, and I was saying, during the draft, I was like, the Karma most likely is going to go over the Hestate, so what AD carry are you going to pick? Maybe another AD carry would have been better in that situation, except for instead of the Vayne. But it's so difficult when you're against the likes of, an Olaf jumping onto you, a Yone, a Diana, a Nautilus as well. There's so many picks that can jump onto. Yeah, Ezreal was open, it could have potentially been a pick.
Honestly, the only problem is a bit slow versus that comp. It's again like I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Vayne's also pretty slow as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't think Vayne was good.
Yeah,
so.
Vayne, I mean, what do you go for there? Maybe a Lucian would have been better.
Lucian might have been a good. I genuinely would have put Josh on Karma.
But I don't think he plays like AP carries. I think that's the problem though that Viv have.
Was he banned? I thought Lucian was banned.
Lucian, I don't
might
think
have been banned.
Was that the previous game? Right?
No, I don't think it was. No, he was played in the first game. But honestly, I don't know who's going to win this now. I think this is wide open for both of these teams. I think that for Viv, they need to go back to kind of what worked in game number 1, get Heste back on and engage support. And for Parla, I want to see the same aggression from them, because I like the aggression that they had in game number 2. I like that they were just, Flankton was going in, even at times it was a little bit int, I would say, the flash hook misses and everything like that. But they got the lockdown there from the Nautilus. I think Flankton looked a lot more impactful on the Nautilus than what he did on the Galio.
Snapdragon match predictions from you guys. Get involved on the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to win? Just spam Twitch chat, guys, because there's no bot in there at the moment still. So just spam it. Just spam it. Viv or Parla, who are you supporting? Who do you want to win? We can see you guys in chat as well. There's
a lot of Parla fans in the chat right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, right? Obviously, after a great performance they just had there as well, the second game. They've always been well supported by the Turkish community, which is fantastic to see, to get behind their team. They did fantastic in the groups. They got second place in groups, and a well-deserved place here, potentially in the finals as well. Certainly love to see it. That man there on your screen, Lonely Kid, been doing very well in that second matchup. He was shut down effectively, and Viv clearly came in with a game set in mind to shut down that Baron lane. They didn't follow through on it in game 2.
It's because of Heste. Heste wasn't on a roaming support. You're on a Karma. You're going to just stay with the Vayne most of the time. You can't make the same impact on a Karma.
He roamed. He was roaming at level 2-3, but you just got no impact. You're basically there to shield.
You're a counter engager. Army. You're there to counter gank and counter roam, but just not able to have the impact. Look, Josh has shown he can do it. And I think that he was close to doing it that game. I don't even think particularly Josh was the issue. I just think the issue was that the Vayne wasn't really going to be, popping off into that comp. As Stu mentioned, it's not like you had tanks to shred in that scenario. And the stasis has just made it so hard for Vayne to kind of complete any of the kills.
Well, bans coming through. Yone taken away, this time by Parla, as well as the Zed. And of course the Akali going away. It is the blue side for Viv, I think, isn't it?
Nakras is another Akali specialist, by the way. Fantastic Akali player, so understand. After seeing Don get his hands on his favourite champion, and then to see Nakras avoid getting him onto that himself as well. Looks like it'll be blue side Viv, because the final ban is Parla.
Yep.
So we first pick for Viv in this scenario. They're just waiting for the final ban to come through, and it is Wukong.
So interesting enough, a bit of an adaptation from the second game. The Varus is open now, but I don't think it's going to be...
Fiora is open.
Probably first pick. Fiora is open. Interesting that they actually... Oh, we're back to the alley again. Interesting that Parla actually banned away the Yone now, so that means that that can't be a first pick potential for Viv if they want to go for it. They're going to leave the Varus open.
I actually would honestly take Varus first pick. I think Varus is first pickable. And Gragas is open, of course, as well, but...
I mean, again, so many picks, Nautilus is open if they want to go for that.
Oh,
Gwen is open.
For Patterson, but Lonely Kid reacts immediately with the Fiora. I wonder whether they take Karma here. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them prioritize Nautilus or another sort of engaged support for Flankton.
I mean, honestly, this can also be Gwen jungle. I think because of the nerfs that happened to Gwen, because her base AD went down by quite a lot, and also her third ability now has, I think, a 3-second increased cooldown in the early game, so it's very hard to trade, especially against someone like a Fiora in the Baron lane. The Varus does get picked up, and it's going to be Morgana again, most likely for Cat to stay down in that bot lane. But Varus again being picked up. You have the AP damage source from Viv with the Gwen, so you can play a Pokken style with the AD Varus this time around. So I have to see what the final 2 picks are.
Well, we regressed, haven't we? And we thought we had it working in game 2.
I mean,
that's set. Here we go. Heste back on set. This is what we like to see. So almost referring back to what worked for them in game 1.
It makes the Nautilus set. It makes the Nautilus not feel great for Parla. I mean, obviously you can ban Nautilus as well for Viv if you want, but even if you go for Nautilus, it makes you feel not great because set's another great anti kind of tank engage type support pick. So like that a lot. The Shen's getting banned away here, so you've got to remember that Zefter hasn't technically shown his jungle 100% here. We know, of course, that he could play Gwen jungle in this scenario, but I think we've seen Patterson play Gwen throughout the group stages as well. We'll see what the bans come through from Viv, where they want to target Rakan. So Rakan's going to get taken away.
I wouldn't be surprised if they also just ban the Nautilus.
Yeah,
I mean, even though Nautilus is set is actually pretty good into Nautilus. I think Flankton just had a really great performance in the last game on the Nautilus and can try and do the same thing. Yeah, Alistar is going to be the ban instead. So that Nautilus is open, and honestly, it just might have to be what Flankton has to go back to because there's not really much else open.
My only worry for Parla is that they don't really have any great team fight damage right now. Especially into the comp that you're seeing. Again, not a great comp for a Kha'Zix to play into, not a great comp for a Fiora to try and team fight into. So let's see what they go for. Nautilus would be kind of like the ideal to combo with the Morgana, and it is going to be the Nautilus here. Lee Sin for Zefter. An old school pick for Zefter, immediately locked in. It's a good matchup into the Kha'Zix. You can kind of keep him, track of him. You can kick people out of the fight as well. To round this comp out then, we need a mid laner for Yekwi. What works in this scenario? You don't need AP, but there aren't many great AD mid laners left at this point in time as well. Diana could be good.
Again.
Yeah, Diana would be pretty solid.
We're also waiting for the mid laner for Parla as well, so they can also just pick Diana away if they...
Well, no, because Parla are last pick is their red side. So Viv have already picked theirs at this point.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting
we just
to
can't
see what it is. Yeah, true.
I'm imagining Diana would be a good pick in this scenario because good anti-melee, and you're already seeing quite a lot of melee prop up.
I think all eyes are going to be on Zefter this game on the Lee Sin to try and get that early game advantage.
I feel like the coach is really trying to sell it right now. They're the players are just like, not sure, boss. It is going to be the Diana with the Lucian. So the Lucian going into mid then.
Yep, Lucian mid lane, which means that it's going to be a Lucian against Diana matchup, so not the best for Diana in the early game. I think Yaku is going to have a lot of pressure, and I think that mid-jungle combo of that Lucian and Lee Sin can put on a lot of pressure on Viv, and especially, the top side as well. And if we can see Heste roaming around like he did in the first game, I really feel like Viv have the early game advantage. And if they can get that early game lead, we've seen from both games, whatever team gets that early game lead, they kind of run away with the game and they know what to do to try and finish it off.
Pretty excited for this one. I think Parla have got some of the recipes that have worked for them in the past. I think Nakro's on the Diana was super impactful. I think flanked on and a bit more comfort with the Nautilus. I think Lonely Kid are one of his best champions here.
I think both teams are happy with what they've got right now.
I think Viv have responded quite well. Given how they played the second game, I think Viv have responded quite well. I much prefer Heste on these playmakers. Zefter is on super comfort here. They have strong, dominant lanes in the mid lane especially too. So both teams, I think, coming away with things that they're pretty happy with.
So, final game of the series. Winner goes to the finals and faces Formulation. Loser goes to third place playoff and faces Rix. Of all people, could be a very interesting Rix setup, I feel, in that third place matchup as well. I'm very interested to see what they're going to bring to the table.
I reckon Leon gets subbed him.
may well do.
I was saying that earlier, like maybe they could actually sub him in, but I'm not too sure.
Who's going to step up for their team? We saw Lonely Kid delivering. We've seen Heste delivering. It's time to shine, ladies and gentlemen, for one of these players to step up as we get into game 3 in the series. Lots of money on the line here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, as we go live once again onto the Rift for Viv Esports up against Parla.
Welcome to Wild Rift. It's always in my head at the start of the game.
It's because it says it at the start of every game.
I know it does. I always say it, I don't know why. It's like,
welcome to Wild Rift.
Does she still work at Riot, the woman that did the voicing? I don't think she does. I mean, obviously she did the League of Legends one 10 years ago, 12 years ago now.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, neither do I.
That's the one. There you go then.
So Patterson's going to have to burn Ghost. Luckily, Ghost's pretty short cooldown for a summoner.
Yep.
And you'll see Good little attempt from Flankton to put pressure on and give Lonely Kid the edge versus Patterson in this matchup.
Again, as I mentioned, because Gwen did get a little bit of a nerf, the base AD and also the cooldown got increased on her third ability, which means she can't dash as much. I think there's going to be a lot of early game priority for Lonely Kid, and I think Lonely Kid's going to have a big advantage, especially grasping on Dying as well. He's going to be able to trade a lot more effectively. You can see Patterson can't even walk up this wave at the moment. Every single time he does, he's just going to get traded just like that.
Yeah, you need to give Lonely Kid this kind of edge here, but the Zephyr, you'd be a little worried if you're Lonely Kid and you're overextending along. Zephyr is on a super impactful, high mobility jungler in the form of Lee Sin, and Heste is already making his way across the map. They're going to shove in. Nakrez won't be able to roam here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Yekwi, Heste, and Zephyr head up towards this jungle.
Deny away some the Raptors. Not normally a common thing you see in Wild Rift, really, to be fair, and invade like that, but they just take every small advantage that they can. On the Kha'Zix, most of the time, you just want to full clear the jungle, which is exactly what Labunya's doing, but with the Raptors being taken away, there's a lot of XP that's actually been taken away from him, so he's actually only going to be level 4. Both supports in this Baron lane again, kind of the story of Wild Rift in general. Oh, Patterson actually misses the dash. Oh, the hook's missed, though. I don't think the hook would have landed anyway because he had his second ability down on the Gwen.
Obviously, the big difference from game one is the fact that previously Lonely Kid and Labunya were the ones that were being aggressive. This time you saw Parla very much being safe, secure, sitting at their tower. So nothing really for Heste to grasp hold of.
I think that's kind of expected, though, really. I think Parla do have to play very defensive, you know, and it's, especially, you know, with the Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin matchup, you're always going to lose the early game trades unless you hit that, you know, level 5 point, you can get that first ability evolved. Yes, Lonely Kid does have a better matchup in this Baron lane and is a lot stronger, in my opinion, in the early game. But you can see that, oh, a little bit of a interesting situation there. But yeah, both Baron laners in the, both supports, sorry, in the Baron lane, going to go back to base. And meanwhile, Jash and Katsei just farming and chilling.
Shaking hands, farming waves.
Chilling.
Yep. Exciting battle between them. It's definitely a slower start this time around.
Yekwi's tried to obviously generate an advantage in the mid lane, but unfortunately hasn't yet got a significant one over Nakrez.
Interesting, Yekwi's going for, it looks like Infinity Edge first item, so not going from, you know, most of the time in solo lanes we see like a mana immune Black Cleaver build with Blades of the Ruin King, but looks like this time around Yekwi's like, I don't need to be as tanky, I can just go for a full crit build and go for Infinity Edge first item. Just again, Viv being, Viv being aggressive.
A little bit slow to get into that blue side jungle, weren't quite there on the respawn timers.
Yep.
So Labunya's going to get away with clearing, and actually Labunya, for everything that he's been through in this jungle, is technically ahead of Zephyr right now in terms of gold. Not by much, but you know, Zephyr will catch up, but it's not exactly like Labunya is too far behind, despite being denied a camp and despite having a lot of pressure on his own jungle. A lot of this early Viv kind of roaming hasn't really netted much advantage right now.
It's crazy sometimes when I watch Wild Rift, it's like supports basically work like a second jungler.
Yeah.
Times, you know, supports are always roaming around. They're always, and the crazy thing is that when the new support items got introduced, you know, the Relic Shield and everything, I was like, maybe this actually stops roaming supports, but instead they just take the minions with the Relic Shield in other lanes instead. So instead of taking it in the bot lane, they're roaming around trying to make plays, and they're just like, okay, Yekwi, don't attack this, I need the Relic Shield.
I kind of prefer that though, because if I'm completely honest with you, like,
traditionally can get a bit stale.
A bit stale, and actually there isn't much of a laning phase in Wild Rift to speak of anyway, so the supports needing to be there in the laning phase, it's not that big of a deal.
Again, Heste and Flankton both everywhere.
Yeah, lane tax while he's here as well.
He has got the shield, so he's sharing a little bit of that gold.
Infinity Edge first item, so pretty big spike for Yekwi. Won't be able to make too much of the extra crit damage you get from Infinity Edge as it being the first item. Ghost Bay completed, also did get a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch, so kind of the go-to first item now for a champion like Lee Sin.
Looks like we're going to get a straight trade. Yeah, Herald and Dragon, trade back and forward. Lonely Kid does need to just be a little aware that he could well be getting this coming his way, which is why he was trying to shove that wave as much as he can, but both teams happy to carry on.
Zephyr's going to take out that Rifter. I imagine they're going to drop it top versus Lonely Kid, who's got about a 400 gold lead right now over Patterson.
They're trying to take the tower without using it. Oh no, they're just going to use it instead anyway. They actually, I don't know if they're going to get a trade in the bot tower because...
Look at Patterson. He's so scared because he doesn't have any vision in his own red side jungle. He was sat miles away from his own turret.
I mean, Labunya went back to base instead to defend the Rift Tower. They actually didn't get a trade in towers at all. So it's first Rift Tower, first tower inside of Viv, but it's Infernal Dragon for Parla. So you're going to be getting extra damage for the likes of Fiora, Kha'Zix for Diana. So Parla again looking for the dragons, which is kind of what they were doing in the second game. It's the same sort of thing, you know, Parla trying to stack up the dragons as much as possible.
Ooh, Josh pops. Little minion in the mid wave. That's about all the excitement you're going to get from a Varus clearing waves in mid.
I needed more to keep me going. I've got to be honest, 6 minutes in. Come on.
It's tense. It is tense.
We get to that stage already.
I blew so much energy on that early game of Rick's formulation. It was just so wild and back and forward.
You know what? I need
another monster down you, mate.
I'm going to get a monster after this game. I'm going to get one.
I'm grabbing.
Oh, you're grabbing it? Oh, look, he's taking a sip. You can't see it at home.
See it, but he's drinking.
Taking a sip, yep. Now he's released his beast.
The original as well.
Yeah. Oh, Josh misses the ultimate there. No one actually commits much further to that fight. Riftmaker versus Divine Sunderer.
Lonelykin and Patterson are going at it in the top lane as well. See,
Lonelykin's got no mana actually.
Big difference at the moment is that lead in the jungle, which is kind of expected when Zefta takes the early Rift Herald and gets all them tower platings in the early game. But this is what you need to do as a Lee Sin. You need to get an early advantage against the Kha'Zix, because as the game goes on, Kha'Zix is just going to keep scaling and you're just going to get outscaled as a Lee Sin. So I like how Viv are playing very aggressive. You can see over the time and time again, Viv are the ones that are making plays. Viv are the one trying to invade, trying to go for tower dives. But Parla, honestly, are doing very, very well playing defensive. They know they have a scaling comp. They know they need some time before they get into a fight. So Parla just like, cool, you can take the towers. That just gives us more time to farm up. We don't need that, you know, early gold advantage.
Seeing everyone rotate towards this.
Well, they've got to be careful here, though. They
probably ulti to clear the wave, yeah.
It's on a 2-second cooldown anyway. So.
Basically, early stasis actually from Yaki. 1,000 gold.
He's a low range AD carry. Get it? You know, you don't want to be suspect.
Stasis for Heste as well.
It's interesting.
Try and get their first tower here, but I think they're not going to be able to get this down in time because they've got already Zefta and Heste here
the kick to clear the wave. So smart actually from Zefta.
First Lee Sin kick we've seen all game when it was clear a wave.
Yep, to clear a wave.
Next time we're going to be counting ward kills.
Are we going to be cheering every single time ward goes down?
Jeez,
no, not that.
Let's never go back to that.
I don't want to. Was that London?
It was still happening at Worlds this year.
Was it still?
It started in London.
It started in London when the games are that boring, yeah. The British crowd, of course. Yeki, you're in trouble here, son. I don't think you're going to get away with this. And then Nakras even takes the honey fruit away and says, nope, not I'm having that. So, first blood. 8.5 minutes in. That is, I've got to be close, some kind of record, I think, in Wild Rift.
It's a long time for the first blood. Both these teams playing very, very edge of their seats. We'll say standing gold in favor. All tier 1 towers, or 2 tier 1 towers on the bottom, top lane down. But Parla are only 500 gold behind. Gives me massive formulation vibes right now, Parla. Plenty of standing gold on the map that they can still take, and they've kept themselves even in gold.
Yep. Parla have played this early game pretty much as good as what they could have right now. You know, just playing the early game very passive. Lonely Kid got a bit of a lead in the side lane against the Gwen, but
here we go.
There is a lot of scaling on the side of Viv though. Once Patterson, as I mentioned before, on Gwen, once you get a few items, second Rift Herald is going to be coming up. Both junglers are around the top side. It's going to be started by Zefta, but Parla are here. Maybe they feel confident enough that maybe they can win this fight. Labunya is low though.
Labunya is late. He took a full arrow from Josh. Going to see a reset on the Rift Herald here. No team willing to commit too hard to that right now. They know that, you know, one wrong foot at this stage in the game, 10 minutes in, you could end up losing a lot. I think Viv are going to keep it alive though for the time being.
I think they're having a conversation of whether they should go for this.
I think they're just baiting it for now.
Feels like, yeah, it feels like it's gone. Dragon 20 seconds, yeah. I think Parla were very much in discussion about whether they should go for it. I could see them talking, clearly deciding. It's like, well, we're not quite there yet, guys. Let's just be patient.
Well, Labunya gets his second evolution just before the dragon fight, by the way.
Probably has a voice dice. Rift Herald used in mid lane, and that gives the pressure over to Viv, which means they can try and rotate. Look at Lonely Kid's positioning though. Lonely Kid is just waiting in the back line. Oh, the hook flash misses again!
Flash misses, that's going to be the showstopper going in. It was Flankton was the target, but Viv are falling left, right and centre. Zefta's in all sorts of trouble. Flankton even comes in against him, and they can turn back on towards the Dragon. That was all Parla wanted, and they get themselves a very easy ace.
It's formulation vibes all over again. And Parla get a complete ace around the Dragon. Two major things that I think caused Viv to run into troubles there. First of which, it was Heste's ult onto Flankton. He went too early. He separated himself entirely from the team. And the second is Diana is giga busted, everybody. That ult from Diana once again.
Another massive moonfall, yeah.
Massive moonfall that completely cleaned house onto Viv. And IF Parla, they are so close.
I would
now.
say the biggest difference as well, especially for Viv, is they are all relatively squishy. So if they get caught in that moonfall like you're going to see here, it does so much damage.
Right, watch this, okay? Flankton goes for that flash engage. I think he's trying to find Yekwi because Yekwi's a little bit overextended. Heste, they ignore him.
That's a three-man knock-up though, every time.
Yeah, but they completely ignore him. And then watch that. It was Nakrez once again finding an absolutely insane moonfall. The positioning from Lonely Kid was great because he was able to come in at the last moment. And because everybody separated, Labunya was able to find a lot of isolation.
The flank from Lonely Kid was so smart as well, just waiting in the wings, waiting for that engage. I mean, even though Flankton did miss the hook, you land a three-man knock-up, and then on top of the three-man knock-up, you have the follow-up from Nakrez as well with the Dian ulti. Hits all three of the main carries of Viv, and then Lonely Kid could just come up and clean the rest of the fight. So another great fight for Parla, and honestly, they're in control now.
Well, they're trying to bait them in, but they don't realize that all of Parla are actually here. This is actually a real problem for Viv here. They have to back away from this one. They've not realized that 4 members of Parla are coming in, and they are just going to catch them out. Heste tries to pull the showstopper and pull them away, but it is another 3-for-0 fight. 9-0 so far for Parla. Patterson can't really stand against Lonely Kid right now either. So every single win condition that Parla want is going in their favor. You talked about money on the board, money on the table. Parla are now raking it in.
Exactly, that standing goal was there for the taking, and they've taken it all. 10K almost being built up for Parla as their lead. And I think Viv, with their comp, are now going to really struggle to get back into this game.
I think we're still waiting for Viv to complete a few other items. Let's take a look back at the replay. You can see that Zefta just gets completely caught out by the CC again from Flankton on this Nautilus. Has been performing very, very well. But at this point, Nakrez is just able to dash in. You get caught as well from the set. Tried to use the set ulti as a disengage, but it wasn't enough. 3-for-0 again for Parla. More gold for them than, as you mentioned, Excounter. I think with a comp as well, especially when you're playing someone like a Lee Sin. They did, don't get me wrong, you know, Viv did try in the early game. They played super aggressive in the early game. They went for invades, they went for tower dives. But as I said, I think Parla played the early game so perfect. They waited until the right moment. They waited until they got a few items. They didn't go for any crazy early game skirmishes because they know they would lose out to a Lee Sin and a Lucian in the early game.
Viv aren't,
at the point of the game.
Viv aren't playing this slow. The problem is for me is that Viv are not playing this slow either. You know, like you have a Varus, you really want to be playing it a bit slower to try and pressure with those arrows. I mean, looks like we've got a dart.
Oh, Lonely Kid under the tower. Takes them down, and that makes this a 4v4. Heste's in trouble. He goes down. The showstopper not working out. And then Diana goes off and pops. And that's game. That is game. There's nothing they can do about this one. Lonely Kid's already taken down the inhibitor, so they are just going to get the whole team down here. The conga line comes in, and Parla, ladies and gentlemen, will be going through to the finals at DreamHack Valencia for the Snapdragon Pro Series finals. And they will be facing Formulation Gaming and yet another turnaround victory. Parla back from 1-0 down to take it 2-1.
Insane performance by Parla. Lonely Kid again getting constant solo kills. Labunya on the Kha'Zix as well, shown in the last game. And he had the bot lane as well, I think Flankton as well, even though he missed a couple of hooks. The Nautilus was so much more impactful for him. And Katsei as well on the Morgana did his job. Such an insane performance
from
Parla.
Buff, guys. Chain buff.
The chain buff. Absolutely paying off. You know, what a difference, really, honestly. From game one, they looked a little shell-shocked. They had comfort picks. It didn't work out for them. Massive performance coming out, obviously, from Viv. But it wasn't to be, and Viv will fall down and face Rix in that third-place playoff. That match will be happening after this one. But I think we're going to go over to the stage in just a moment to hear from these guys. We're just waiting to get them all together. They've got to Sort the phones out first, though.
Take the phones.
Don't lose those, guys. They're worth quite a bit of money.
They're going to be pretty destroyed after that one, I think.
Yeah.
I think after the first game, how dominant they were in that game. They tried to go for a more early game style jungle again with someone like Lee Sin on Zefta. They tried to go for the early game invades, as I mentioned, but Parla just said, cool, you could take whatever you want in the early game. We will win them fights. Again, you know, with the likes of Diana, with Lonely Kid with the flanks as well. Gets a solo kill in the bot lane and is able to finish the game. So all around a great performance and great stuff from Turkish.
Yep.
I think, yeah, just major issues for Viv, just unable to snowball as hard as they did in that first time round. Heste just unable to have the same kind of impact. Maybe it was that IF Parla realized that they didn't want to be over aggressive in the early game. You just allow Lonely Kid a bit more time in the side lane to scale, and suddenly he just wins that matchup versus Patterson. Very risky, in my opinion, to just throw down a skill matchup for Patterson into Lonely Kid. Don't get me wrong, I think Patterson's a great player, but I think Lonely Kid's better. And I think it's very risky to throw down a Gwen into Fiora skill matchup in the last game.
You saw the diff in the second game as well, when he wasn't getting the support that he needed. You know, obviously the early kills that he got in game one. If he's just simply left in a straight-up head-to-head, Lonely Kid finds ways of getting ahead, and he ends up like 2,000-3,000 gold suddenly piling ahead. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the towers are on the table.
There's definitely some things that I think people will be learning from draft from these first two series. Nautilus feels like super high prio.
Yep.
And Diana feels like the perfect kind of counter pick, you know, at the end. So maybe second ban phase, people might need to start thinking about Diana bans to prevent her from being such a strong counter to some of these team comps. Diana has felt like, especially teamfight-wise, one of the most impactful picks of the day so far. There was a period, probably a year ago, where Diana was super high prio. You remember Ruiz at the Origin series? Diana was like his go-to. Diana feels like she's cycled back in a little bit now, and we're seeing so many impactful moonfalls in these teamfight situations as well. You know, and Nautilus feels like he should have much higher prio in the draft phase right now.
Well, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. What a crazy first two sets of series. All our predictions were wrong. All our predictions were wrong. We've not got either finalists. It is going to be Parla up against Formulation. That's going to be the final later on. Coming up, though, after this, will be Rix GG versus Viv Esports. Nobody expected that for a third-place matchup. We'll see you after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome to DHL Pro Tips for Wild Rift. My name is Scoundrel, joined today by Snitch from Rix.gg. Superstar mid laner, probably considered the best mid laner in Europe by many. But what other skills do you think are really important for mid laners to learn in Wild Rift to be successful?
I think mid laners in Wild Rift, I think map awareness is a really important skill. Identifying kind of like, if you have a good roam timing, where can you go? Where is your jungler? Because a lot of times it's very dangerous for a lot of mid lane champs, especially playing stuff like Orianna or any like the AD carry mids. They're a lot squishier. If you get caught by the enemy jungle while trying to roam, you can end up dying for free. So knowing where your jungler is so you can kind of team up with them and make plays together is really important. I think knowing lane management, while a little bit less developed than it is in PC League of Legends, it does still exist in Wild Rift. I think being able to control your wave to pressure your opponent just through where it's standing. You know, if you have a good matchup, like crashing it into their tower and then letting it bounce back into you and then using that to zone your opponent from farming entirely can actually be a really effective strategy, even if it does seem a bit passive or, you know, you're not pushing and hitting the tower on cooldown. Understanding when those kind of options open themselves up and taking advantage of them could be really important.
I guess let's go a little deeper into that. You know, when in mid lane, especially when you're in that really intense 1v1 part of the laning phase, like how do you know when to trade and when just to farm?
I think this is all about matchup knowledge. You know, you have to just spend time thinking about matchups and then trying kind of your theories in game. You know, you think about stuff like Lucian mid, for example, is really straightforward. Lucian is really strong in the early game. If you're playing Lucian, you want to be bullying your opponent pretty much in any matchup. So you want to be looking to use your first ability to line it through the creeps to poke them, playing very aggressive at forwards, obviously not taking too much creep damage if you could avoid it, but just generally, you know, using your early game to bully a lot and get a lot of value. But if you're playing something like Kassadin, you're not going to want to do that. Kassadin's early trading, while possibly effective, you know, with good use of his second ability, you can get some value. He's not a notorious early game bully, but he's a really, really strong late game monster. So for this kind of champion, you know, you're going to want to sit back a bit more, maybe take some damage to let your enemy push the wave into you so you can farm a bit safer like later on. Just small techniques like this that kind of enable you to get out of what is, you know, generally a much weaker early game than a champion like Lucian.
And another part of mid lane that's really important is that ability to roam. You mentioned map awareness earlier on. How do you know when to roam, especially in solo queue? When do we make that decision?
Roaming in solo queue is definitely a lot more common than I'd say it is in a kind of a competitive environment. A lot of times you just want to look at other lane matchups. Try to take as much time as you can when you have a bit of free time. You know, you're not hitting minions or the trading isn't that active, to glance at other lanes, see if enemy champions are low, see if your lane is pushing, see if your lane is getting pushed in, because these are all potential options. You know, if there's a big brawl going on in the duo lane and, you know, both supports, both ADCs get to 200 HP, if you're the mid laner that's there first, you could likely get a double kill, or at least have your team secure a kill and get a good reset. And it's just about, I mentioned map awareness specifically because it's about, you know, looking at these moments and noticing them and then using that as a window to maybe push the lane out and go for a roam rather than just pushing constantly and looking all the time. You need to make sure that, you know, that your team is in a good state, or like, you know, at least the enemy is weak enough that you can get the roam for free. You need to kind of know where the enemy jungler is, or at least that you have your own jungler to back you up if the enemy jungler does show up. You just got to be able to recognize the situations and, you know, not just push blindly and run for roams and then you end up going for a crazy play and getting yourself killed. I've definitely done that a lot of times. It does take a lot of practice, but, you know, if you do critically think about the timings that you do roam, you'll definitely learn to do it better.
Thank you so much, Snitch, for being part of DHL Pro Tips for Wild Rift today. It has been a pleasure having you. You've given some great advice, especially for aspiring players and solo queue mid lane warriors.
The hardest thing about being a pro player, in my opinion at least, it's the mentality. I think a lot of people struggle with it, even though it's not really often talked about it. A lot of people are really toxic, they deal with like a lot of stress, a lot of issues, personal issues, a lot of tilt especially. Like, there's definitely a lot of mental pressure on pro players, I would say, yeah. What made me pick Wild Rift as my game was the fact that I played League before on PC, and the fact that it came to mobile was just more fast-paced. I like fast-paced things, I don't know. It just gives me more adrenaline, I'm like really hyped up to play. But yeah, the fact that it's a mobile game now and I can play it anywhere is just perfect. My most memorable moment as a pro player was definitely my first LAN, I think. It was also at DreamHack, but it was in Sweden. And it was just, the first experience is always the most special, I don't know. Just getting to meet people, getting to play on stage is completely different from like sitting home.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. It is Samsung Galaxy I want to talk about. I want to talk about them. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because, of course, we want to give them a huge thank you for powering the event. The guys, obviously, we see them there in Valencia with their Samsung S22 Plus. They're all having a great old time. Samsung, Z Fold.
Yep,
by this man here, the Z Fold 4.
Z Fold 4.
Ignore his old man leather case that he has on.
I love my old man leather case. It's not an official case, but it does have a really nice handy holder for my pen. And you can.
Are you going to give your password right on?
I'm not going to show it, but you can use it on your screen like this. I use it. Another great story. Another story time about how great my Samsung.
Story time, okay.
Another story time about how great my Samsung Galaxy Fold 4 is. I had to do 2 days, half days of work here while we were getting ready for the tournament. I used this as my PC.
There you go.
I worked from my Samsung Galaxy Fold and I game. Work hard, play hard. There you go. If you would like to sponsor me personally, Samsung, I'm just saying I'm the ultimate brand ambassador.
Okay, I mean, obviously, check out the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4. Absolutely beautifully modeled by Kieran here, of course. Very untraditional, obviously caught a lot of people off guard when it came out, but it works brilliantly. I know my friend has one as well, who we went to an event to on the train for 3 hours. Out he comes, puts himself his Netflix on. He's got his own little tablet sat there. As I say, it's incredible, really. It's very, it's got everything.
Soon you'll all be converted. Soon you'll all be converted to the Fold lifestyle.
The Fold lifestyle. There you go. There's if you needed a brand ambassador, he's available. He's available. You can contact him on email. It'd be fine. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the schedule. Obviously, we've had 2 incredible semi-finals so far. Rix GG and Viv Esports both falling in semi-finals. Big surprise, I think. Certainly from us, we had them completely messed up our predictions. We've got The thing, right, we need to do predictions for these next two because we're dead level.
Oh,
right
true.
now still,
Wait.
remember.
Predictions now. Should we take predictions
We're
now?
going to do them on. Are you going to do it right now? Are you going to do it right now? I'm going to say
Rix versus Viv. I don't want it. 2-1 Rix. Cost.
I'm saying 2-0 Rix. But we've both gone Rix, though, so it doesn't make a difference. Okay, formulation, Parler.
But he didn't give his.
I don't care.
Yeah, but we're the ones that are dead level.
Mine are irrelevant because stress ruined mine.
Oh.
Well, no, you can still do it for the finals.
But I'm level with all of you in the finals in that sense because we've all got.
Yeah, we've all got it wrong.
We've got
that is true.
We've all got it.
I don't know. Just to make sure it keeps it interesting. Viv 2-1.
The reverse caster cuss.
What about formulation versus Parler? Are we going to leave that one to simmer, or are we going to do a try?
I might have to make a bit of a decision later on.
I feel like Parler will. Even if you try and nullify Lonely Kid, I think they play way more to the side lane than Rix were doing, so I'm going to go Parler.
Yeah, I honestly think that Parler could do it as well. It'd be great for the Turkish scene as well. One of the last lands, if not the last land.
I think it's possible, especially when you'd see how composed they were after that first game, where they were really, manhandled in game one. The composure they showed. So unfortunately, we're all going Parler in the final, which is, I don't know, unfortunately, it's good.
It's close. It was close because formulation played out their minds.
I think that Parler can definitely make full advantage of the sub in Zao in the Baron lane, who obviously had a great performance for formulation, but I think for Lonely Kid especially, he can win that 1 versus 1, and also because he's playing these split push style champions, and these carry style champions like Yone, like Fiora, that I think that with Labunya they can get that advantage in that Baron lane.
Yeah, and I think certainly from formulation Parler, if you're looking at straight Lonely Kid versus
Zao,
or Zhao, probably, I'm not too sure which nationality is how you pronounce it. Sure, Zhov maybe. If obviously we saw them going basically for team fights. Well, Lonely Kid's like, I'm going to split push. What are you going to do? Team fight? Oh, see ya. I've took your towers.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's what we almost saw in that last game there.
I mean, it's kind of what we expected from Rix, was like random in the side lane, split pushing. But because he played the Aatrox in that series against Formulation, he wasn't able to split push as much. Aatrox obviously more of a better champion for skirmishes.
I did talk to Snitch, and he said that in scrims it was popping off. So, you can only go off what you've done.
Yeah.
You can only go off what you've done. But hey, look, we're heading into this series.
Yeah, let's get over to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, in Valencia for the teams for the third place playoff.
On for the Snapdragon Pro Series trophy, this stunning thing that you see in front of myself and my lovely co-host, Carmeline. How's it going?
Pues estamos aquí, ¿no? Con este día de competición aquí en este escenario en la DreamHack de Valencia, con un público estupendo, un público genial que ha estado apoyando todo el rato, porque recordemos que ya hay 2 equipos clasificados a esa final para ganar este trofeo y otros 2 equipos que se jugarán ahora el tercer y cuarto puesto.
I mean, let's not also forget that we've got $17,000 on the line in terms of the prize pool that can be collected by all of our participating teams. So, speaking of teams, I believe it is time to introduce your first competitor back to the stage for the 3rd place matchup. First up, who are going to be coming out of the stage left, on my left, we have got Vive Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida a Vive Esports, organización francesa que además cuenta con jugadores y staff españoles.
The scenario that we're in right now all comes down to composure. How well are these teams able to go backstage, recompose themselves, gather some more morale to then come back onto the stage and perform to the best of their ability? Make no mistake, it is incredibly tough to come out here on the main stage and compete, let alone after a loss. So time will tell, and I believe, speaking of time, Carmeline, it is time to introduce our next team onto the stage as well. Battling it out for 3rd place and $3,000 on the line. Please put your hands together, DreamHack Valencia, for Rix GG.
Introducimos aquí a Rix GG. Veremos si, a pesar de no haber podido ganar el torneo, podrán llevarse por lo menos, aunque sea un tercer puesto.
Like I mentioned before, there has been a grueling season up to this point as Rix GG enter the stage. Come on, DreamHack, make some noise. Come on, we've got 2 more teams about to compete here on the main stage. This next match is worth $3,000. So let's see if they can recompose themselves, and I'm going to send it over to the casters to break down all the essentials before we dive into this next match.
Queremos que deis lo mejor de vosotros en el día de hoy en este escenario para animar a los equipos. Así que vamos con ello.
Well,
Leon's back, boys.
Leon's back, baby. Let's go. A little flex boy in the middle there. So seven obviously subbed out. We talked about Leon being there. We kind of expected this might happen as well to an extent. But yeah, Rick's bringing Leon in. Can't wait. Going back to Origin Series right now.
Yeah. I mean, Leon was a Baron laner back then, but he's coming in now as the jungler. I don't know if you've seen him stream, but he's only been streaming jungle recently. There's a lot of Shyvana on stream as well, so it might be something that we see in the draft. But yeah, no, Leon coming in, interesting. What I do think Leon provides, I think it's difficult to compare Leon to Seven in terms of jungle prowess. I think Seven is better just because Leon's been out of the competitive scene a while. But what Leon brings is morale. What Leon brings is like the kind of the guy who's there, he's your ultimate cheerleader, he gets you hyped when kills are going, and for this game you saw, bless them, you saw Viv, they looked a bit down and out, they looked a bit downbeat.
I mean, Banks talked about it, it's very hard to come back on stage. You've just had a loss.
I saw Josh, and Josh is usually quite a super happy, quite smiley guy. He looked really, really a bit downtrodden. So, the morale actually will be really important in this game, and it's not like it means absolutely nothing. There is $2,000 between...
I think it's like 3,000, 2,000, yeah.
Well, it's 1,000 for fourth and 3,000 for third.
Oh, third.
So it's a $2,000 game match, basically. The winner takes an extra $2,000 back with them. You ain't going to, shake your head at an extra $2,000.
No, of course not. Of course not. For the last potential European LAN finals for Wild Rift. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I mean, I'm not the one that's saying it. It's right. That's saying it. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? But anyway, yes. Into the pick and bans.
I feel like Rick's are going to have a bit of fun.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, they're
100% they're going to have some seriously troll comps coming out here.
I don't know about seriously troll, but I think there'll definitely be some spicy picks. I think that's for sure. I think with Leon being subbed in, talked about his Graves before. Maybe he might play Graves in the jungle. Graves is a pick that he played a lot obviously during the Origin Series. As you said, Shyvana, but the problem is that we probably won't see Shyvana that much anymore because of the jungle changes that happened in patch 3.5 with the conservation stacks. Even though farming junglers are still, quite important, I feel like Shyvana's definitely dropped out the meta. Ever so slightly. Look at him. He's already off. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean,
I love him.
He doesn't care.
He's already bringing smiles to Snitch. You can see a big grin on his face and a lot. Whereas if you'd have just seen the previous setup, you saw Josh. Josh looked like someone had just come up and slapped him. He was just so down in the mouth. He was.
Random's not quite there.
How is he sitting like, by the way, Leon? Is he got his legs up? Do you see that?
Obviously, he's on a high chair.
I mean, they're all on high chairs, but he's like got his feet up like to his chest, basically.
I think that's how Leon.
It's kind of like how you were. It won't be surprised if you see how you were sitting.
And Leon on his stream, he sits on his chair with his knees up by his chest a lot.
His chest, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's how he was doing it right there. It was exactly the same as what he did on stream. So trying to get a little bit of home comfort, but I think, like you said, the morale at the moment for Rix is definitely going to be very, very down. So I think switching up and bringing in a new jungler will hopefully lift Rix up. Because as you said, there's still a lot of money to play. There's still a lot of money on the line in this third place matchup. So let's see how it goes.
Random still looked a little bit downbeat.
I think they're all going to be.
But Leon's coming in. Look at him.
The perfect person to bring in as well, with the personality he has, just to sort of lift the spirits. And let's guys, it's not ideal. We wanted to be in the final. It's not worked out. Let's have a bit of fun with it.
You still get to see all your mates.
Yeah.
At Valencia.
You still get to be there, don't you, Stu? Still get to be there.
Still get to be there on the ground at the potentially last ever Wild Rift.
Oh, please.
Stop.
It's an emotional day.
It is, mate. It is. I think for all of us, it's been a journey the last year and a half.
It has.
It's been a really, really nice journey, and I've really, really loved every moment of Wild Rift Esports. Of course, Wild Rift Esports itself will carry on, just in China and Asia.
Yeah, there won't be any official. But hopefully, third parties, they said, will come in as well. Hopefully, we'll see some.
We'll see, mate.
Please,
we'll
ESL.
Like I said,
yeah, please. I know production, you're watching ESL. Please bring something to Wild Rift next year, please.
Any product managers out there, please?
I'll cast from home, guys. I'll even charge you a peanut. Just one peanut to cast.
Quick, get the pen and paper, guys.
Contract negotiators
signed for that one, shall we? Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys are just sorting themselves out. You can see them in DreamHack Valencia. It's been It's been a fun ride for Rix. Obviously, they've had the ups and downs. You know, they clearly obviously had that loss to Ice Cream, if you remember, back at the start, the first game day, which completely caught us all off guard, as well as the team. Took themselves a break after that one. Obviously going to be taking a break after this one. What comes from them, who knows, but...
Love Leon. Love him.
Either way, Leon's enjoyed himself.
I mean, the sad thing is that this might be the last time we see some of these players on stage as well. Like, go through all the cameras.
Do you know what's funny about that though? Because a lot of these players have come from other esports.
Yeah, you're probably seeing on. No, I mean on stage for Wild Rift.
Yeah. Usually when you've got these pedigree esports players, especially in mobile, they find a way.
Yeah, of course.
I think almost all of these players that you see on stage, like Zefta for sure. I definitely know like Leon and Doom came from Vainglory. Snitch came from Heroes of the Storm. Random came from AOV. So like a lot of these guys have got strong esports backgrounds. They've been in this stage before. They'll be there again, absolutely. It might not be for Wild Rift, but these guys will continue to kind of find their way.
Let's get the gun show out.
Here we go.
All right.
Look at him. He's absolutely stacked, that man.
Rakan mid taken away. No surprises. Wukong banned out, as well as Akali and Fiora already taken away. By Viv. Jace ban.
Ban out the Rakan. I mean, Rix do it time and time again. When Rix played against Viv before, Rix came out victors, and every single game that Rix played against Viv in the group stage was ban out the Rakan. Looks like they've also taken a page out of Parla's book as well and actually banned out the Wukong. It's going to be Gwen first pick for Rix, which means most likely for random, but could be played in the jungle. We don't really know what Leon's going to play. I think that's the thing.
Don't really know.
Oh my god, these picks are flying by.
It's working as well.
It's working. We're working good. You know what I've realized is that when the blue team is on the blue side, it works fine.
Possibly on.
When blue team's on the left side, it works fine. When blue team's on the right side, then that's when things get tricky for production.
All right, Gragas and Kha'Zix coming through. So quick first 3 picks over to the bans. Varus banned out already. Obviously just seen Jash playing 2 games of that. Didn't want to face that anymore. Also the Alistair ban, which we saw from Clue earlier on. The Lux also been taken away, just a strong pick in general. And the Galio ban coming through. Leaves Nautilus on the table.
Nautilus, yeah, already picked. So Heste will get his hands on that playmaker. I imagine that Leon plays Gragas in this scenario, but obviously Clue could also play that. We've seen Clue play support Gragas in a decent amount. Kind of want to see Doom go onto an AD carry just for the send-off. You know, you've got Gwen you've got Gwen and Gragas. You don't need another AP carry in this scenario.
Give me a Doom Jinx.
A Doom Jinx, baby. Oh my gosh.
Doom got a Ezreal though, right? Dim's the Ezreal man.
Yeah, Ezreal as well. Yeah, he's played many. I mean, he got the. Was it Doom that got? It wasn't not during the SBS, but I think during WREC season in general was that Doom was playing these hyper carries like the Jinx. Obviously played the Kai'Sa in that last game as well, but unfortunately the Kai'Sa didn't really work out too well. We'll have to wait and see what the picks are. Shen. There we go. It's probably going to be... Oh no, actually.
Oh, they have Kha'Zix. Yeah, they've got Kha'Zix. What am I talking about?
So is it Aatrox mid then and Shen top probably for Patterson, I would think?
That's an interesting draft. Interesting draft coming out from Viv so far.
So yeah, we saw Shen jungle from 7, sorry, at the start of the day, but I think this is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be Shen in the Baron lane. Lucian, there we go.
So Lucian's going to go over to Doom, and that means we're just waiting for the final pickup here for Rix. Now, obviously, we could see Gragas support.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Clue did play Gragas a few times throughout the league.
Kind of one of the only supports that did play Gragas, so something that he does like to play if he can pick it up in the right scenario. See what the final pick's again. It's going to be Xin Zhao. That's a Leon. That's if you watch Leon's stream, he actually spams the hell out of Xin Zhao. So yeah, that's going to be Gragas support then, and that will be Snitch playing the Yone in the mid. We're going to see the final lock-in of the Karma. So I imagine that's going to be a Karma. Yeah, Karma for Jash. So we're going to see Jash playing the Karma alongside the Nautilus in the bot. We're going to have Shen top for Patterson. Gosh, I'm worried about the damage output of this team, guys. I'm a little worried about Viv's damage output. It's a little lacking, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel the same. Obviously, Shen's going to take a while to get going, get the items, basically. Similar with Aatrox. Kha'Zix is going to be looking for separation. There's not really too many that are going to be separated when the team fights kick off. I guess Lucian maybe is going to be going for, but he can just dash away. Yeah, it's a little worrying for Viv here, maybe. And again, we're back to the same sort of thing. At least Este, though, has got an impactful champion this time around.
I think Viv needs to, I mean, the thing that's going for Viv, I think the Kha'Zix pick is going to be pretty important for them because Rix have a very, very squishy comp. So if, you know, Zefta can find some isolated targets on the side of Rix, and I think they can definitely come out on top. But as you mentioned, I think the only damage they have is from the Kha'Zix. I don't think they have any other damage on the rest of the map.
Yeah, Karma is okay, but not exactly a true AP carry.
Of course.
So, yeah, interesting one. I think kind of have to kind of get the Kha'Zix snowballing a little bit. Play around the side lanes a bit more, try and find some isolated pickoffs. But I think, yeah, ultimately lacking a bit of damage output. I think when it comes to true team fight, you know, Rix are the ones that are coming out on top here.
We'll have to see how. Should be getting into game very, very shortly. I love how the camera is just always on Leon. They know already.
Typical cameraman, yeah, already spots like, oh, this guy's actually playing up to the camera. We'll keep
him on it, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if they carry on with that as well. Great to see Leon on stage, though. I'm glad they subbed him in.
Clue's enjoying himself. He's bouncing up and down.
Vibes.
Bouncing up and down in his chair. The players are all live in Valencia at DreamHack. If you've just joined us, it is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And we are into the third place playoff. Rix, the #1 team from Europe in the league, unfortunately lost to Formulation Gaming. Viv Esports themselves, after a dominant first game, fell to Parla, so they both find themselves here in the third place playoff.
Both teams won the first game of their previous series and then dropped. They got reverse swept. Now only one of them could be crowned third place team, the bronze place team at the finals. I'm sure both of these teams were going to want to end off on a high because it's been a very, very long, wild circuit off season for both these two teams. It being the final event of the year as well. Especially for Rix as well, especially after the disappointing semi-final. Like coming into it, everyone was like, no, this is Rix's opportunity. This is Rix's chance. They were on such a long win streak. They won like a 6-win streak or something in the group stage. And everyone was finally saying, you know, this is their time. They can finally do it. But unfortunately fall into formulation. But I think the players are definitely going to want to look to end on high.
Said it. It's their swan song. Never, ever, ever have they won a LAN after being predicted 3 LANs in a row. To come out on top. They have never won a LAN, and this time it's going to be no different. Rix, forever LAN cursed. The best team to never win, I think, is the way that we have to look at Rix realistically. As we look back on their Wild Rift career over the last year and a half. Yakui, decent matchup into a Yone. It's just going to be a little careful.
Leon going around the jungle. He's cleared his whole top side of the jungle. Interested to see what he does, and I'm interested to see how much he's actually played. To be fair, to see what to do. Have you been watching
Darkbreaker's stream? Leon's like on it all the time.
Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I knew he was on it a few times, but I didn't know he was on it every single time.
No, not every single time. He's on it a lot.
I know Darkbreaker's been gaining LP, but that's probably because of Leon more than him himself, you know. But
gosh, you got to be so harsh to Darkbreaker.
Sorry, DB, I love you.
DB's a good player.
Sorry.
He's an old man, but he's a good player.
Getting carried by Leon, but no, it's good to see. Yeah, Zinchao is a champion that I would say not the biggest playmaking champion, as Yaku actually has to flash. Zinchao actually doesn't even have level 5 yet. Yaku has level 5 already. See that both the mid laners just trading. Aatrox's mid lane as well, we didn't really talk about too much, but against the Yone can have a pretty decent matchup in the early game, but I think when it gets to the side lane, I think Yone is just going to have the advantages. Patson going forward, Divine Sunder, a clue, flashes away as well. Does get caught out, but no kills so far in the early game.
Snitch got to dive back straight away here.
Oh, that's a big hook on Clue. Might be able to take him down, but it's a good reverse as well. And they do turn it back around. Rix there, but now they're in trouble. Snitch is going to fall down. Leon in trouble as well, so he might get locked up. Any more to separate? Yes, they can. Can they tank the turret out enough? Zefta flashes. Don't think he needed it, but nonetheless, gets him out of the tower.
Good start from Viv. That's what they needed. They're using the Shen just to kind of snowball this early game, give a bit of gold into Zefta's back pocket, a bit of gold over to Shen as well. And with this comp, that's what they kind of needed to do. Random is being given a bit of free time versus the Shen, but having Shen only picked up the kill there will have a slight gold advantage for the time being. Good start for Viv.
And take a back look at the replay, really good hook to start things off, but the only ultimate on top of that was really nice, and Leon was just waiting in the side, but unfortunately for them, they just didn't respect. I mean, Snitch flashed forward, but didn't realize that the Shenzhen United was still onto Yeku the whole time, so it was channeling down, and that means the taunt comes through, and it's a quick and easy kill, and actually run up to top lane as well.
Needlework was used already. Going to get the damage onto Hestay. Have they got enough to finish it off here, Random? No, because Palace's back in there, and are they going to turn it back around? Snitch rejoins the party, but I tell you what, Random's in trouble. He goes down to Palacen, and that did not go the way they planned.
1-for-1 trade in the end.
I think
trade in the bot lane as
yeah,
well.
they re-engage. Patterson goes down in the end there. Yeku also in trouble. Doom may be able to get the finishing blow.
Boom.
And he will.
God, this is messy. This is messy. Leon picks up the kill, 3-on-1 on the Xin Zhao right now, and suddenly Rick's able to accelerate that gold lead. They pick up plates literally everywhere, and they'll be happy with the outcome of those little skirmishes.
And so Viv rotated their dual lane into the mid lane and just exposed Yeku by himself down the bot lane. He just didn't respect the 1 versus 2 situation, got completely caught out. And meanwhile, Rick's won pretty much on both sides of the map, which is a really, really good start for them. We'll give them that 2,000 early game goal lead. Black Cleaver first item for Leon, looking to go towards this first dragon of the game. And meanwhile, Zefter's just like, yep, you can take the first dragon. We're going to prioritize the first Rift Tower. They actually rotated Aatrox up into the Baron lane side of the map. That means that they can use this Rift Tower to try and funnel more gold into Yeku to get him a little bit further ahead.
So the Herald's probably going to get used in the top there. No, actually, no, they're backing away, yeah.
Maybe looking to try and break the mid lane. The mid lane tower is a little bit low. I'm going to see the HP now. Yeah, 2,300, and he's like 300 hit points left, but this is just the 1 versus 2. Yeah, Yeku just not respecting the 1 versus 2 from Clue, and then the tower dive as well in the top lane. Really nice play from both Leon and Snitch, juggling, I should say. The
hello. Well. Is he going to be able to get away with it? Yes, he is. Needlework comes through. Random picks himself up another.
That gets a huge bit of gold back into Random's back pocket. He was actually lagging behind Patterson a decent amount there on the Shen.
A support battle.
Oh, sorry, Yeku, yeah.
Yeah, I love the fact that Camman's guy is just like, it's Nautilus versus Gragas support. I'm not even going to bother watching it. That's a great catch out. Hestay's in trouble. Stasis goes down. Should be able to get away. Does have the Patterson support. That's a great match coming out from Clue there. Gets the body slam in there. Hestay taken low, but Leon in trouble. And now Leon will fall. In the end, it's just been a single kill. 1 for 0 as Leon falls.
And in the meantime, Random is pushing top. And Snitch is pushing bot, and it might even be first turret of the game. It has been, and that will be Snitch that picks it up. So in a 3 versus 5, it felt like Rick somehow come out ahead in that situation. Random's now going to get focused down, has to try and stay near the minions.
Uses his ghost to try and get away, but I don't think it's quite me enough. It's not. The Aatrox will take him down. Didn't have the flash, of course. Went for the ghost ignite instead. Clue spotting out, but trying to protect this turret. Oh, they're going in for Leon.
Interesting enough, it looks like Snitch is actually going for the same build that Don was
back onto Doom. Doom got the depth charge on him. We don't get to see it, though.
He's a goner. What's more exciting is watching Snitch farm than me.
Two Baron laners.
Oh, Leon!
Leon, big balls play. I'm not quite sure you've got enough to take a 1v3. I think he was expecting Random to come a little sooner.
Hashtag worth.
It was hashtag worth.
Save the tower.
Save the tower. That is the most important thing.
I'll take that as a W, I'm sure.
Clue just keeping that top lane tower alive. Wants to go for the 1v1 versus Yeku. I'm not sure about that one, my man.
Obviously going full defensive instead of, he's going full tank Gragas.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have the damage of AP Gragas jungle, but Yeku hasn't had the strongest start to this game though. Does have a couple of kills. He was 0-2 and now he's back to 2-2, so going towards the Black Cleaver Divine Sundra. Snitch is having a really, really good game though so far. It's like I mentioned.
Oh no, Doom.
Doom is.
Yeah, walk straight to Hestay there. Not going to be able to get away with that one. Depth charge coming in. Jash.
You can see Doom's cam as well. He's just like,
no.
I'm not checked.
They got me again, guys.
Yeah, I mean, as I was briefly mentioning, Snitch going for the different build again.
Oh, they get on Yeku. Might be able to get him towards the tower. Diving in Aatrox is pretty dangerous now. He's got Stand United coming through. In comes Patterson to help out, and Random has to get the heck out of there. Clue's been left in the lurch. He's going to get separated. In comes the rest of Viv. What is happening around the board? Nothing. No objectives coming from Rix either. So Viv get themselves 2 easy picks.
What on earth are we watching right now? I'm just.
Yeah, we're watching Wild Rift.
We're watching Wild Rift.
The Wild Rift.
A bit more wild than Wild Rifts.
Uh-oh, Leon. Oh, depth charge onto Leon. He gets caught out. Snitch dives in. He might be able to turn it around a little bit. And Leon goes in again.
Goes in.
Oh, they're having fun.
Oh, they're just trying to go in, trying to get some kills, but unfortunately it's not really working out for them at the moment.
No, the full aggro play is not really benefiting them. It does mean the Herald, well, Leon down, of course, it's going to be an easy pickup for them, and Viv will take it.
Yeah, Viv are happy to just take the free fights. They've been gifted 2 so far. Leon does finish up the Divine Sunderer now, though, so has got that for the next Dragon fight. We'll have some key ultimates up. I understood what Snitch was trying to do in that fight, too. He was trying to go for the Yasuo insect play, sorry, the Yone insect play, where you kind of dive behind the enemy line, you drag them back to the enemy team, your own team with the ultimate, but didn't quite work out because it was, unfortunately, a 3 versus 5.
Doom as well has a Navori Quick Blades completed.
Did get nerfed a little bit on the last.
It did get nerfed. Got nerfed by 200 gold, I believe. And
Claps coming on Random. Has to get moving. Heste is there.
They're going to give up the Ocean mounting combo, it looks like. Yeah, they're going to keep Heste on this side of the map.
Does seem like they are going to lose 2 dragons, which is definitely a win condition that they can look out for if they want to. But the crazy thing is that if they... I mean, they can still win this fight because there is a Stand United on the side of Shen, so they can still fight this.
Zefta looking to try and get the steal away from this one. Yeku's being picked off. Doom being the focus, though. Without Doom being there, they do catch him out. Leon going down. Josh going to get picked up by Random, but the rest of the team is in all sorts of trouble. Heste will be the next target. Random might be able to get this one down. No, the snip, not enough. Snitch is going to try and finish that one up. He can turn it back onto them. He could. He gets one. Can't get the second. Gets exhausted, I think, in there as well. And will fall down. And it's
go, go, go. Oh, no, he's not going to. Clue's not going to give it. Come on, Clue. Imagine if we got another Shen pentakill, by the way. Another Shen quadra kill, anyway. I mean, this champion has been proven to be
pretty strong.
A force to be reckoned with. Yeah, we saw it in the jungle in the first game of the day, and now we're seeing it in the Baron lane this time from Patterson. I mean, I think it's a very Patterson-esque champion, to be fair. You know, I think I would say Patterson's probably one of the best weak sides. You know, playing the weak side Baron lane champions in the entire of Europe. Like, he plays so well.
We've seen Shen in 2 games, and so far has got 22 kills in those 2 games, and 11 assists and 2 deaths. So 22-11 at the moment, Shen in these 2 games.
Shen is broken.
Shen pretty
Played
good
by
right now.
Seven and Patterson.
I will be saving that for a bit of content later. New S++ tier pick.
For you guys in chat saying Shen Quadra did actually have a pentakill in the earlier matchup as well.
Play Shen like this.
What is going on? This is like in the picture-in-picture it's going off as well. It's all happening here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
It's going in again.
Players play up. Leon finally comes around the back, tries to get himself a pick up here. Everybody is low. Rix might be able to get a clean up here if they catch out enough. Trying to force him away. Patterson, Heste's going to get caught out. He gets stasis. Doom should be able to pick that one up. Leon has to back away, but oh no, he's not going to pick it up because what's happening? Zefta's getting the cleanup. He's getting all the isolation in the background, and now they have to run and go and try and get the hell out of there. And Rix get nothing again.
It looked like a Rix advantage there. Overextended and baited in by Heste with that really, really well-timed stasis to draw them right into the red side jungle with the Josh was able to zone them away very nicely. And at that point, somehow Zefta found some isolation damage and picked off 2.
So she's
The ward!
Oh, okay.
A sneaky little ward.
Was that planned? That was going to ulti over the wall?
Yeah. I don't think it was,
that was pure bait.
I don't think it was planned until he saw Josh low. I need to look back at that again.
Total bait. Okay, back to the fight. This is actually what happened while we were away.
And this was right at the start of the team fight. You see the Stan United again from Patterson, but the needlework doing so much damage on Random. Was he getting the true damage because he has the Rift Maker completed? But as you were saying, Scoundrel, looks like Rick's kind of got a little bit baited because Heste was very low, Leon dashed in, but the stasis timing is so perfect. And look at Zefta here, just waiting the wings. Oh, 1 kill, 2 kills, just like that. Beautiful play from Zefta just to stay out of vision and get the isolated damage and get the resets on the jump.
Still relatively close affair though. It's only 4k gold. Somehow, only 4k gold between the two teams. And Yekui is diving, and he will obviously have the support of Shen. Random does need to remember that just a little bit. Oh,
not be quick enough now. Stasis will come through, but that's not going to get you out. Oh, Stan United. Explosive cast forced him out. Leon in a batter his way through it. Patterson comes in, and Patterson gets focused. He goes down. He gets annihilated. And Ricks are swinging themselves back into this one, just forcefully fighting.
Snitch versus Zefta as well. Snitch trying to keep himself on the sidelines next to the minions.
Oh, the knock-up.
Not going to work out for him. Gets the flash away. Has been isolated though, so Zefta should be able to jump. Zefta doesn't have another pounce left to come in this one. The wings reset will come in a second. He might have enough, but Clue is there to help him out.
Oh, goodness.
Stay as well in the top side.
Stays charging them down. Yeah, the support chasing down them, trying to get them out there. Don't really have too much damage. He's going to get Doom down. He's going to get Random as well. He's got the support of Jash now, and he will take him down. Oh, the Stasis comes in, Clue comes in, the tower hits on Zefta. He finally gets the kill down because Zefta had to get out of there. And Heste goes down.
Gwen is immune, baby.
Gwen is immune.
Gwen is immune. It actually completely baits Heste in as well. But what a great champion Nautilus is, that you could just use your hook and just 1 versus 2 like that and kill off Doom. And Leon as well, I have to say, pretty much has the most gold in this team right now.
Yeah, Leon's been power farming, but somehow picked up a couple of shutdowns as well.
He does not care. He's just going in at every single time he finds it. He's just like, yep, I see a champion. I click second ability. I tap, 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 and I go in. As I don't even know what team fight we're going to see. Oh, we're going to see right at the end.
So Gwen is immune.
That's why the Jash didn't do any damage with his first ability.
Clue almost dead as well there on the sidelines.
Close but no cigar.
So this is the fiesta that we wanted from the 3rd and 4th place match.
Yeah. Kind of what I expected. Leon just going in again onto Zefta. Zefta taking low. The culling coming out onto Doom. The Stan United coming out to Zefta. Leon's gone too deep on that one, and he's going to have to get straight back out. Clue's there, but I'm not too sure this is the fight they want. Snitch arrived far too late to the party. Random is coming in behind, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team are gone.
And Random's just going to be sad in the mid lane.
Meanwhile, Random mid lane, unfortunately, it was a 4 versus 5. And again, Ricks were the ones trying to look for the engage, but the Stan United again from Patterson comes in huge, and that means that Viv will be able to take the second dragon and potentially look for the Baron as well. 20 seconds to Tully.
Yeah, it should be easy enough. They're not going to be able to defend against this. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't stop the teleporters, Glenn, obviously. So, like, you know, if Patterson just ults in front of you, what are you going to do about it? You literally have to watch it happen.
Yeah, and the problem is you have to defend against the Shen as well, which obviously he has the Hullbreaker, he has the Sunfire, he obviously got that change quite a few patches ago now, where his first ability now does AoE splash damage, so he's able to clear the minions a lot quicker, which was kind of weakness of Shen before, is that his wave clear wasn't that great, but now with a couple of buffs that have happened in the past few patches with Shen, and also obviously the addition of Hullbreaker, Divine Sunder is a really good item with Sunfire. Looks like might be going for the wit's end as well, so just going for as much split push and 1 versus 1 potential as possible.
I mean, it's not over yet. Looking pretty grim for Ricks, but they have got some really intense scaling on their side with the Yone and the Gwen as well. These team fights not working out in their favor. They haven't really had a proper group team fight to speak of at the time, though.
Well, they've caught Yeku out, but
he's just gone. Stan United, maybe?
The team are just pushing the tower in the mid, that's the problem. And they have caught out Clue. Leon tries to go in again and help out, standing and keeping them on the turret. It may be enough. The rest of the team now arriving. The tower goes down. Snitch comes in. Random and Doom arrive, but the tower still falls.
Seems like Patterson, instead of using Stan United, is just pushing down in the bot lane instead. More, I guess, trying to go for another...
Oh my God, five cannons. Oh my word.
He's taunting in front of them. Snitch is taking so much damage from the cannon minions. I think he's just dead.
It's going to go down to the cannon minions.
They can't do anything against him.
Leon comes in. Patterson, the immovable object, with all the cannon minions, random locked up on the tower. This is going to be game, ladies and gentlemen. Viv going to be taking game one. What a wild, wild Rift game it has been. 28-16 in terms of kills. Viv having a great old time. Rick's having a good old time, making fun of what is a third place playoff matchup. And so Viv, when they get the smoke, it's just 1-0.
Yeah, smoke for everyone.
We done, guys. Yes, party!
Woo, we won the game one.
Hullbreaker, 7 cannon minions Baron.
That was ridiculous.
Pretty disgusting.
I mean, you saw how much damage Snitch took as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was trying to tank up the minions to make sure the tower doesn't get taken down.
It's like a rapid fire cannon on him. It's just in his health.
Just took so much damage in the end. I mean, Shen again, another great performance from Shen. We saw it the first game of the day in 7 in the jungle, and Patterson's like, cool, let's bring out Shen ourselves. And really great performance.
Pretty insane performance, and I think Patterson cross-mapped over and over again. They snowballed really well. We said that kind of needed to make that happen. They needed to play around Shen's maneuverability on the map. They took a lot of smaller skirmishes which were in favor of Zefter. The team fights are very split. There wasn't any true 5v5 team fights that really went, like swinging either side favor. So, Viv played that really, really well.
Leon kind of
inted.
I don't know about inted, but he kind of went in.
Kind of went in every chance.
Every chance, yeah. He was all the time.
Leon plays like you expect Leon to play.
I'm going in.
He plays like his personality.
I don't care when or where, but my Xin Zhao will end up in the team fight somewhere.
Just pushes in every single time. I love it. But yeah, hey, looking back at the replays, I mean, this was a very, very messy game. I think it was like 40+ kills in total in the end of the game or something like that. Absolutely crazy. It was just back and forth. But Viv did really, really well, to be honest, in the end, just catching out Rix off guard. And yet, again, in my opinion, Rix just overextending a few times in a couple of team fights. Passing in, I think he actually could have gone for the pentakill here. He gets the quadra here. If I was Clue, I would have given the penta. Actually, no, I wouldn't have given the penta.
Or just walk in, no. You just got to keep it so 7's the only one that gets the penta, right? That's
true.
You've got to have something.
Could have fought
away from it.
3.
They're not getting anything else from this tournament. So, well, we'll see. Maybe they'll turn it round. Maybe we'll have a super serious game from Ella Rix in the moment.
I mean,
I can't see it.
I mean, if it's like how the series have gone today, it's always the first team wins game number 1, and it's always the reverse sweep.
Now. They're just making sure we have the entire 12 games in the day.
Yep. Just like, oh, okay, cool, we won the first game, now we're going to lose the next 2 games, and Rix are probably going to come back. Interested to see if Leon will stay or if 7 will be able to, 7 will come back onto stage. We'll have to see, but I don't think Leon played.
No, Leon played fine. It just that in that situation there was some instances where he probably didn't need to engage with his teammate that was already dead. And so
or when the rest of his team are coming down river and miles away and he's already gone in.
It's fun. Like Leon gets a bit of time on the stage, which is great for him.
He's having fun with it.
And I think ultimately 3rd, 4th place match, it's worth some money, but the prestige of that match is lower than having made it to the final or even in the semi-finals. So these guys just going out there having a bit of fun on stage. Yep. We'll see what happens in the second game.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, game 2 will be ready. Just like, they are going to a break. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, game 2 will be ready for this 3rd place match off. Rix 1-0 down to Viv.
I think the hardest thing for me is being disciplinary about, for example, scrimming or something like that. I enjoy playing ranked a lot, but being on time and actually thinking out strategies, watching replays. I like to watch a lot of League of Legends back in the days on PC, and it came out on phone, and I used to play another MOBA. I was pro in a game called Vainglory back in the days, and then I thought, why not Wild Rift? So I just switched to that game, and it was really fun, and a lot of my friends played that game, so I just played with them. My most memorable moment? I think it was at LAN in Sweden when I got a pentakill. I think I was the first one who got a pentakill in Europe. That was pretty memorable. And I remember I was screaming so loud at the top of my lungs. So yeah, that was so much fun. Probably my most memorable moment. I think an important quality to have when you're a pro player is being very consistent. Which I'm probably not all the time, but it is very important to be consistent because you can easily fall out of order and maybe mess up a little things if you forget one of the things to do.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello.
We don't have a lot of time to have some snacks, do we?
1 minute 30 to run to the toilet and get a snack. And go,
It has been a long day. It's been a long day, match after match. You know, spare a thought for
some fuel.
Spare a thought for your spare casters, your little casters on the sidelines.
Need to unleash your beast.
Unleash our beast. Anyway, game 2 of this third and fourth place match coming our way.
Yep. It's going to be really, really exciting stuff. I think that, Bricks are definitely going to look to try and come back in this.
D-Man's still eating.
D-Man's still struggling to try and
that was far more of a mouthful of a cake than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie. I was like, oh, just get a little snack thing. What's that? It's like this coconut thing that just
for lunch
was
we
like
had
the
these
rock hard
amazing like chicken things with like green beans, and Stu was like, green beans.
For those that don't know, and there may be a few of you out there, Stu's like this 12-year-old kid.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
That will have a burger and everything will go out of it other than the burger and the bun. There can be nothing else in there. He is a chicken and chips man.
The green beans are the best part of that meal.
Does attack me again?
Love a green bean.
Yeah. I feel like this is the same as a group stage, no?
Lettuce goes out the bun, green beans goes out there, and it's basically green food. You just don't do green food, right?
That's probably why
I do agree with that. I do agree. Guys in chat, what's your favourite fruit? We've had this chat today.
Oh, interesting.
Banana. Banana was the first thing.
Yeah. What was yours,
banana?
My favourite fruit is an orange.
Okay.
So chat, I want to hear
anyone that's watched the show before will be well aware that it's an orange because we've seen him eating an orange on the show before. Where are you going? What are you doing?
I was just reading to see if.
We've got to wait. This is like we need to know chat's favourite fruit. Okay.
Banana, Marafall.
How is banana
MVP.
It's not even
banana,
a real
definitely
I
banana.
always knew that Marafall was a true banana fan.
Yeah. See.
No.
Beautiful.
You guys,
Love it.
can you get out, you banana enjoyers?
Kiwi. Jeez, it's a bit tricky to eat the kiwi. You got
My favourite snack is an enemy mid-laner.
See, don't get me wrong. I like the orange, but it's fiddly as hell to eat.
Orange is a absolute S tier.
Always love Twitch chat.
Honestly,
I mean, I think the problem is that we have probably asked the wrong target audience about fruit.
Wow. What are you trying to say, D-Man?
You don't tend to enjoy fruit until you get a bit older, probably, I think. It's more what I'm saying.
I'm surprised there are no other orange enjoyers.
Dragon fruit.
I mean, I'm okay with, like, orange juice. I mean, I think D-Man's the same, but the oranges itself, it's like, nope.
How are no one else orange fans?
You know, when I was younger, it used to be a pear, by the way.
Pear? I mean,
I like a pear.
Wait, what about?
the thing about apples and pears is their nutritional value is so
should we ask production? Production, what's your favourite?
And you're just like, oh, I kind of like cider.
Production, what's your favourite fruit? Any production?
Any productions out there? Apples.
No,
apple. Okay.
I'm having an apple.
Apple
I like
has
an apple.
zero nutritional values.
Oh, you just go back to this again.
Here we go.
Back to this again. Obviously, me and Stu, massive athletes. We gotta get
I don't know about that.
Gotta get our bananas down to stop the cramps. The potassium's required.
You're getting a lot more detail in this than what I thought.
I tell you, if you're ill, orange is the best fruit.
Obviously, it's
super
your vitamin
high,
C. It's your
super
vitamin
high
C,
vitamin C.
He's in jungle for Leon.
Oh, Leon. Okay.
Leon's still on the stage, and he's just like, yep, potentially the final game of Wild Rift on stage for both these two teams. They're just like Lee Sin. Senna comes out as well, interestingly. Senna's an interesting one because we haven't seen the Senna the entire day picked or banned. But the interesting thing about Senna is that
about one or two in the groups.
Exactly, but the interesting thing is like the last two patches, she's actually been buffed. Her first ability got buffed, second ability got buffed, third ability, the base damage as well got buffed, the base stats in general got buffed, and I think the champion is really, really strong at the moment. So it's probably going to be a Senna Gragas bot lane to clue back on the Gragas again.
Yeah, Senna Gragas bot lane, definitely on the cards because I think Gragas in any other lane other than jungle or support right now is not exactly ideal.
Are we counting grapes?
Grapes are cool. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to make a fruit tier list after this, guys.
Fruit tier list.
Keep your eye on. Is that going to be your next YouTube content?
This is the YouTube content that Scoundrels turn into after Wild Rift dies.
Wild Rift, no more Wild Rift content. Not that I've been doing any for about 3 months anyway. But like fruit tier list, and S+ is like pineapple and orange.
Pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple is sick.
I like pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple.
There's no argument this way.
What's your like worst fruit? What's your least favorite fruit?
I don't know. Trying to think if there's fruit I don't like.
Mine's mango. I bloody hate mango.
Bloody hate mango.
I'll tell you what another.
That's like the most British thing I think ever. Bloody hate
What I
mango.
really like, but it is a little fiddly, is watermelon. I'm a big watermelon fan.
I don't like melon either. I don't like normal melon.
I like melon, no. Normal melon's a bit.
Oh, action. They're really having some fun now. You two are talking about fruit. I'm more talking about the draft. We've got action coming out from Snitch mid lane. It's going to be a spicy game.
It's going to be a spicy game, yeah. I mean, it's
then a bot lane. You've
pretty,
got
pretty standard-ish draft from Viv. And then you've got Kennen.
And then you've got Rix. Rix doing Rix things.
Senna, Lee Sin, Gragas.
I mean, they're going out with a
They're going out with a bang, boys. They're going out with a bang.
Yeah, cute in the middle.
Orange is
like,
C
what's
tier.
happening?
Look, someone in chat said orange is C tier.
Someone in chat said oranges suck accepted as fret juice. That's not right. Like, it depends on the orange that you pick, right? I'm not a fan of the oranges that are really big and there's load of like pith on them. You know, the white.
It's the same with grapes, right? You wouldn't want a seeded grape. It's like
I wouldn't usually choose. I like the you know, like the satsumas or the clementines. You know, the small ones. Really quite sour, like a little bit sour. Yeah, that's my favorite orange.
There you go, guys. Anyone else? Anyone else in chat?
That's what happens when you're 6 hours into a broadcast with still one person.
Well, it's also a game that, well, I wouldn't say is meaningless. It's $2,000 diff, but Rix clearly don't care too much.
Well, I mean, the last game.
They're having fun. Yeah, I think a lot of players have said that as well. We've seen it in the interviews during the breaks as well, especially from Lonely Kid saying, like, you know, could potentially be the last time that the
D tier. Hold on a minute, Ramis. Hold on.
He's still looking at Twitch chat. But yeah, I think the main thing for these two teams, especially because it might be the last time they, you know, all meet up with each other and everything, is just, you know, have fun. You know, that's what Lonely Kid said. You know, most important thing to do at a LAN event is just to have fun, and I think that's exactly what Rix are doing in this game with their picks.
Definitely picks that can snowball though. Akshan is one of those really annoying picks that can kind of pop off like crazy. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. And I know that Snitch has played him a decent amount on stream in the past as well. Random got a slightly easier, like, nice bullying matchup into the Shen as well on that cannon. Kind of interesting to see how this one pans out. It's going to be a fun one.
To those that just joined us, no, Leon has just come in for this series in the third place playoff. 7 was obviously playing this morning in the matchup. Actually got a pentakill on Shen as well. It was 16
kills or something.
Yeah,
something stupid
15-1-6 I think he was on Shen.
Another Shen as well in this game. I have to see if Patterson can get another quadra kill.
Another quadra or penta on the way.
He got a quadra kill in the last
See if
game.
he can get over the average of 10 kills a game or whatever. 10 what's up at the moment. Something insane like that. Shen very, very strong.
Very strong, Shen.
Oh. Like Scoundrel doing
Scoundrel's back on the.
Yep.
You're back on it, guys.
I hope you're capturing this production, and it would be a nice little feature. You want to post the camera real quick?
This is the casting perspective. Just come back to studio. There you go.
Scoundrel just looked up at me there. Was a bit.
Just come back to studio. See a Scoundrel. This is Scoundrel's main casting position.
Oh, there you go. Look who's in. I love it.
That wasn't funny. It just looks like I'm really tall on camera. It just looks like my knees.
You can't really see the chair, can you?
You can't see the chair. It just looks like I've got really long knees.
It's kind of difficult. Interesting, actually, is Clue on Senna, and then we're going to be seeing Doom play Gragas. He really can't play anything that he wants to play, so he's on Gragas duty now. Oh, God.
That's got to be an intentional choice. Because otherwise, obviously we know that Clue likes playing Gragas, so it's got to be an intentional choice.
Unless Clue's just like, yeah, give me the Senna, and then
wait. It was one of the cup games Doom played Gragas in, didn't he? It was one of the cup games. He absolutely did it. I'm sure it was just after the league or before the league or some game that he played in. I'm sure he got a penta in it as well. I feel like I remember a tweet of some variety.
Yeah, well, the only penta we had during group stage was...
No, it wasn't in group stage. It was one of the games that I think you did? Or
you mean one of the cups things?
I don't remember Doom playing Gragas.
I remember seeing the graphic,
that far back.
the graphic from... who's the coach? Mozilla posted a picture with like the graphic of like who'd played it all. And it had Doom, and then Doom had done it in some match, some tournament somewhere.
Sorry, you could probably go back and find that on Mozilla's Twitter somewhere.
Yeah, there you go.
I barely remember what happened yesterday.
Same.
I remember Brazil getting knocked out of the World Cup yesterday.
Ouch. Let's not get too cocky.
That'll be us later on.
Yeah, that'll be us later on.
We're fully expected to lose, as opposed to them who were favourites, though. That's
true. I am expecting.
We've got Harry Maguire against Mbappe. We're just throwing it out there.
Oh, SD. Essentially, you didn't even take a tower shot there.
Yeah, I know he did a great job at saving Yeku there.
It's all right. They're coming out. They've gone for the 4-fun draft, and they're coming out swinging.
I see what he did there.
Yeah, you see.
Puns galore, dad puns.
Well, you know, with Freak retiring, somebody's got to take the pun mantle.
I'm getting to that age now where I could do it.
Well, hello. Leon's coming in. Leon's coming in. He wants a piece of Patterson. Patterson stunned United. Where's he going?
United's away.
Oh, he's gone to Heste behind.
That's actually really smart, actually, from Patterson. But, I mean, they're going underneath the tower again.
Go in. Yeah, he hadn't actually gone in. Heste's going to get the focus.
Oh, the pulverize.
Just managed to come through. Random's there. Yeku comes in, and this is cleanup duty time for Viv here. Leon, that's not the
Oh, yeah, level 5.
I mean, the Sun United was really smart for Patterson because it just buys him enough time for Yeku to actually roam up as well. So Yeku was able to get there and to clean up the rest of that top lane exchange. So really, really smart play from Patterson and from Viv in general.
Very telegraphed from Rix, though.
Yeah.
They weren't very clinical on the tower dive there.
They didn't really push the button, did they? They were just like there. It was just like, oh, hey guys, how you doing? And just see you later.
And good start for Yeku once more on the Akali. We've seen what Akali can do versus Rix already. Don piloting that to great effect in the third game of their semi-final. This time round, Yeku off to a great start too. It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out. Obviously, Rix have come in with a bit more of a carefree attitude to this draft. Maybe a carefree attitude to the way that they're playing the game as well. But they have brought Kennen back. We haven't seen Kennen for a while, but can still be super impactful. Going for the Rift Maker, of course, it's probably the best item you can go for Kennen as a first item these days. Kennen had a bit of a weird build path before this, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's a lot of chain CC.
Oh, the shield. I think he just caught the edge of the shield, though, from Clue. So was able to survive just a bit.
It was actually enough. I think...
it might have been barrier, actually.
One item, I mean, if we get to the late point of the game that Random might be building is the new Horizon Focus, which is actually pretty good for Kennen because you can get a long-range stuns, gets the stacks on the Horizon Focus. So I have to keep an eye on Random's build as the game goes on to see if he does go for that. Probably, as your second item, you probably want to go for something like Death Cup Void Staff because them two items are still insanely strong. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to 4 or 5 items for Random that he can pick up that Horizon Focus to do a lot of damage.
Here's a bit of old trivia for you. Which Riot commentator has Kennen as his icon?
In what?
Which Riot commentator?
For what? Icon in what?
Well, so every Riot person used to have icons originally. Like mine was Kha'Zix originally until what's his name joined the company. He was making the MMO now. What's his name?
Ghostcrawler.
Ghostcrawler, yeah. And he took it.
Icon. Oh, you mean icon as in like every Riot gets an icon?
Yeah, everybody used to have an icon at the start.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, hello, Heste, that's a good catch. Pulverize comes in, Random taken low.
Is it a US commentator?
Well, obviously it's quite an old commentator as well because it's back at the start. They don't do it anymore. There's not enough champions. There's like 5,000.
Oh, they're going in. Stan United.
Stan United coming in. Random goes down. Not too sure why he re-engaged. Leon gets caught out. Oh, Yeku's got really deep here. Snitch tries to catch him out, but he gets body blocked from Zefta.
Viv are not pulling their punches in this match right now. I know, again, sorry.
Wow.
He's here all day, boy.
Getting to that point of the day, and not quite 10 hours just yet, but
Viv are not, they're quite literally not pulling their punches either. They're able to collapse, take that pick. They didn't actually lose their mid lane tier 1-2, but if they're not careful, they may end up losing that. It's a single basic attack away from dropping, you feel like. Let's take a look back at that fight here, Stu.
Yeah, you take a look at back. You see that Leon actually dashes in, but him dashing in actually puts him into range. It was actually Senna that actually got caught out, and then with the Stan United on top and all the mobility that Viv have, with the Akali jumping in onto the back line as well. See, Snitch was trying to get a kill with his ultimate. Unfortunately, didn't get anything for it, but Yeku, 3 kills already. The gold is pretty even, though, to be honest. No towers have gone down. must have been from just waves in general. It's interesting to see that Rix have just got...
Trying to get the plates as quick as possible. There's only 10 seconds left. Patterson's just going to get chunked down. They can take the tower as well. All the plates just before. Can they get it before 7 minutes? No.
Either way, they picked up a load of plates. I mean, I think they've taken pretty much every plate on the map. Maybe there was one standing on the top side as well.
I mean, all three towers are very, very low, so I guess that's where Rix's gold has come from, because they had no kills or nothing on the map, no towers either. Obviously, the Dragon also went over to Viv, so they just did really well. Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, caught out
United again.
Yeah, not going to be enough. Stun United, obviously Patterson just coming back from death there. And they are going to turn and try and push this mid turret down. The rest of Rix arriving, but the collapse is completely coming in. A pulverize that decimates Rix front line. Random and Leon both taken down. Clue was there as well. And now Snitch left standing to try and keep them at bay, but that's a second tower falling now. And Viv taking control.
It seems like, I don't know, just teams in general just don't respect Shen that much. Now, I guess it's because maybe we haven't seen Shen too much in the current meta. I feel like every single time teams have played against the Shen,
it's just not respected to Stand United.
Exactly, it's like formulation at the start. Formulation at the start of the day. We've got obviously Rix here as well, which twice already. Rix have always been the ones going in for the engages, but every single time they just don't respect the Stand United and that shield that can come through from Patterson.
And it's not even that, it's the taunt that follows as well. It can get across multiple of you and you just ain't getting away then.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
oh no, Random. He caught out.
Also, they knew they could go for the tower dive because Random used his ult to dive Patterson on the bot side of the map, so they were absolutely scot-free going for that tower dive. They knew they could do it. And that's a very, very strong... Oh, Doom almost caught out.
Play from Heste. Well, nearly caught him out there. Trying to get the reversal round here. Clue, you ain't got the damage at the moment. No, he's going to have to back away. Yeah, Q is waiting in the wings and comes in onto Leon.
I mean, this comp is Giga Troll from Rix. Like, it just doesn't do anything.
No.
It's a bit means, isn't it?
Not a lot of synergy going on here. And they are all squishy.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, all squishy against a Shen that's just going to be...
It's not a single attack. Everybody's gone AP or AD. Yeah, like full
You're all
damage.
going to get instant... Like,
this is where you're in solo queue and one of your teammates just spamming chat. We need a tank. We need a tank. We need a tank.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing right
now.
Meanwhile,
Yeku's like, this is great. They're all squishy targets.
Sure, chat can relate to that with someone in the solo queue.
Yeah.
The tank.
I'm sure Random's really happy to be playing a Kennen behind as well. And oh, Snitch is dead.
Another Stand United as well. Snitch is just
It's just something tricky. Yeah, this is GG.
It's not looking too good. Yeah, it's looking pretty doomed at the moment for Rix, which it's really, really sad to see, to be fair, because I think, you know, throughout the entirety of the year and obviously last year as well, I think Rix have always been up there as one of the most consistent teams. I mean, most tournaments they've just come in as favourite, but they've just never been able to perform at a LAN stage. Origin Series, WREC, and now during the SPS Grand Finals as well. So,
I mean, it's not like they haven't performed. They've made it to finals most of the time. Yeah. So it's like they have, but they just never able to. Never able to
fell short.
Yeah. Never able to seal the deal, considering that online they look like the best team ever. You know, like online they look like uncomparably the best team in almost every build-up to every LAN event. And then when it comes to the LAN event, something just hits them. Something can't quite get over that kind of in-person feeling.
I mean, it's a huge superstar roster as well. You know, you were saying, you know, like, you know, with multiple players coming in from multiple other esports games, they've competed with some of the best players in the world.
Going to drop the Rift Herald bot. We had a 4-man collection on either side of the squad.
They're just going to power through the towers. They've got to try and get back down there, defend it. Doom and Clue and Random are here. But what can they do? Look, you can see Heste's already getting ready to tower dive them at the moment. He's going to come around the backside. 3-man pulverize. Oh, caught in a mosh right now, and this is going horribly well. Viv are going to lose one to the tower, I think. There, the Stacy's working out well. Yeku goes in. Zefta's gone way deeper than planned, and will slide out eventually with the help of the Herald. Oh, did Heste just take the tower? No, he didn't.
Zefta 5-0-6 on this Vi. The lockdown of the Vi has been so...
They're going to chase them. They're going to chase them.
They want the dragon. They want to get the Infernal Dragon for free, which they probably should be able to.
Well, Patterson's back, though. Death Timer is not too strong at this time. Well, Leon, don't want to go for that, mate. You're the one that needs to be alive for the smite. I don't think they're going to have enough. The respawns are already coming back up. Everybody's coming back from base. Patterson's just going to delay them. Heste is back already. Hasn't actually healed himself up at all. And yeah, they just bully him out away from the Dragon.
Don't start it. Actually, Ricks have enough time, or rather Viv have enough time to reset and potentially compete for this one if they want to. That mid lane tier 1 is essentially one basic attack from dropping at this point. Poor items like Doom. Doom has not really got many items. He's struggling, so is Random for gold at the moment, whereas everybody on the side of Viv looking pretty healthy.
Well, Zefta's a cool 3,500 ahead at the moment in terms of gold on Leon. In comes
with Stand United again.
Stand United on him once again. There's this taunt straight across Leon. He's the main focus target and will get focused down. But they do manage to get themselves the middle turret as expected. Now can they turn it into some sort of kills here? Patterson taking pretty low at the moment. They are taking this one. Yeku takes a big old chunk of damage there. Now they leash out the Dragon. The team's still going to come through and they will pick it up. A 2-for-1 and the Dragon and the middle turret.
They're only 3K gold behind at this point in time. Yep. It's not like they've been put into the dumpster by Viv at this point as well. A little bit overconfident, I would say, from Zefta and Patterson to go. Although I'd say that Yeku.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leon's going to pop. I was just about to say, is he going to survive? He pops down the tick of the damage.
And they're going to try and force Baron with Leon dead.
Yep.
No Random ultimate to contend with right now, at least what they know of, although Random's ultimate is on a very low cooldown, so it should be up and available once more.
I don't think the Slicing Maelstrom's going to do that much damage, though. Yeah, they're all in the pit. They've got it covered. You can see Doom's going to come in and try and throw the cask in as a roll of the dice, and that's about all he can do at the moment. He's just trying to get himself a bit of vision in the pit there. Throws it out. Explosive cask. Yeku taking very low. Maybe enough to take him down. Can he try and get in? Gets the slam. Not quite there. Zefta will pick it up. And Patterson gets out now. Can they turn the kills in their favor? Yeku still gets away. Snitch should be able to pick him up, and he does, but the rest of Viv are turned on. The rest of the team, Random goes down, Clue goes down. Snitch is running for his life. The team are coming, but it's too late. And Viv picked themselves up the Baron and all the kills.
Cool as ice, Zefta with the smite right there. Everyone was on low HP, but he secures the Baron, and they keep 4 members alive with it as well, with Yeku being the only one that goes down. I think this is a formality, it feels like, for Viv at this point. Just want to run it down either lane, keep that Baron alive in as many lanes as you can, build up those stacks like we did previously. Shen shepherding about 60,000 cannon minions. You could see that he's building.
Army, yep.
You can see that he's stacking the wave on that bot side of the map this time as well.
He's building his army before it crashes in.
He's not got the hull breaker this time round though, so not quite as strong. But he is trying to stack as many waves as possible, you can see.
But Shen is still standing at 3 deaths total across 3 games.
Champions.
I mean, this looks really close, to be fair. I did think that Doom was actually going to still, I mean, you can see the HP as well. If he timed it,
yeah, it was close.
500 HP. It was very, very close. Back to live.
We have another engage.
And, well, they're going to get onto Patterson, but I don't think they've got enough to take him down. Snitch is going to get focus fired, and he will drop as well. And of course, it is still the Baron up, running for another 30 seconds. They can keep that minion wave going. Did he manage to get his cannon wave in there? Yes, he did. Unfortunately, this time Rex are there to deal with it.
Yeah, but they are losing on the other side lane. He's got another minion wave working its way in. Obviously, double cannons at this point. You can see the rest of Rex are now putting their cannon minions into the fray. It's not going to be long before we lose an inhibitor, you feel, in this scenario. And I don't think Gragas Doom is enough to prevent that bot lane inhibitor from dropping.
Oh, wow, the damage onto Random. The cannon drops so quickly. Leon Stasis not going to help him out. He will fall as well. And now Viv can turn this one into a win. Zefta hanging on in there. Doom gets pulled away. Won't be enough for him to take it away. Zefta still goes in again, gets the heal back as well. Clue in the end, the last man standing. Snitch is back on his feet, but is it going to be enough? No, he gets launched away. The Nexus will fall. It will be a quick 2-0 from VV Esports to secure themselves the 3rd place matchup.
Beautiful performance from Viv in the end. Bounced back perfectly pretty much from the series that they just lost to try and get into the final. You can see that Rick's probably just having a little bit of fun with their comp in that last game. Unfortunately, it was enough to come out here with the victory, but I think you see there Heste on the shoulders of everyone.
It's like giving them a shock.
He's always carrying his team in game. He's like, yep, carry the team again. Normal, not another day for Heste, but 3rd place for them in the end. I think they're a little bit disappointed that they couldn't get through to the final, but I think, you know, a 3rd place match being able to take down Rix as well. Really good performance all around, and just a great team overall. I think, you know, this team coming into what was supposed to be, you know, season 2 of, you know, WREC, pretty much with this brand new team. Everyone was brand new on this team. Patterson coming in from Zero Zone. You had Zefta coming in as well with Heste as that duo combo from Game Lord before. This was coming together as like the Dark Horse team, and they were looking to try and prove everyone wrong in the finals. Unfortunately, couldn't take down Parla, but third place I think is a great result for them.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Viv, and it was clean. Two very clean executed games. I think obviously Rix did bring in Leon, so you know, Leon clearly out of competitive experience hadn't been swimming with the team. So, you know, in terms of how Rix approached this series, they definitely approached it with the mentality of if we win, we win. If we lose, Leon gets some stage time. We had some fun. You can see with that second draft.
Obviously, also not going for the super serious picks as well.
Yeah, I mean,
having fun with it.
Look, ultimately,
every pick can work in the right thing.
No. I mean, ultimately in competition, you always like to assume your opponent is going to try their hardest in that scenario. So, you know, I don't want.
It's not like they were completely running it down.
I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume that Rix were doing anything, you know, silly. But you know, at the end of the day, they definitely picked a comp that is a little more unorthodox.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But they picked snowbally picks. Like I said, Kennan's a snowbally pick. Action is a snowbally pick. They had a Gragas center bot lane, which is a very viable competitive bot lane. So it's not like these are troll picks in its entirety, but the comp itself just didn't make a huge amount of sense.
Yeah. You can just tell that they just wanted to pick the picks that they wanted to. I mean, Doom in the end didn't get the AD carry. We saw the Kai'Sa game earlier, but unfortunately the Kai'Sa game wasn't enough for him to take down Formulation. Having a bit of fun here on the Gragas. As you can see, they were just able to end the game only just, with a few other players left alive there in the end. So unfortunate one for Rix, I think. I think coming in as, again, #1 seed from the group stage, dropping out not only from the finals, but going all the way down to 4th place. It's a sad ending for them.
It is a bit of a sad finish for them, but, well, that's how the cookie crumbles. Of course, it does mean we're moving on to the grand finals. It is going to be Formulation up against Parla. Who is going to take victory? Find out after the break.
I think it's harder to play on LAN than online, just because it's a little bit more uncomfortable. You're not as used to playing kind of on stage and with a different phone, and there's just different elements. I think there's a lot of buffs to playing on LAN, like seeing your teammates and being able to be more in the zone, and kind of like, especially when doing like feedback and review, it's really easy to work with them when you're in person. But I think actually playing, it's a little bit different, a little bit more uncomfortable, but it's also really exciting as well when there's things like fans going on.
Bence online oynamak daha kolay çünkü evinde rahat bir şekilde oyun oynayabiliyorsun ama LAN'da o tarz işlemiyor çok.
Out of my view, I think I play way better on LAN tournaments because it kind of gives me like the hype and the motivation, you know, to like, I don't know, be the best at the end because like you travel somewhere just to play. There's like nothing else around you. And I think this kind of like boosts me and, you know, makes my focus sharper. So I love playing on stage, LAN tournament, and it's great to be here again.
For me, I don't mind, to be honest. Like, for me, it's kind of the same since I don't really have pressure when I play on LAN or something like that. But I guess for people, it's better to play on LAN. And sometimes people prefer to play online as well because they don't really like the LAN, how to say that, like atmosphere. And like they just underperform LAN when they play better online.
It's both. Like, it's harder to, it's more stressful, I think, on LAN event. So like games are usually more chaotic. But yeah, so maybe it's harder on LAN.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Snapdragon Pro Series Finals, powered by Samsung Galaxy, of course. Before we get there, I want to talk about our sponsors. We wouldn't be here without them. None of the players would get any prize money without them. That's what we want to talk about. Obviously, they power and keep everything going in the ecosystem, especially for esports. Snapdragon, of course, are the main processor behind the majority of your phones. Certainly my phone, your phone, absolutely your Galaxy Z Fold 4
Galaxy Z
that you have out there.
Yeah, there we go.
Fancy.
Right here. It is fancy.
Fancy, fancy. There we go. As beautifully crafted by Xscandrel. He is available as a hand model if you would like him.
I bite my nails, so I'm not a great hand model, but
still has the phone though, so you know.
Obviously, also other sponsors out there as well, of course. Monster helping us, certainly helping me unleash my beast throughout this broadcast and keeping us powered and energized.
I've started.
Throughout this one. DHL, of course, helping you guys as well as us. Obviously, going to be helping you out through Christmas, no doubt about it. Getting some of those deliveries out there. Maybe there's early Christmas presents. Of course, Santa Claus does the bit as well. You know, age range and all that.
Rupert, if you're watching, Dad, Santa Claus, remember, you've got to be very good for Mummy at home. Otherwise, Santa Claus is not bringing you any presents, and he is very real. If you're watching, just got to make sure.
Dad of Wild Rift,
Dad coming across. Yeah, so fantastic stuff. We're on to the grand finals, guys. Yep. We're on to the grand finals. It is time, of course. Formulation taking down Rick's GG 2-1, and Parla doing similar to VV Sports. Both teams coming back from losing the first game, turning it around and carrying that momentum through. And honestly, both teams, winning in very impressive style. So where do we see this stylization going against these? Obviously, Formulation coming in with that substitute in the top lane, very different. However, he works so well in the team fights.
I think we're playing kind of like as a Patterson play style, I would say, on the side of Viv, where you're playing like these team fight champions, you know, with the Malphite and the Wukong. You're just playing the lane very safe. Yes, you might not be able to win that 1-versus-1 matchup, but I think when it comes to team fights, Zara's a lot more impactful. However, I do feel like Parla do have that upper advantage in the top side of the map. If they can get Lonely Kid on one of these champions, say the Fiora or the Yone, and if he can get ahead, then he could be the one to carry Parla through to
I actually think when you look at Lonely Kid versus Random, that matchup into Zawa, you know, Lonely Kid is much more willing to go aggressive. Like, he's much more willing to, even if it sometimes costs him, he'll look for the 1v1. A lot of times in the games where IF Parla were winning in the previous series, especially versus Viv, you saw Lonely Kid was stuck in a side lane, but he was looking for 1v1s. Even if he didn't get the kill, he was getting enough pressure to get the tower. And that's what Lonely Kid does better than pretty much any other mid laner in the EMEA region right now, is that he is a very aggressive split push player. And so I think into Zawa, who doesn't traditionally play, or at least we haven't seen him play things that can hold split push very well, that's somewhere where we're going to have to be a little bit careful in this draft.
So do Formulation now look at obviously what Viv did in game 1 so well, which was basically Heste coming up, obviously putting a lot of focus on there along with the jungler to get involved and basically try and lock down Lonely Kid. Obviously we know that Skull can do that as well. Did very well earlier on in the Nautilus. You know, is that something they look towards?
I think Nautilus especially is going to be a huge pick in this series, because both Flankton and Sko have played absolutely incredible Nautilus performances so far today. So I think that will probably be a very big priority pick. And as you mentioned, D-Man, I think the roams by the supports as well are also going to be very important, which is, in my opinion, been important throughout the entirety of the day. You know, it's always been supports roaming up to the Baron lane because there's so much Baron lane pressure at the moment in the current meta.
These supports actually have a pretty much, from what I've seen today, identical champ pool. Both played Galio, both played Nautilus. They're both looking for the same kind of play style, so that's going to be very interesting to see. And obviously we've got the jungle matchup as well, which I think is going to be very cool. Vex going into Labunya. Labunya, probably one of the least talked about junglers coming into this, but you give him the right champion, the right setup, he's been very, very strong. And then, of course, we have Don versus Nakrez. Nakrez has been consistently talked up as kind of like the unsung dark horse mid laner this entire time. When you heard Snitch say, I'm really impressed with Nakrez. I think, you know, he's a player that is going to be very strong at this tournament. Shown it so far as well. So very interesting to see how this rolls out.
And we talked about it obviously across both games, that the importance of Diana, especially when we're talking about Don and Nakrez. Probably maybe ban focus this time, but then Do you let Akali through? I mean, Nakrez is bonkers on Akali, as is Don.
I mean, yeah, they both have similar champion pools in the mid lane as well, both Nakrez and Don. And I remember Nakrez coming into, you know, the WREC in Barcelona. You've never seen him before really in competitive play. He came in the WREC, and he was one of the best mid laners, one of the most talked about mid laners, is coming through as pretty much a powerhouse. And he's shown again, obviously today, that he has been really, really strong mid laner. But Don, on the other hand, has stepped up huge, I think, throughout the year. He's grown so much as a player throughout the year, and he's been such a main character.
Don went from like Irelia one-trick meme to actual complete powerhouse in the mid lane.
Yeah,
He's had such a growth arc to become the player
he was the first player that we saw truly playing Yone, like actually very well. Obviously, a lot of people tried it, you know, when it came in. It's the same with Wukong, really. Wukong, actually, Wukong had terrible stats. I think he lost like 6 games in a row before he actually started to, everyone realized how to play him properly. Another actually champion we should focus on is Wukong, because obviously that's something that the top lane was playing non-stop both sides.
I think you ban it. I think Parla ban it because it's too useful and too safe in the laning phase. You ban it.
I mean, it costs them the dive, right? The tower dive is what more backfired on them.
And I think, honestly, I would even just ban. I would just think about banning Baron lane champions that can have a safe laning phase. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what the draft phase will tell us a lot.
Well, let's get over to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Introduce the teams for the finals.
This is what the entire season has led to. What all that hard work and that training has built towards. Right here, right now, after this best-of-3 match, we are going to find one champion, and they are going to claim the Snapdragon Pro Series trophy, and of course, the lion's share of $17,000, Carmeline.
Pues sí, hemos llegado ya por fin a la gran final de este torneo, al momento que todos estamos esperando y creo que también nuestro público lo esperaba. Ha sido un camino muy largo, lleno de obstáculos, pero por fin estamos aquí en Valencia, rodeados de gente maravillosa y preparados ya para ver lo que ocurre y quién se va a llevar el trofeo de esta competición.
This competition has chewed up and spat out all but 2 teams that remain in this competition. So they're waiting backstage to come out, so why don't we introduce them to the stage? DreamHack Valencia, make some noise for your first finalist. Please welcome to the stage, Parla Esports.
Le damos la bienvenida ya a Parla Esports, que va a salir en un momento. Equipo que viene de Turquía, venía como el tercer seed y ha acabado aquí en las finales.
The question remains, DreamHack Valencia, can they put the nail in the coffin? This is what we've been asking ourselves all day. Can they finish off what they've started? It has been a journey up to this point. But you know what? The journey could end right here for them, and that would be such a shame, let's be honest. Now to meet their opponents on the main stage here at DreamHack Valencia, please make some noise once again for Formulation Gaming.
Entra Formulation Gaming, vienen con muchísimas ganas de llevárselo todo, venían como los últimos de este seed y van a poder tener la oportunidad de llevarse el primer puesto.
If there was ever a time to pull out all the stops, that time is now. The Snapdragon Pro Series trophy will go to one of these 2 teams who are standing before you here on the main stage. So I think it's time to get things started. For the final time today, I'm going to send it over to our incredible casters.
Ha llegado el momento, es todo o nada hoy aquí en este escenario. Ya tenemos a los equipos preparados y de hecho vamos a verlos a los analistas en un momento.
Oh, it will never get old.
The cameraman
going along
like
the
literally
team.
surprised again.
God, he's a beer.
I'll pan out and go up at the same time.
Tricky one.
Shko, the giant, catching people off guard. Fantastic to see. So here we are. There were the teams out on the stage. Formulation up against Rix. That was earlier on.
I have Parla.
Parla, yes.
Did we all predict Parla in the end?
I think we all went for Parla
we all went for Parla, didn't we?
Yeah, we all went for Parla. I honestly think... I think
still
there's
not
been...
sure.
I'm still not sure. Yeah.
Can you have your predictions, guys, in the Twitch chat? Where do you go? Where do you see this go? We've got it wrong all day long, so that by that reckoning,
it's formulation
win.
Yeah.
Actually true. By that reckoning,
I have a 0% prediction right. You actually got one right now. You're actually ahead.
Oh yeah,
because you went for Viv.
I went for Viv.
And we both went for Rix.
Yes.
So you got 1 point and we both got 0.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Stress. I'm bringing it back.
You're bringing it back. You were still. I think you were still about 3 or 4 behind. But just
don't get too excited.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. Yeah.
I think
where do we see?
I think the series is going to be super close, though. To be fair,
Yeah,
I think that throughout the entirety of not only the the SPS, I think throughout the entirety of the year, I think Parla have been talked about as not really one of the best Wild Rift teams, but they've proven time and time again why they should be considered one of the best. And I think now's time to put respect on their name. You have to respect Parla. You have to respect these players because they could potentially be going through to the the Snapdragon, winning the trophy and winning the grand prize.
But in the last ever competitive series of Wild Rift,
yeah,
in the EMEA.
exactly.
Yeah, the last
Turkish
ever
representative
series.
as well. It's great to see.
Emotional times for everyone involved that has been in the scene for the last 2 years. And there is the trophy that they will be taking home. Brought to you, Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Quite an interesting trophy. Quite like that one.
I quite like it.
Yeah, I quite like that trophy.
Yeah,
it's
unique,
definitely
different.
unique. As opposed to your standard sort of one. Very custom type trophy. I like to see that. Of course, all playing on the S22 Pro as well, the Samsung S22 Pro. These players all keeping their top performance. And that man has put in a decent performance. Obviously, we talked about him substituted for Sneaky as well. A very good player to come in for. Yes, he only played Wukong and Malphite, obviously, in the series earlier. Don on your screen there, putting some mega performances. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Nakres in the middle for Parla as well. Well, it's going to be a fight, no doubt about it. See who can get Akali, who can get Diana, who can get Yone, who's going to get one of those big, impactful champions.
I'm actually curious to see if Ryu's actually doing the drafts or not.
We'll have to see.
I have to ask him afterwards to see if he's actually the one doing drafts or not. Seems like we have
on voice comms talking to them, possibly.
I mean, like I said, I don't know if they have Kirks in their ear, like from obviously back in his home, or if they're going to have Ryu doing all the drafts as well. But I mean, Ryu is a very intelligent player, to be fair. He played on Viv before actually for a little bit, but then played on Team Queso for a little bit as well, and started to move more into the manager side of things. And he's a very smart person that knows a lot about the game, knows a lot about drafts and how to get the the right champions at the right time.
I think he drafted excellently, and if he was drafted in, I don't know if it was Kirks or Rio, but whoever was drafting in the first series drafted excellently for against Rix.
Yep.
So I think the drafts were one of the key winning points, I believe, for Formulation versus Rix in that series.
That man's going to have to step up huge though in this series, Lonely Kids. Against that man's hour.
Lonely King, as the
chat have been
calling him.
Not so lonely.
Not so lonely anymore. Going to get the help of the team. It is going to be Parla, looks like, on blue side, starting out with the Wukong ban. Not too surprising. We saw Zawar playing it pretty much predominantly, forced onto that Malphite. Maybe they're going to focus on him in the bans and see if they can poke that weak point, perhaps. Yone, not too surprising. We expect, obviously, Nakres and Don to be sort of fighting over that. We've also seen, obviously, in the Baron lane as well. There's the Shen ban, which we kind of expected throughout the day.
Going to be Yone taken away, like you said. Wukong's gone. I think that's the right decision for Parla.
Yep.
I wonder if I don't think they go as far as to ban the Malphite.
I don't think so, yeah. I mean, they've got to look towards either Nautilus locking it down or taking it away from Sko.
Yeah, I think also Lonely Kid, if the Malphite comes through and Gwen is still available, Lonely Kid could just lock in Gwen, right? And have the same kind of that split push pressure. And the Gwen actually gets banned away here. That'd be very brave for Zawar to lock in.
Look how much respect Formulation is putting on Lonely Kid right now.
Yeah.
3 bans away from Lonely Kid straight away, and obviously Parla do have first pick priority in this first game, and it will be Annie showed up again because of They don't understand that it's swapped over, but it's all good. Don't worry, chat. It's
I think it's just a graphic thing.
No, like I said, it's just because every single time the blue team is on the right side,
no,
it gets confused. No, because every single time the blue
it does
side's
it
on
every
the left
game.
side,
It does it every game.
No, it hasn't done it every game.
Yeah,
Some games it's been fine.
It's the coding of the system. It needs something in there, so it's pulling whatever the first A is.
Sometimes it's run pretty well,
technically shouldn't be Annie. It should
It is
be
Annie, isn't it?
The Aatrox now should technically be Aatrox now.
Aatrox, yeah.
Yes, Annie is just a replacement. Speaking of Aatrox, Aatrox is going to be the first pick for Parlo, and then responded with Akali for Don and Karma, probably for Core down in the
That's a
bot lane.
good omen for Formulation to get their hands on the Akali, which was left open.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nakrez still has things like the Diana available, which I think's decent-ish. The
So
Galio's going to get
are we
locked in.
thinking this is a Zed jungle then?
No, it's
Thinking
probably, to be fair, it's probably Zed for Nakrez in the mid lane. He's a great Zed player. Going to get the Morgana.
Which we assume for Katza. Katza played it.
Yes.
Did he play it earlier on? I feel like
Katza played it twice.
Yeah,
didn't
Katza
he?
played
So
it a few times. Yeah.
It's a very nullifying bot
I
lane
really hope this is not Lonely Kids Aatrox though. I really hope it's not, because we were talking about obviously Baron lane.
Yeah, he needs to be in the team fights. We said the same thing with Random, right?
Yeah, that's
You know,
what I mean.
We want to see him split pushing. That's why he's so strong.
I want to see Lonely Kid on the split push. Obviously, with Fiora, Jax, I mean, they're even banning Camille as well. They think that it's potentially not even Aatrox jungle. They're banning away the Camille. They might even ban away another Baron laner and force this Aatrox into the Baron lane, because probably Formulation realizes, like, okay, if we can get him on a champion like Aatrox, he can't split
The
push.
Rengar ban. That's a bit of respect
Rengar,
from earlier on for Vex there. Absolutely very impactful against Rix.
Nautilus ban as well.
Yeah, okay, let's take that away. Galio's already been locked in for Sco at this point, so Flankton going to get his kind of more comfortable pick taken away.
Stuck with Alistar maybe now for Flankton, I would think about.
That's the Kazakhs taken away. So Olaf's still up and available for Vex if he wants it. And, you know, obviously Labunya could also go for the Olaf.
Says the Kazakhs. No, sorry, Kazakhs has been banned. Rengar Kazakhs. Just trying to think of what Vex played earlier on. Still lots of junglers out there, to be honest. The Lee Sin as well. We shouldn't count out.
I have to bear in mind as well that it's obviously just a BO3 as well. So, you know, there's not a lot of times, there's not a lot of games as well to be able to...
We should just point that out. We should just point that out. It's just a bit...
No, because people might not, honestly, people might not know that in chat. I even saw that a few people were asking if it's a BO3 or BO5, but it is a BO3 for the grand final, so...
Something has been locked in. We haven't seen it just yet, but we'll see it in a moment.
Waiting game.
Rakan and it's the Malphite.
It's of course the Malphite, yeah, of course.
So, okay.
Zawa's got to get that one in.
Rakan for Flankton here, so channeling, he kind of absorbed Heste's soul from the previous game.
Absorbed his soul.
Now channeling some Heste's soul with the Rakan pickup. Wondering what the final pickup is going to be then. I mean, maybe it's Zed jungle, and we are really looking for like maybe an AP threat to try and put the Malphite under pressure, or kind of a more pure split push threat.
We're assuming it's actually both junglers that were sat there. Vi, of course, definitely available.
Yeah, Labunya's a good Vi.
Would have probably been a strong one. Yeah, I would have thought that's maybe actually what Parla picked. We'll see in a moment.
We just got to wait for that. So Riven and Renekton. So it is going to be Renekton
jungle
mid. It's going to be, I think
it'll be Aatrox jungle, Zed mid, and Renekton top lane.
Really? Okay, interesting.
Or it could be Lonely Kid Zed, because Lonely Kid has played Zed before. Or it could even be Zed jungle. I mean,
it's a wide open. Yeah.
Prediction time. Go.
I feel like, it's going to be Nakrez and Zed mid. I feel like you have to give Nakrez Zed mid. I think it's probably going to be Aatrox jungle and then Renekton top.
Yeah, that's what I think as well.
Yeah. I mean, he knew he was up against the Malphite, right? So,
lo and behold, we're
going to be a Vex on his Riven jungle, though. That's going to be interesting.
A lot of team fight on the side of Formulation. You got the AoE from, you know, both the Karma and also the Galio.
Both teams have got good team fights.
Yeah, you have the dashes from Akali and Riven with Malphite dashing in. On the other side for Parla as well, a lot of team fight potential, and it's going to be Aatrox jungle.
Yeah.
First time we're going to see Aatrox jungle in EU. It's been played a lot in competitive over in Asia. Has been a very, very popular pick. But again, though, Renekton is not really the champion I was kind of expecting Lonely Kid to play, but there were so many bans towards Lonely Kid. They banned out Yone, Jax, Fiora, and Camille. It's like, what are you left with?
Some scary team fight potential on both sides.
Oh, for sure,
This is very much everybody all in. Who can get that early damage early on, of course. We know what Zao's going to bring to it with a Malphite Don on the main screen there. Looks like he's giving the pep talk to his team. standing up, giving the little speech to them. Parla very much focused as they get onto the Rift.
Finals, SPS finals here, best of 3 heading into the first game. We will round out this year and potentially the final. Ooh, bloody hell.
Oh my god,
Sorry, I've just caused an explosion of monster.
There is, well, I can tell you the guys in here tomorrow are going to have sticky feet. So, apologies, Ark and co, when they come in.
I dropped the monster on the floor.
dropped a full one as well. He's unleashed his beast, ladies and gentlemen, all over the studio floor.
It's not too bad. It's only a
But let's actually get into the game. Let's talk about this.
Aatrox jungle.
Yeah, so it is Aatrox jungle. Let's have a look at that. Yeah,
I really want to talk about Aatrox jungle because I think as a jungler, Aatrox has a lot of pressure. Obviously, with the jungle changes, it allows champions like Aatrox, or even like we saw earlier, like Shen and even Zed to play in the jungle. But with Aatrox, the great thing is his ganking potential is actually not too bad. He has plenty of knock-up potentials with his first ability. He has his second ability to try and lock down someone, and he also has his dash as well. So he's going to be clearing throughout the red side jungle for now. Start off with red buff down all the way to the Krugs. And meanwhile, on the other side, Vex is actually going to be clearing his blue side. So it looks like we're just going to be seeing an exchange both in the bot side of the map. So it means that both junglers are probably going to end up in the Baron lane at the same time.
It's a lovely ginger smell in the air right now.
Stop it.
Just keeping us fresh here in the studio.
Shush.
Very fresh smells, obviously.
Had to be one.
Speaking of oranges earlier, isn't Valencia known for like oranges?
Yes, Valencia is known for oranges.
Actually. The more you know.
Is it oranges or satsumas? I'm not too sure whether it's
I will go to sleep less stupid.
Oh, I know, right? You see, get a bit of knowledge from this old man in the corner. Next time you get to cast with him.
So useful.
Just remember that. Remember that. This is our last cast together, so just remember, you get some knowledge.
I quite like the smell of ginger, actually.
It's quite freshening.
I don't know, we might have to ask the Brawl Star guys tomorrow to see if they like it. Actually, no, it would be a little bit later, wouldn't it? It won't be tomorrow, it would be a little bit later as well, but... yeah, that's...
All the fizz is gone.
What a surprise.
I guess it's on the floor then, isn't it? It's all good, don't worry, nothing bad happens to us.
Chris, that was aggressive. Don not able to re-engage, though. See, I can almost do the same.
Ooh, Vex has powered his way to level 5. Cleared the jungle very, very quickly. Lamanya actually quite a decent chunk behind in terms of experience right now.
Yeah, you don't really clear the jungle that fast, really, as Aatrox, and that's a little bit of a problem with Aatrox, but it allows you to just scale up and get a few items. He has now hit level 5. The great thing is about Aatrox, because it's passive, he can just sustain so much in the jungle at the same time. So he's still going to be okay. He's got level 5 now. Going to go back to base, going to buy his components, probably going to go towards the same again, you know, Black Cleaver, Death Stance, Spirit Visage. I don't think nothing's going to change. At the moment, Lonely Kid hasn't really had the amount of pressure that he probably wanted as a Renekton, especially with Black Kraken Slayer as his rune choice. He definitely wanted to try and get an advantage against Zawa, but against the Malphite, it is very, very difficult because he's just going to keep getting the passive shield, keep poking down, and he's probably going to be a little bit more impactful maybe during the team fights. Have to wait and see.
Not an easy matchup to exploit the Renekton into Malphite. I was expecting, you know, Lonely Kid to be given something where he could be a bit more aggressive in the side lane 1v1, but it's such an easy matchup for Malphite to kind of pace out. And of course, there isn't really a solid AP threat, at least anything that's going to be a real issue for Malphite. So Malphite can essentially go Sunfire full armor this game and there won't be a problem. Because you obviously, like, Zed, Aatrox, and Renekton are all going to get pretty heavily countered by that armor. And obviously Morgana's never going to be a true threat to Malphite, so I'm sure Zawa is sitting quite happy in terms of build path and not going to struggle to hold a side lane when he's got that much armor on his
That's
side.
always the thing, right? As soon as you see that Aatrox jungle, you know you're not going to get really heavy gank potential coming your way, especially for Zawa, so he's probably quite happy to see that in the bigger bands, thinking, all right, I'm going to get myself a little bit of free time. However, something that we do know Lonely Kid does very well, and it is to start to gouge out a lead. If there is no help going against him, somehow, some way, he always ends up starting to build that gold lead. We're seeing it already. The gold lead is there, already starting to be impactful. Now Zawa's going to go back. That gold lead is going to continue increasing just a little bit longer. As Nakras and Don, gank attempt here, Flankton not landing the grand entrance there, so should be able to just back away from that one. Does have Skull come down just to help out.
League of Black Cleavers, 3 Black Cleavers on the side of
Oh my
Armor.
gosh, yeah, and they are really concerned about armor generation this game. Of course, Black Cleaver stacks are unique, so obviously they can help stack Black Cleaver onto the enemy, but they won't actually...
won't double or triple.
They won't double or triple their stacks up. Just means that they can generate stacks more quickly if they're sort of coordinated, I guess.
So Labunya's going to be starting off the Rift Herald again and trading objectives. We've seen a lot of this today. We have rarely seen teams trade for that first objective. Of the
formulation switching focus as well. Obviously, they were focused very much on the Herald against Rix earlier on today. So instead, happy to go for the Drake.
Again, I think it's just a realization that it seems like most teams that want to scale, like Formulation want to do this game, just take the Dragon, take it for the scaling, potentially look for that second or third Dragon fight. But I think against the likes of, Aatrox, Renekton, Zed as well, and even, Flankton on the Rokan, I should say, is a little bit difficult to try and fight in the early game. Labunya,
Flash burn.
Flash away.
Yeah.
Rift Herald is going to get dropped though. This is potentially going to be the first tower of the game, and it doesn't look like Formulation are going to respond to this at all.
No, it's going to work out well because obviously for pre-6 minutes, in fact, to be honest, going to get themselves that first turret. So decent amount of gold swinging their way, despite obviously losing out on that Dragon buff.
It's because they saw Skau. They revealed Zawa top. Yeah, basically Zawa and Skau revealed themselves top. You just see an immediate ulti pop from Labunya. He dives back in. That ult's on like a 20-second cooldown, even at like level 1. So Labunya won't be too hard pressed to get that back up and available the next time he needs it. The Lonely Kid here.
He can just slice and dice, flashes away. Does get caught out by the kill, and that's going to be easy. Meanwhile, down the bottom, this is the fight we want to look towards. Nakras is going to get focused. Oh, the Don comes back in. He will get taken down, though. Now Vex is in all sorts of trouble. Can he get a Flankton down? No. Flankton will walk away. Labunya should be able to finish this one off. The shielding just about saving him, but of course, with no tower there, it makes the kill come through. 2 for 2.
3 for 2 across the map, but Parla's still kind of at the edge here. They're going to lose some plates. Zawa's going to be picking up some plates.
Let's go, Malphite.
Now he's the second most gold. Maybe even the first most gold if he takes yet another plate here on the sidelines. And Malphite will get a nice injection of gold, probably pick up a decent amount of armor from his next back as well, as plates have just dropped off.
Only Kid coming back in, knowing that Zawa doesn't have that ulti available this time. Unstoppable force not going to be enough. Can be used quite often to actually escape those ganks as well from the olden days, but Lonely Kid. He can just carry on doing what he does. I mean, obviously, unless anybody comes up, Zawa's not going to be able to do a great deal to stop Lonely Kid from farming.
Vex here, going to get won't get dragged back in. Just about gets out with a nick of time.
I think he actually smited and actually got the Nimbus cloak move.
I hope so, because that was a clutch play if he did. Lonely Kid had the Ruthless Predator ready to go, so he was ready to lock him down.
Oh, they are all stacked here. This is going to buy the time. As soon as Nakras shows himself, he's going to get a lot of free time in this tower. And the tier 2 turret, I should say, because there's no one there to stop him. Don's going across now, but he's going to be way late to that.
I really like this Katsei pick as well, because it just means he can sit mid lane, use his Tormented Soil over and over again to clear the wave. Doesn't need to interact with the game whatsoever. He can just farm minions all day long. The rest of his team are able to kind of freely roam the map and make use of this this side lane pressure. Still a very even game thus far, though. Only about 500 gold separating the two teams.
Bit of a big goal lead at the moment in the jungle, probably from the first tower, and the tower platings over to the side of Labunya, and for Parla does have Black Cleaver completed, going towards the Divine Sundra. You can see, like you mentioned, Excalibur, a lot of armor going to be built for Zawa. Already has the Bramble Vest completed, which means that he's going to just be stopping the healing. Parla looking for a little bit of an invade here, and they do have vision of Vex. They are just going to try and steal away this blue buff. With the Rift Herald coming up in 20 seconds, though, they are on the opposite side of the map. They're just going to reset it for now. I think Parla should really look at trying to go back to base and trying to use their gold that they've got throughout the last couple of minutes to try and set up for this Rift Herald. It seems like they might just give the Rift Herald because Labunya's just farming the red buff at the moment. Moving up to it now, though. Zauer's actually having a field day.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
Malphite.
he's literally gone stone plate. He's now also got the bramble vest, so he's going to shut down the healing coming out from the Renekton as well. Zauer can literally sit there laughing. He's got a great game to play the Malphite in. Not much way to counter him in the side lane either, even with the Black Cleaver. And I mean, you're not going to see, well, unless obviously Zed, but you're not going to see a Renekton or an Aatrox pick up a Last Whisper anytime soon. So everyone's going to be pretty tough to deal some damage to Malphite this game.
So Herald coming up, this is going to be the focus. Scuttle Crab also going to get quickly taken down. And that gives the vision across the parlor. Now, do they want to fight for it? This is the question. How are they feeling? Equal on gold, equal on kills, pretty much equal on towers. Nobody really wants to start that big team fight. We talked about it at the start. Both these teams have some incredible team fight potential, but it's all about who engages and how they engage.
Burnley Kid still can't get onto that tower right now. The rest of the team rotating around him. Second dragon is about to spawn. It's the mountain. Actually looking like Parla want to stop the 1-2 dragon take of the Infernal Mountain combo. Yeah.
I think they need to try and take this. They need to get priority. Formulation a little bit slow to this as well, so I think the dragon actually might be gone before, you know, Zauer and the rest of the team actually get here.
Lebunya's actually healing off the dragon to go for the fight.
Looking to put the damage down on Sko, so we can't have that big impact that they're looking for. Let's keep our eye on it. Sko actually goes across, didn't have any impact. Lonely Kid, though, taken incredibly low. Will try and flash out. Don's going to get picked off on the side there. Still manages to survive. At the moment, it's just a 1-for-1. Vex will back away.
Is dead,
and everybody respects it. Yeah, the main thing is Don's down, but more importantly, Lebunya is down.
Yeah, Lebunya's dead. The jungler is dead for Parla, so Formulation do have an opportunity to potentially take this. He's actually going to flash it up to
That's going to get stunned up under the tower. Oh, the shield just about enough to keep Vex alive.
He just missed his dash there. He just missed his third part of his first ability in the flash, so he wasn't able to kill him. So now it's actually going to be Parla the ones that are actually going to have probably priority over this dragon, with Lebunya coming up in a few seconds as well. That was really opportunity as we take a look back at the fight.
Taking a look back here, you can see Lebunya. It's a very messy fight. Lebunya trying to get as much damage as he can over on that front line. You can see it was a really nice kind of like zoning ult coming out from Flankton, as well as coming out from Katze, trying to push people back into their own jungle, but the damage just not there from the Parla roster as we head towards another dragon fight.
We're straight back into it as well. Looks like they're going to get around that dragon. Skull's already taken some damage. As I say, it's all about the engage, who manages to land the big hits. Skull doesn't have his ult just yet. We'll be back up in a moment. Unstoppable Force is also available from Zauer as well.
They don't want to commit, they want the fight.
They're trying to go in. Clumped together, they're going for Zauer. Zauer's just going to get annihilated. Didn't even get a chance to use the ult. He couldn't get away from anything there. Taking the Malphite out before the fight even begins.
Still not over here for Formulation. They still have the rest of their ults.
It's a nice kill instinct, but his dragon's still low.
Vex got that broken blade. No, he's used it already. He hasn't got it available. Sko goes in. He gets caught out. Stasis is only going to be enough to buy him time. The rest of his team backs away, and now they have to let that go. So they're going to try and turn the pressure onto the mid turret. But you can see Parla are already turning. They're just leaving Lebunya to try and pick that up, force them away, protect the tower.
Really nice killer instinct play there from the side of Parla, and somehow Zauer just got, I guess, chain CC'd at the end. I guess he just couldn't move, and he couldn't use his ulti, but everyone on Parla was so clumped up. It was a perfect time to use the Malphite ulti, but we'll have to watch that back. Hopefully we get a replay to see what actually happened to Zauer and how he wasn't able to use his ultimate. But really well played for Parla, realizing that they need to take the second
seed, right? I think it might have been Morgana binded as well, because you can't ult with the Morgana binds on. So. And obviously, I don't think he's gone Mercury. I'm not sure. You know, he's gone Ninja Tabais, so or steel plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps.
Yeah, I always call them Ninja Tabais.
I always call it that, so don't worry.
But plated steel caps. He's actually the only person in the game that hasn't gone for Mercury treads this time round, and has instead gone for the plated steel caps. They just give him that extra sort of bonus. He looks at going towards the Iceborne Gauntlet here as well to have a little bit more impact with his armor. We just have a little bit of a tech issue, you can see on the stream, with a little bit of a blackout happening there.
Yeah.
We have no idea what happened, but it looks like still an even game in the balance right now. Look, Eye of Parla just about finding the edge in some of these teamfight situations.
Yeah, feels so. Obviously, maybe Gremlins happening in Valencia? I hope not. At least the game's still going. It looks like they were not affected whatsoever. It's
I guess the game's still going. We have to see where we end up back at the...
we might get back in and then someone's won, so we'll have to see.
Who knows? But yeah, I think Parla had a little bit of an advantage there, to be fair. I think they won that previous team fight knowing that they needed to try and take that dragon. Because they, when they take that second dragon, they basically deny the 3-dragon win condition from formulation.
What impressed me was how quickly they got Malphite out. Bearing in mind, Zhao, the only thing he's got is tank items. And he was decimated so quickly. So real quick target call in from the team. So like, I've caught so-and-so, boom.
Yeah, and
everybody all in on it.
I think Chain CC is pretty strong coming out from the IF Palace squad. If you get someone locked up,
the game is paused, by the way.
Yeah, the game is paused. If you get someone locked up in a Morgana binding, they probably ain't going to move for at least a good few 4 to 5 seconds. It looked like that's what happened to Zawa in that situation there. Yeah, it's interesting. When it comes to these team fight situations as well, you've got to try and create space for Don. But if Zawa's dead, there's no one that can create that kind of distraction for Don to kind of jump into the middle of the team fight and have that kind of impact. So yeah, it is. Pretty crazy game so far.
Just think as well, like as the game goes on, as we get into like the mid and lane game, whose comp actually comes out on top? I mean, I guess
I was thinking that. I mean,
I guess you have like the Akali and the Karma from before, but it looks like we're gonna head back into game anyway.
Get back in there, yeah. Get in there, AS.
Oh yeah,
there we go. We're back.
We're back.
Yeah. I thought they just talk too much to the day.
Some guys like they have a break.
I'm done with you, mate.
Have a break. So it doesn't look like we missed anything at all, luckily. I don't know if we're still able to get a replay of that last team fight, because again, it's really interesting to see how Zawa was not able to use his ultimate to see Chain CCE, but nonetheless, I think Parla in...
That's going to be caught out. It's cool that got caught out the side there. Have they managed to take him down? No, gets away from it, gets the shield down. The bunny now going to be the focused on. Skull's going to come in for it. Yeah, the black shield's going to be enough to slow him down. The bunny's got to be careful. Obviously, as the Aatrox, he is that big front man, but he is also the main jungler. While this is all happening, Lonely Kid is still pushing top.
On split push duty, doesn't have the whole breaker, but still applying that pressure in the barrel lane, which means that they're...
Zhao's coming in. Oh, they're clumped up. He's going for it. He missed it. He missed it completely. Doesn't work out for him. Going to get dragged back in there. There is still a very tanky unit. And now we can see Lonely Kid comes down to the party. Skull's going to be the focus. Stasis goes down. Will be enough to hold him off on the tower. He will fall in the end there, Skull, but it's just a 1-for-0 exchange.
They were all clumped up perfect for Zhao's ulti there, but unfortunately he just missed. Lonely Kid goes back in again.
Lonely Kid's got deep. His stasis is up. Where's the tower hits going now? Vex going to be the focus target on the side there. LeBunny picks off. They're going to get themselves Zawa down. Cole goes as well. Vex will back away, and they juggle the tower really nicely.
Beautifully played. League of Stasis, everybody, by the way.
Yep.
Shows you just you can nerf it as much as you want, but that item is just way too good.
Needs to nerf the cooldown or something, or the duration, or I don't know. Honestly, I think even if it was one
the item. What?
You could do that.
If I was in charge, I'd remove the item. But the problem is you need something to provide respite from assassins.
Yep.
That's the only thing.
Assassins will
you've heard my fix a million times before, Stu.
Yep.
Either you remove the item or you reduce it to 1 second. 1 second stasis.
Stasis time at the moment is what, like 3 seconds or something like that? Like really vulnerable. I look at Lonely Kid here. He takes the tower aggro, then he uses stasis for so long, keeps himself alive, which allows the rest of the team to follow up and, like you said, juggle the tower aggro so perfect. It's so well played from Parla. And honestly, the aggression again from Parla, which is what we saw in game number 2 and game number 3.
Fight down the bottom. Nakras actually getting engaged upon by Don.
Sees Flash.
Yeah, flashes away from it.
I just love the aggression though from Parla. They're playing.
Got back in for it here. Nakras doesn't realise he's got Vex in there. It's going to be very close, but the Stasis again coming out on top.
Stasis again. I mean, that's the biggest counter to Zed, because if you can just time the Stasis so well, you can either just block all the extra damage you can get.
They can put pressure on mid though. They know there's only 3 here at the moment, so they will get the tower down. Can they just back away from this one? The Bunya should, and Zhao once again not able to land that unstoppable force.
Tried it, but Labunya in that ult. Way too much movement speed as the Aatrox when you pop that. So he's able to get out quite nicely. Has the little dash as well. Next dragon spawning. It looks like it's going to be positional advantage for formulation. They might even be able to just straight up force this down, but at least Parla can be content that they have stopped the Mountain Infernal combo at the very least.
No, Bunyan doesn't have ulti for loss with it for the next few seconds. Neither does Zawa, neither does Quad. This is really, really important ultimates, especially Zawa's ultimate on the mount fight. So if Parla want to look for a team fight, now is a chance.
Going for it.
Skull trying to get in their faces, but look at Don being absolutely melted by Lonely Kid on the background there. Now he turns his attention to Crow. Lonely Kid is destroying the carries one by one. The rest of the team are focusing on the tanks, and Lonely Kid's done enough to separate them. There's multiple fights going on right now. Don goes down, Crow goes down, that's it, they're all down. So the last man standing. This is going to be a full team ace for Parla. Dominant stuff in that team fight.
Look at Lonely Kid go, man. Even on the Renekton, this man pops off and is the difference maker for his team. Took Don out of the fight instantaneously. Took him out of the fight. Don had absolutely zero impact on that Akali. And IF Parla, they want to run it down for the win.
Absolutely, straight down the middle, 18 minutes gone. Parla will take themselves game one in the grand finals. They are just one match away from victory here. Huge performance from them against Formulation. Very tanky team comps, but a couple of big ult misses. And of course, the man that we expect to stand up, Lonely Kid, or the Lonely King,
Lonely King,
referred to as, could well be taking his team to victory.
Again, for me, it's the top side of the map for Parla. Not only Lonely Kid, but also
had a really
as well.
great
Yeah, Labunya on Aatrox had a great performance. Zed as well for Nacrez, and even the Black Shields in the end, I think, from Katsei as well, and him flashing in with his ultimate was absolutely huge. So a great performance overall from the whole of the Parla.
They found a really good draft niche, actually, IF Parla, and I'm actually really loving like the unsung hero of Katsei on this Morgana. Like I said, doesn't need to interact with the game, can sit there and make sure that mid lane is consistently pushed in, consistently cleared, because your Morgana, Tormented Soul is broken for that. And then eventually, when you get to those teamfight situations, like you mentioned, the Black Shields, when they count the most, especially when Zawa or
the Malphite all comes in, Black Shield. Oh, what's that? He did nothing, yeah.
They're looking for, like, you know, Shkawa or Zawa, they're looking for, like, those individual pickoffs, and the Black Shield just makes that quite difficult to do. So really good stuff from Parla. I think they had an excellent game.
Some of the highlights from the game here. Obviously, Vex trying to do what he can. It was very tight at the start. It was 2 for 2. Obviously, this fight ended up 1 in the top lane, 2 down the bottom lane. To work it out, Vex's attempt on Lonely Kid at the bottom there. The unkillable Crocodile taking so long. Stasis. Stasis.
This is pretty broken, but yeah. I mean,
they removed Stopwatch from PC League, right?
Yeah.
Have they?
I think so.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that was a thing.
Because it is giga broken.
Imagine Stopwatch is in WoW.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to imagine Stopwatch being in WoW.
I mean, you could technically say Stopwatch is Stasis is basically a repeatable stopwatch.
Kind of, but you can't sell it and rebuy
Get rid of them, just keep it with Zonya's Hourglass. You buy the item, then you've got to commit the gold.
You kind of have to commit a decent amount of gold for Stasis, right?
Do, but still.
1,000 gold. I mean, like I said, I think even if they make the item 1,500 gold, I still think.
Yeah, but with the obviously the Zonya's Hourglass, you're committing the gold. It's an AP item, so it's like if you're going Zonya's Hourglass on a Renekton, for example, instead of having the Stasis
back in my day, AD champions had to play GA if they wanted to deal with Assassins.
That's true. There's that as well.
You know, I remember AD carries that ran GA as their final item.
The fact is, when you see a team with 5 Stasis, you know there's something wrong.
You know,
that's always been the case. I think for the whole year of Wild Rift, not even just this tournament. I think for the whole year of Wild Rift. I mean, they tried nerfing it, they tried increasing the price of it, they tried increasing the cooldown of it as well.
Anyway, we're getting distracted away from what was a great game. Absolutely, we're getting pulled away. Parla 1-0 up in the finals. It is only a best of 3. They've got one game to maybe lock this down and take it in 2. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals here for Wild Rift. Powered, of course, by Samsung Galaxy. Get yourself and look out the Z Fold 4 because obviously the players absolutely love it at the moment. They're playing on the S22 Plus as well in Valencia. I'd like to get my hands on that as well, to be honest. But I'm Lee Demo Smith. Joining me is Excalibur and Stuart, of course, for this potentially the last game on land, certainly in Europe here for Wild Rift. And at the moment, Parla, the team from Turkey, are looking fabulous in Game 1. Very strong team fight potential from both teams, but it was them that managed to unlock the key.
Yeah. I think also we kind of talked about it before the game. We said that if there is one player that can kind of much more effectively gap Zauer, it's probably going to be Lonely Kid because he's a bit more of an aggressive player, which sometimes when you're playing against someone, like you see the Lonely Kid Random matchup, Random's a lot more ability, it has much better ways of dealing with that aggression and can sometimes punish Lonely Kid, but this time round, Lonely Kid able to really take off and was so impactful in those team fights, and it shows you can do both, not just a split push, one trick, also able to have huge impact in these team fight situations as well with something like the Renekton.
I mean, it was always him going in first, like every single time with the aggression, it was always him using, Renekton as the engage source, which is kind of unexpected really from a Renekton, but curious to see if Formulation actually banned out the Morgana, because I think we mentioned a little bit before the break that Morgana has been a pretty impactful pick for Katsei. Not only the pull is really important during team fights because of all the slows, but also his Dark Bindings has been very good, his Black Shields as well. Every single time Sko was trying to looking for an engage or Zhao was looking for an engage, it was always there with the Black Shield, making sure it's on the right target at the right time. And even Flankton as well on the Rakan in the previous game was very, very strong, obviously with the Nautilus banned away. Means he has to pick up another engaged support, but he's performed really well. And like you said, potentially the final game looks like the draft's already.
So the draft is already
underway. Yeah. Yeah, but for Parla, it's one game now. One game is all they need to do, and for Turkey, it'll be huge. For Parla, it'll be huge. For all the players, it'll be huge as well. Especially for Lonely Kid as well, and as well as all the other players. Abunya coming in as a kind of pretty much a substitute for the whole of the group stage, coming in as the replacement jungler. As we get into draft for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm going to see the Wukong and the Shen banned away. So
Parla stay on blue
side Parla, yeah.
Yeah, so that means FFG decided to stay on red side, which is interesting.
I'm going to ban the Jax again. Respect onto Lonely Kid. Once more, the Karma this time round getting banned away. So we won't see Quo on the Karma. We'll see what the final ban is here for Formulation. Can't outban Lonely Kid, it sounds like, but you can definitely limit some of those more sort of side lane impact champions like they did in the previous matchup.
So the Gwen is open, which was banned away from Parla last time. If this is the same Formulation bans, there you go. It is going to be the Yone. So first pick now over to Parla. We'll have to see
maybe the Gwen,
they're going to pick. Yeah, could potentially be the Gwen. We did see it. Labunya especially, at the start of the year, do really, really well in Gwen jungle. Not really too sure if that's going to be the pick. Aatrox is still open as well if they want to pilot that again. Aatrox was a really, really strong pick in the first game for Labunya. So I have to see what it is. We'll probably have to wait until like the second pick, because I think both the picks show at the same time. We'll have to see what they eventually first pick. But a lot open though. Gragas is still open as well.
Yeah.
Morgana, Nautilus.
Did Gragas go all the way through the last draft? I can't remember. It's definitely not Annie, I can tell you that.
No, not Annie.
She's back again.
I know, she's just constantly sitting there in the side lane.
She's keeping us company whilst
Unless Formulation are just like, do you know what? No, okay, so Formulation have got
there we go.
The Gwen in response to Aatrox. We'll have to see what they pick up as their second rotation pick.
It's interesting because obviously Aatrox comes in as the flex pick now, because obviously Labunya playing it there. Could be Lonely Kid, we don't really know.
Interesting thing is actually this Gwen, because I don't think Zhao would play Gwen in the Baron lane. I think it's a very
I think it's a Vex
skill.
Pick,
yeah, it's a very skilled. I mean, not that Zhao is not skilled at all, but I think that Gwen is a very skilled champion. We've seen Zhao play a lot of picks that have been a bit more laid back. So, as you mentioned, I think it's more of a power farming jungler like the Gwen, or potentially a mid lane champion for Don. But saying that, Zed has already been picked up now, which means it's going to be Zed mid lane most likely for Don, and Akali this time is going to be on the side of
Nacrez
instead of Don. So assassin versus assassin matchup
in the mid lane. They literally just switched the route.
Yeah.
So.
Really exciting.
Can I play
But that's
Akali better than you
Nacrez's
did,
favourite champion this time around. So.
Lux for Quor has been one of his main champions during the group stage, and there's Morgana.
Dark and light, keeping the bindings flowing.
Both of them lasting for about 50 years. So
yeah.
Gonna see the so Formulation self ban on the Galio there. We're going to see some more targets.
Nautilus still open, but I don't think with looks out there, they're going to be worried about it. I don't know, maybe, because Flankton's could still go for it, obviously, yeah, I mean, with the Morgana there.
There's a Rakan banned away as well.
If Parla don't ban it, then, you know, I imagine that Nautilus is the obvious pickup. Like, Nautilus Lux is tried and tested, right?
Yeah. I mean, it has to be Nautilus here for SCO. I think if they don't pick Nautilus, it's going to be on Flankton for sure. I think Core's just going to pick that up. And then, as you said, you know, that Nautilus Lux combo in the bot lane is absolutely
tried and tested. Yeah, works really, really well.
A lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage. And you can set up, you know, Gwen, you can also set up Zed as well at the same time. I'll see how things go as we wait for the picks.
They still don't know whether that would be Zawa playing Gwen, because obviously we saw some safety bans of the Rengar and the Kha'Zix here in the second phase.
Yep.
I'd be very impressed if that was Zawa playing Gwen.
Yep.
Just simply because he probably hasn't had that much experience on Gwen since taking a bit more of a break away from Wild Rift.
Still waiting for the picks.
Yeah, we're still. I mean, I'm pretty certain it's Nautilus for formulation. Nautilus.
What? They didn't. They went for Gragas and they just gave over.
They gave over Nautilus.
So it's Gragas jungle then. I'm expecting Gragas jungle, and then Zawa is going to be playing Gwen in that Baron lane.
Lincoln, heck, it's a
big change up from, you know, going from Wukong and Malphite to now Gwen.
Yeah,
it's a big step up for Zawa, but I guess it's all or nothing now for Formulation. I mean, obviously, as we were talking about at the start of the day, Formulation have come into this not even expecting it. They weren't even supposed to be here. And now they come in and they've pretty much been like, okay, we got nothing to lose. Let's win the whole thing. They have to try and win this game.
Waiting for the final picks coming through for both of these teams. Obviously, I think we're probably looking at a pick for Lonely Kid as the final pickup. Renekton comes through again, and Garen is there. So is that actually going to be Gwen jungle, Garen for Zawa, and then it's going to be a Gragas
support
spot? Okay.
Yeah. Seems like it.
I did think it was risky putting Zawa on the Gwen, so you know, it made a bit more sense. So this is actually going to be a Garen into Renekton matchup.
Garen's a lot more easier champion, right?
Garen is a super easy champion.
It's about as easy as it gets.
Literally the champion that I won tricked for ages.
All the way up to Grandmaster.
All the way up to Grandmaster, yeah. So, I mean, when that was when he was tank broken as well. So.
Yeah. And now he's getting buffed in patch.
I'm going to play him all over again.
3.5.
I really don't. I know I used to be a Sion one trick on PC, but I just don't rate Sion as much as Wild Rift. He's not as good as he.
He's not. It doesn't feel that fun either. Even though you can use your ultimate unlimited type, like for unlimited length.
I do like Sion into some comps, but he's just not. It's just the problem is that being a true tank in Wild Rift is not fun. There's too many easy accessible tank shred items.
Play the tank like Garen and also do a stupid amount of damage.
Well, you don't build in true tank, do you? You build in Bruiser.
Well, it's like Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver, and then kind of
tank. That's Bruiser.
Oh yeah.
You go. I mean, if you're a true Chad Garen, you go Hullbreaker, Black Cleaver, something like GA, and you just like full damage.
Serratus Grudge. It could be kind of funny. I mean, even the Sion as well. You could build Hullbreaker. Kind of.
But the problem is you can't play Lethality Sion on Wild Rift.
Anyway.
Well, yeah. Final game.
Back to the grand finals.
Me and Stu just theory crafted.
It's all right. It's the last time you get to do it.
Exactly.
Oh! Hit me in the feels there.
In the feels,
Hit me directly in the feels.
I believe that Formulation can come back. We can still get a third game in this best of 3 series grand final. We'll have to see if they bounce back. But I think if Parla come into this game with the same aggression like they did in the previous game against Formulation, then I think they can come out on top again. Lonely Kid again on the Renekton. They got the aggression from the Aatrox jungle, Morgana, Nautilus bot lane as well, a lot of crowd control. So I think Parla have this opportunity to sweep this grand final.
Yep, I think they're looking pretty good. I think, you know, Lonely Kid as well into this Garen matchup. It's actually a tough matchup for Renekton. You know, Garen is one of the few really good matchups. Really bad matchups that Renekton kind of has, because once he just bonks you on the head, you can't really trade back effectively. You can also just limit your stun with his own second ability. So, you know, it's difficult to actually win that matchup, especially in the 1v1. But when it comes to team fights, especially mid-game, Renekton is a little more useful in that sense. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Nakrez versus Don on the Zed Akali matchup goes, because of course Nakrez, a bit of an Akali specialist, but then Don also considered the same. So Don quiet last game though on the Akali, was shut down pretty effectively by Lonely Kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Lonely Kid just parried and chased all the way around there, especially in the last big team fight. But Nakrez put in a godlike performance on Akali in the league and proved just why it had been banned so often against him, and of course Don as well in a similar situation, although we saw Don on Zed and Yone a lot more in the league. But Nacrez putting the pressure down already.
Yeah, both these mid laners are going toe-to-toe here. And Nacrez, unfortunately.
It's always like the full flex, like the Giga Chad flex play right at the start, isn't it? Like the level 1, level 2 plays.
I think it actually favours Nacrez in general because he has gone for fleet footwork this game, which means trading is a lot better for Nacrez. Also, he can stay a lot more healthy in these trades as well. You can see at the moment he currently has a little bit of a health advantage because of that fleet footwork. Both the mid laners have gone and got their honey fruit already. So Don has to play a little bit more passive. Obviously, in the first game, it was Don on Akali and Nacrez on Zed, so we have to see what it is the other way around. But Sko, on this Gragas jungle, I actually don't know if Sko's actually played Gragas jungle. I think it's the first time we've seen, not Gragas jungle, sorry, Gragas support.
It is Gwen jungle as well, like you said, so.
Yeah, Gwen jungle, yeah.
Interesting.
A lot of different champions, I think, for this series, which, as I said, you know, or this game, because all or nothing now for formulation.
The Lonely Kid playing the trade as best he could there. It's the best way that you can do. Best thing you can do versus a Garen. Just got to wait for him to get that silence out of the way, wait for the spin to drop down, and then essentially go in for your trade that you would have done normally. I don't think you can go for the tower dive here, though, unfortunately.
Got the gold lead already, though, isn't he? Starting to bully him out a little bit. Just that 100 gold, it just ends small little diff skips will stack up as the game progresses. Obviously, the wave shoved in a bit more here. Both supports helping out, but just to see how Sko deals with Gragas here. I don't think we've seen him playing Gragas for a while.
I feel like Garen's this kind of same champion as Malphite in a way. It's like you don't really care if you're actually that far behind on gold because you do. I guess you care a little bit, but I mean maybe not as as much as.
The problem with Garen is that you're not immediately useful in a team fight.
Yeah.
Because you don't have like the CC to apply.
You're just kind of in the way.
You're kind of in the way.
Yeah.
The thing about Garen is you either need to be even or ahead in gold simply because you want to be a threat. Like you want people to not be able to ignore you. And of course, you know, your ultimate, if someone drops low, is always going to be a threat for an execute. But the problem with Garen is if you're not ahead is that actually most people can ignore you. Your spin's not going to do that much damage. So unfortunately, Zawa has to be a little useful in this game. Can't drop too far behind. And whereas, you know, with Malphite, you just can press one button. Unfortunately, Zawa missed that button too many times last game. You know, in general with Malphite, you know.
At least this time he doesn't have to land the skill shot.
Yes, true. No skill shots with Garen. Well, actually, your ultimate kind of, if you lock onto the wrong target. I've done that too many times.
Or a stasis comes out like it was in the previous series. Bit of a slow early game so far, even in gold across the board. No real goal leads at all. Both these teams definitely feeling the pressure because it is potentially the last game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals. Parla just have to win this one because it's best of 3 Grand Finals, which means they'll be able to go through and win the trophy. $8,000.
8,000 trophy as well. Unique looking trophy, quite a nice looking trophy actually. And you know, I think they definitely would have deserved it if they could make it through. They've absolutely showcased that they can play really excellent Wild Rift. They were kind of shell-shocked a little bit in that first match versus Viv, and then, like as D-Man said, found a bit of resurgence when it counted the most.
Just to answer the questions in chat, no, Zawa is a replacement for Sneaky. Obviously, Sneaky unable to get a visa for this event, unfortunately. So Zawa coming in as a substitute, and you know what? He did a great job against, obviously, Rix earlier on, very impactful. Clearly, obviously, got a limited champion pool, as you'd expect when a substitute comes in last minute into a team.
Into a role he doesn't really play either.
Yeah.
Traditionally, always been a support main.
Yeah, he had been, and I mean, like I said though, it's not the first time he's come in as a sub in the Baron lane either, because he did exactly the same in the WREC, so kind of a funny story really for Zawa, but as you mentioned, D-Man, he did incredible against Rix, considered one of the best teams. Now he has to step up even more though to try and shut down not only Lonely Kid but also Parla.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 5 minutes gone in this game, and it is going to be a simple trade. No early engagements, just as it was before, apart from a cheeky little final spark, a shot attempt, shot across the bow, as it were.
Tempted to make a cheeky attempt at a steal there.
Yeah, it's same again. I think Formulation overall have a pretty decent scaling, and they don't want to contest with an objective in the early game because of how much early game damage and how much early game pressure Parla have. So they're going to give up the first tower, but they are going to try and get some plates in response in the bot lane. I don't think they're going to be able to take this tower though.
Yeah, Nacris jumps back in with the
Feeling
Shroud.
pretty confident, yeah. Got the Shroud back off cooldown. Thought, yeah, I can clear that wave. Force them away. Does a great job of holding off, and obviously that's going to give them that small gold lead that they were looking for.
It'll be interesting to see if they can keep putting on the pressure onto Formulation, because that's what they did so well, not only in game number 1 of this series, but also in the previous series as well. Play aggressive, go for these engages. You know, you have a Nautilus for the engages as well for Flankton, like we saw him do against Liv. You have Lonely Kid on Renekton. Speaking of aggression, they got all 5 members actually in this bot lane. Try and look for the tower dive, and they're not going to go for it in the end. Instead, just look for the mid lane wave.
Lonely Kid trying to help out where he can, trying to impact the map as much as possible. Gold lead still very close. There's nothing really to split between these two teams. Obviously, the first tower of the game hasn't actually resulted in a massive net advantage, as Nacris trying to get focused down here, using the Shroud to his best advantage. Actually uses his ult now.
Sticking around really nicely as well. Very risky, mind you. Knew that he got the support coming in, but tower dive was covered off there by Labunya and Flankton.
You can see Formulation not willing to take too many risks here either. They kind of want to wait for that perfect moment. Hullbreaker finished on Zawa, and actually with the Hullbreaker dropping off onto that minion, you have to be a little careful as Lonely Kid if he noticed it.
Yep.
Obviously, he noticed that at least 2 people now are around on that top side of the map, and he will back off.
And there's one thing you could do against Hullbreaker. If someone's trying to lane gank you or trying to... Oh, that was close. Someone's trying to lane gank you and you're against the Hullbreaker. If you see that the Hullbreaker cannon minions are completely off, then you know there's someone else around.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't see, just doing what he's done. PvE every single game.
Yeah. All right, bit of a grouping down here in the bottom lane. There's gonna be onto Don there. Depth charge somewhat preemptively used by Flankton there, almost just sort of. Oh, they were just trying to force him away there, trying to force a fight maybe before getting the objective from it. Still sticking around. They also all stood on a ward, so it's not like they're being sneaky.
Very, very slow early game. This might beat the record that you were saying before, D-Man. What's the first?
It was like 8 minutes.
It was about 8.5.
Yeah. 8.5 minutes. Yeah, I think we're going to beat that definitely in this game. It's very, very slow.
I mean, you'd expect it's tense, right? I mean, one big mistake from Formulation, it could be game over here. Parla obviously looking to close out the series in a quick 2-0.
So what's really interesting is that the king of jungle efficiency. Oh, Don!
That's a good help. Now, has he got the dredge line back available? No, it's back off cooldown in a second. Didn't have it available.
You see Don, or rather, sorry, Vex, the king of sort of jungle efficiency, actually losing out by about 1,000 gold to Labunya, who's also been in PvE mode for most of this game. I think Labunya did pick up a load of plates from the Rift Herald, but Labunya keeping pace with Vex in terms of his own jungle efficiency. Very good to see.
So it's about the biggest goal lead right now. Is the 1,000 goal lead. Other than that, it's no real goal leads across the board, to be fair. I mean, Lonely Kid does have a bit of a goal lead in the Baron lane as well, so starting to see nearly 1,000 goal lead now for Parla, but there's not really anything in it. See, that actually looks like Formulation now are going to try and set up around this Rift Herald because it is coming up just about now.
Yeah, trying to get it quick. And they may well get it before anyone can react to this one, because that Herald goes down pretty fast. And you can see Labunya finally getting around there, realizing, you can try and get a smite in, not going to happen. Now, actually was picked up by Vex. He's going to go fight for the scuttle crab instead.
Is everyone
over the wall? Vex is going to get focused on the aggression. He's going to get dropped here, yeah. Needlework was put across, but not a great deal he can do from that now. Can they try and force the issue on this mid turret? I feel that they can. They've got the minion wave. No, it's still only a long way coming, so doesn't give them any objectives.
15 seconds of Vex. The dragon does come up in 30 seconds, and actually I think that was Don going in onto Labunya. So Labunya actually has to back away here, which means that they can try and get some vision around this second dragon. If Formulation can pick up this second dragon, though, I do feel like with Vex coming back up as well, I do feel like that's going to be a pretty big win condition for them, especially if they can get the Mountain plus Infernal Drake. Get all the defensive stats and also the bonus damage as well from the dragon.
It's going to be an important one for Parla to contest, which they did in the previous game. Going to do it straight away, straight on it, and I don't even think that FMG are interested in competing for it at this point.
They've got no vision there whatsoever either, and you can, like you say, Zawa and Don are only just coming out of base now, so they're going to be too late to this party. They shouldn't really.
Kind of slow, actually.
Final spark across the side. Well, they're only keeping 2 on it, right? They're just trying to hang it around. Vex is coming in. They might try and get in there. Needlework tried to steal it with that. Now they get low. Quo's on absolutely nothing. Needlework doesn't really land. Zawa gets focused out. He's been singled out. Nothing he can do to get away from that one, so he'll go down. They can turn this into a mid-turret. Don may actually get drawn back in here.
Oh, the hook!
Try and get the hook down. Is it going to be enough to knock him down, though? Labonia taken low. Oh, the cast blows him away. He's going to get stasis. Is it going to be enough to come out of the stasis and get away with this one? No, it doesn't look like it. Labonia taken incredibly low.
Oh, the binding!
The binding lands on Sko. Nacrez comes in. He can turn it. He can go back in. Oh, stasis comes through. Don's going to come back out. And it's a 4-0 and the middle turret and the dragon.
That is a championship winning team fight, it feels like there for Parla. Brilliant stuff. The kid, Nacrez, pops it out at the end with a double kill on the Akali. That gives him the injection that he needs to accelerate his build as well. And Formulation have got to overcome a 6,000 gold lead now. They don't get the wombo combo of the Dragon Infernal 1-2. They've got a bit of an uphill battle to fight to take on Parla.
So important as we take a look back at the replay. You can see on the straight away, Quad just gets absolutely destroyed from both the Nautilus and the Lonely Kid, and then Zawa just kind of all by himself. Not really much else that he can do. Nacrez jumps over the wall, but this re-engage afterwards really interesting. We actually skipped a few seconds there, but this last binding in the end, perfect over the wall, allowed Nacrez to just stack up his Riftmaker, stack up everything, and go in for a nice, juicy double kill. And Katsei again on this Magana. 005 kind of acting as like a second support in a way. Lonely Kid has to use a flash away. They do commit 4 members up towards his Baron lane, but unfortunately, Parla can't get anything from it for now.
I would say if something from Parla that we've seen so far is they play very safe. You know, they're not going into those crazy engagements. They're playing it really by the numbers, very safe, and that's not leaving any openings for Formulation like Rix were doing. Rix were just sort of almost throwing a caution to the wind sometimes and going into those fights. We saw it obviously when they had those 3 outer towers. They kind of committed a little too deep. This time though, Zawa has been caught off guard. He's not going to be able to escape on the Labonia here. I don't think the Aatrox should be able to lock him down, and he will get him caught out there. The Baron will spawn. The Herald being thrown down mid.
Herald mid lane actually for Formulation, but it's not actually going to get anything in the mid lane at all. I don't even know if it's going to get a charge on the tower. Nacrez, oh, it actually does hit the tower in mid lane. Very surprised that he was able to get a tower there, but meanwhile, top lane is on fight.
Skal immediately gets engaged on. They're going to take down one. That'll be Don that picks up the kill there. Trade 1 for 1 really with Zawa having dropped down previously. But Lonely Kid, his first death of the game. 11,200 gold, by the way. Still the most gold in the entire game. Our boy on Renekton, Lonely King, having a series to help guide his team to victory.
Hullbreaker now as well, so maybe go for more split push now on this Renekton, which is an item we don't really see too much on Renekton, because Renekton's normally known as more to do with team fights and around skirmishes, but maybe Lonely Kid realizing that, you know, he has that big lead and no one can really defend against him. So he's like, I can create another side pressure. They can play the 1-3-1 because they have the likes of, you know, Aatrox, Morgana and Nautilus in the mid lane, and they can create pressure because Nacrez and Lonely Kid have had another amazing performance in the game.
Absolutely. And also, to be honest with you, Labonia, the Aatrox jungle. I mean, it's been, I think, far more successful than the Aatrox top lane. Maybe when we saw it over being sort of played frequently over in the Asian scene, they were onto something. You know, you don't restrict yourself to a tactic, and your jungler generally always wants to be involved in team fights. You very rarely pick a split push jungler, so this Aatrox jungle proving much more effective than the Aatrox Baron lane that we saw come out from Rix.
Trying desperately to set up a gank. You can see Don's coming up here, but Vex is here. He got Skull on the side, but unfortunately it's spotted by the ward. And this is the thing that Parla do great. They are not overcommitting. They're not forcing it. They're not getting caught down lane. Think how many times Snitch got caught down lane earlier on today. Think how many times that Random was pushing a little too deep and they were all getting caught off guard by Formulation, but this is not happening, unfortunately, for them. Parla are not giving him that little inkling of a chance.
And that probably comes down to the experience that they have. They're a team that has always traditionally played around this playstyle, especially with Lonely Kid. You know, you very rarely see Lonely Kid overextend. They usually set up really solid vision. I mean, look at the control in the blue side jungle that Lonely Kid has now as he's pushing onto that blue side tier 2. He is very comfortable, and he won't ever stay for longer than he needs to, especially with the next dragon spawning, third one of the game. I think Parla will want to set up for this.
A couple of seconds until the Dragon. I mean, Parla have full control at the moment. They got mid wave pushing in, they got bot wave pushing in as well. They just, I mean, Formulation can't do anything at the moment. Like, they can't even get close to this Dragon. They just completely give it up. Final Spark tries to steal it away, but not even close.
I'm trying to think really where Formulation actually win.
I think it's all through Vex.
I think it has to be. I think it's Vex or nothing, right?
Yep, it basically is Vex or nothing. Has the 3 items completed onto this Gwen. Actually might get a pick in bot side here onto Lonely Kid. Lonely Kid able to dash away. League of Stasis though again for Parla. That's one thing that Parla at least loves is Stasis.
Hey, if it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
That is true.
If you find something that's strong, then just keep on using it and force them to change it.
Flux's gone for the shielding in Champ.
They are going for
protecting
Baron.
Chan. Yeah,
They are going for Baron.
They were on vision though because of the Scuttle Crab, so I'm not too sure if this is the best play. Maybe trying to bait them in, but
I don't think they really.
Look at Nacrez. Nacrez is lingering off the side there, looking to try and get involved here. The Bunya does focus in. That's what he's waiting for. The explosive caster disengage, working wonders there from Skull.
The ultimate's down though from Formulation. Only Zao has his ultimate left. He's down the bot lane trying to defend against Lonely Kid. Looks like they're in a little bit of a skirmish as well. And you see Lonely Kid at the moment has so much pressure. He's currently nearly 4,000 gold ahead in this Baron lane. Can't do enough though to take down this tower, unfortunately, because Zao has Hullbreaker, which is a big thing that he can just basically defend the minions as Garen. Obviously, he's super tanky at the same time. So, unfortunately, Lonely Kid, even though he is 3,000 gold ahead, it's not enough for him to be able to take the tower and take that advantage that he has in this solo lane at the moment.
Don trying to hold onto Nacrez in the side lane. They're actually quite even. Don and Nacrez, only 400 gold separating them at this stage in the game, which is very, very small amount. I think you can see this is what I think D-Man alluded to, the kind of what we've seen from Parla throughout this tournament. They are cool, calm, and collected. No crazy plays, no overforces, no unnecessary risks are taken by this team. They play it by the book. They wait for their moment, and when they get that moment, they pounce. Something that we didn't really see that same kind of discipline from Rix when they were playing up against Formulation. And in Formulation, you can see, I think, thrived really well on mistakes. When no one's making mistakes, Formulation not quite able to have that same kind of runaway kind of mid to late game that they had versus Rix.
Little prowess back and forward. Skull just making sure, is it going to be a full tower dive? It's a hard committal. Skull gets caught out by Nacrez. Final Spark not really
going in. Oh,
Vex been locked up here. They thought they'd caught him off guard. Has to throw out as much as he can, but he's safe. He gets back to the fountain, gets quickly healed up, and comes straight back at this one. So Parla just attempting something. They're trying to draw them out, trying to catch a member out, but Formulation themselves are playing this discipline, but are they going to walk into a sneaky attack here? Flankton comes in, depth charge, where's he going to go? Sko's the one that's got caught out, he gets flashed away, no, he gets drawn back into it. Look at the backside, Nacrez finds himself onto Zao, Zao goes down, it's a 2 for 0 exchange so far, and now the Don, with the stasis, they can jump on him, he turns it back around, tries to use the ulti to exchange in there, Nacrez taken low though, Final Spark not landed. I don't think they're strong enough to try and take this.
I think it'd be risky to go for Baron here, but they're definitely going to at least try and set up for it.
They should know though that this Baron has been started because that ward over the wall. Vex is there as well. They're going to try and clear out some vision. Gets the ward into the pit. Parla are low though. They are very low, so they do have to be careful. And there's poke damage, yep, from the Lux.
So dangerous.
But the flank from Lonely Kid!
Lonely Kid goes back in onto him, gets the flank across the shield. Is it going to be enough? Lonely Kid status, Labunya taken very low. If Labunya drops, they can't do anything about it, but Vex is instead getting picked off. A beautiful team focus. They juggle the aggro so well, and Parla get them once again.
Lonely King comes down from his hill with the flank once more, and he sets up the perfect fight. It doesn't quite net them the Baron, but it's sure as hell going to potentially net them the Elder as they go to set up for it.
Absolutely insane play there from Parla and also Lonely Kid setting up the flanks. He did the exact same against Viv as well in the semi-finals, and he might just be the kid that actually carries Parla through to Turkish's first victory at LAN in Wild Rift. It's such an incredible performance, such an incredible moment for them.
I think Nacrez as well, having a banger performance on his Akali. Again, just picking his moments to go in. That will be the Elder confirmed now. And that does mean that we can set up for a Baron where it's going to be almost impossible for Formulation to want to fight this. Parla now start things up. They're going to take it down very quickly. You can see the Baron's health is evaporating. Lonely Kid not even joining the team, by the way, looking to split push for a potential take on the inhibitor.
There's two of them having to keep him there. They've actually engaged on Lonely Kid as well and tried to go in now. Wow. Wow, he actually catches some 2v1. Nacres around the backside.
Vex is dead as well, this is it!
Nacres gets another, goes on straight through. That's going to be Sko going down. Should get the triple onto Zauer as well. Zauer running to the tower, but that's not going to save you, buddy. I don't think so, and he will fall. The tower's got him. Oh, the stasis course, of course.
I think they've done it. They can end it through bot lane as well. The Turkish scene, rise for your champions, Parla. They've done it.
Absolutely incredible stuff. The Snapdragon Pro Series Finals winner, live in Valencia, will be Parla. A magnificent performance for the Turkish team, who have turned up and dominated their way through this final with a quick 2-0 victory. And it's all about the man in the Baron lane. The king has delivered.
No one thought they would make top 4. All the way through the group stages, they weren't even considered in the conversation. They take second, and they come into Viv. They think they lose to Viv. They beat Viv. And they take on Formulation in the final and absolutely dominate. What a performance from IF Parla. The Turkish scene, there is such a strong, vibrant Wild Rift Turkish scene as well. And finally to see them come out as champions is absolutely magnificent. What a performance from these guys. They deserve every moment of success. And they'll potentially be the last EMEA team to hoist a trophy at a LAN environment.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I think we're about ready to go over to the stage to hear what they have to say. What a fantastic performance. Parla, the champions.
And there you have it. If Parla Esports have cemented their names into the history books of Wild Rift Esports, congratulations. We are joined by them on the main stage right here, right now. I just wanted to reiterate, you are the champions of the Europe and Middle East region. How does it feel to hear that out loud?
Awesome, literally awesome.
A man, a few words, I like it.
Bueno, nos comenta, preguntábamos que cómo se sienta ser campeón de la EMEA, ¿no? De estas regiones, y nos dice que es simplemente increíble, impresionante.
Well, myself and Carmeline, we were actually saying backstage how calm you guys look, even when, you know, you crossed the line and you claimed the victory. At what point during that final match did you feel comfortable? Did you feel like this is in the bag?
We know our enemy's weaknesses and we know what our strength, and we just used it. That's why we were calm.
Ok, bueno, pues hablamos sobre cómo podían estar tan calmados, ¿no? Durante este final de partida, y en qué momento de la partida se habían dado cuenta de que lo tenían ya asegurado. Y nos comentaba que, bueno, que habían estudiado a sus enemigos, así que lo tenían bastante claro.
Very tactical thinking, I like it. Now, just finally, you know, you have a lot of friends, family, fans who have supported you throughout this entire season, all the way up to this point. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Thank you for supporting us. I hope we didn't disappoint you. GG's. Thank you.
GG's all round, exactly. DreamHack Valencia, make some noise for your champions. You may now lift your Snapdragon Pro Series trophy. Congratulations, make some noise for IF Parla Esports. They made it here to the main stage. Congratulations once again, IF Parla Esports. You are the Snapdragon Pro Series champions of 2022 Wild Rift Esports. Thank you so much to everyone who participated here today. Thank you so much to all of the production team as well. All of the casters, you were absolutely brilliant. And Carmeline, my co-host, you've been fantastic. Stick around because we're going to be heading back over to the casters very shortly to break down everything that you saw today.
Bueno, pues que queremos dar las gracias a todos los que habéis estado aquí viendo las partidas, gracias a la organización, a todo el equipo de producción, por supuesto a los comentaristas. Y bueno, ha sido un viaje muy largo en esto de Wild Rift. Esperemos que nos volvamos a ver pronto, pero mientras tanto, por favor, no os olvidéis de que estaremos aquí y que seguid animando todo lo que podáis. Así que ahora sí, nos vamos ya con los comentaristas.
Oh, it's fantastic to see the last of the European and Middle East champions
Potential.
Well deserved, honestly, well deserved. Absolutely fantastic performance there from Parla. Dominated throughout, cool, calm, collected. He said at the time, we knew our weakness of our team, and they absolutely exploited it. They knew where to look at that. Would it have been different if Sneaky was there? I don't know. I mean, it wasn't in the group stage, so we can't really say that when Sneaky was playing.
I mean, such a brilliant performance, not only in this series in the grand final, but a brilliant day overall for Parla, and honestly a brilliant tournament overall. Them coming in, as Scoundrel said, most people were expecting the top 4 to be completely different. Most people expected Parla to not even be in the top 4, so let alone get in second place, beating out Viv, and counting themselves champions of the EMEA region. They've done the Turkish scene proud. Like, they've done so well for not only, there's so many Turkish fans as well that are always in the chat, constantly rooting for Parla. And we see the highlights here as well. Lonely Kid again, just popping off over and over again with Labunya and Nakrez. And I have to say the bot lane as well, Katsay and Flankton, they didn't really have to do too much, especially like you said on Morgana. You don't really do too much on Morgana, but as long as you hit the bindings and as long as you get the black shields and Flankton on them engages as well, the entire team of performance from Parla, they should be really proud.
Yeah, and I think like they knew exactly where to put the pressure on. They did that. I think as Lonely Kid said, they knew the weaknesses. And I think Nakrez as well, they basically had a 1-2 for Don. They basically played the same champions, and Nakrez came out on top on that little individual matchup. Though, to be fair to Formulation, they've done incredibly well. They weren't expected to be here. None of them were prepared.
They're walking away with $5,000.
They didn't have their full roster in tow either. So it was a fantastic, I think, tournament performance from Formulation to get this far into the game. They still walk away with a big chunk of money that they would never have had, at this point as well. So fantastic from them. Yeah,
Formulation, great victory over Rix, no doubt about it. Earlier on today, obviously a 2-1, big shocker, I think, for Formulation. And it's definitely for Rix, no doubt about it. Viv Esports falling to Parla in a strong performance in the end, a strong comeback performance from Parla as well. And as you can see, Viv getting themselves third place secured, and Parla taking themselves the championship of the Snapdragon Pro Series here. Magnificent scenes overall, and some great Wild Rift all day long, I think.
Yeah, I think it's been incredible. I mean, we're expecting it's quite a long day overall, to be fair. We 4 best of 3s in general, but it's been absolutely crazy. There's
been a lot of variety. The meta's been, meta that's happened throughout
this. It's been a nice way to say goodbye, I think, to Wild Rift Esports. And I know, Stu, it means a lot to you as well, so...
Yeah, it's been a pretty long journey for myself and obviously everyone as well. I think especially I just want to say thanks to all the organisations and everything as well that have competed into Wild Rift Esports, all the players as well, because there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, with next year as well. We don't really know what's going to come with Wild Rift Esports next year. So to all the organisations, to all the players, to all the staff, to all the production, everything throughout the entire year, it's been crazy. I was trying to keep my emotions down at the moment because it is a very high emotional moment at the moment.
Come on. Oh, Stu. No, I mean, Stu, I completely echo your sentiment. I entered Wild Rift from League PC. I was in my twilight zone of League PC. I've been playing it for 10 years. I couldn't keep the passion up anymore. I got back into Wild Rift and I was like, I've found my love for League of Legends. I reignited my love for League of Legends again. I can play shorter games that I can manage with my home life, with my job and stuff like that, and I immediately found that passion for Wild Rift Esports once more. Love breaking it down, love thinking about team comps, love commentating it, watching the players grow, watching all of the EMEA scene grow as well. And as you mentioned, Stu, the players put a lot into it this year, and as you mentioned, a bit of uncertainty about what might happen in the future. Of course, if I can help it, I'm going to do my best to try and do something next year to make sure the players have something at least fun to play in. I know that you try and do the same, Stu, and I know there are a lot of other tournament operators out there that will try and do something for Wild Rift Esports in 2023. But for now, it's been really nice to round things out on a bit of a high.
Yeah, it's definitely a high to end on this tournament.
It's been great that we've had a LAN finals with the crowd there. It's the first ever LAN finals with the crowd. Obviously, we've had LAN finals, but we've never had a crowd because the game came out throughout COVID. It's great to see that the support, and it was great to see the community. Obviously, we've been looking in the social media to see all the pictures. Yeah, I know it sucks that we're not there ourselves, but obviously for the players to all have their sort of big get-together, effectively, a big, a good
pretty much goodbye. A get-together goodbye as well, and another word for the community as well. Just make sure, you keep supporting the game, you keep supporting the community, you keep supporting the content creators and everything, because, the game will still be there, the content creators and everyone will still be there as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we might have something for next year, but there's a lot of question marks about next year because obviously there's no official circuit because of Riot's announcement. So hopefully some third-party organizers come into
even if you want to
us
support
well.
Wild Rift, I'd recommend that you do support the China and Asia scene.
Yes,
that will still be going. So you'll still have plenty of people to watch in terms of pro.
Stu's going to be covering that, I think.
I think everyone, if there's interest in esports, will do their best to put out some English content for it, especially on there. I mean, there probably will be some English content for it anyway in terms of live casts, but there still will be some Wild Rift esports out there for those of you that love watching the competitive game. Unfortunately, just not officially in our region.
Yeah.
But hey, look. Let's keep our broadcast on a high. What a way to celebrate the Turkish team that had never before really had a chance at a Wild Rift sense. They come into the final one and showcase what the Turkish community is all about. So brilliant performance from IF Parla and a great day overall of Wild Rift esports.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. What could have been next year? Who knows? With obviously Parla stepping up, with Formulation stepping up, teams left and right, but unfortunately, it's not to be. Who knows what happens in 2023? We don't. Hopefully, we'll see you at some point somewhere on a broadcast. But other than that, thank you very much to production, to the camera guys here, obviously the makeup, even everything. Got to make us look good after a long day like this. I tell you, there's a lot of work for them involved. Thank you very much to you at home for obviously joining us throughout the day. I know it was an early start, but it's been a long day. It's been a fantastic broadcast. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
sound sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.